What if the Pirate King went back to school? Homework? Rules? Yeah, not his thing. When lunch is on the line, chaos begins.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Luffy Went to High School movie. Before we start, please go support SlayerShane for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Luffy is a male. Luffy begins his life in high school where he will meet friends, make enemies and make his way among the students to stand out. Friendships, dramas, studies, debates and loves, the life of a student begins, a story full of funny situations. Will you join Luffy on this adventure? Prologue. Robin, the smartest girl in school, ranks first in all academic areas of the school, belonging to the reading club, being the one who leads said group. She is also president of the council. Many consider her dry ice, since there are few occasions in which she is seen smiling or laughing, as her right hand is Vivi, a popular girl occupying 5th place among the smartest in school. The school has as representatives the so-called 5 prodigies, students from various grades who are above average, being contest winners and with the best grades, with Robin occupying the 1st place and Vivi the last. First day of school. Ace, do I really have to go to school? Makino says I have good grades. A young man complained. He was riding with another boy older than him in a car. They stopped at the famous school. The students were walking into their classes. A guard looked at them and waved. Makino taught you everything she knows and learned. Now if you're really good you'll do well here, or are you scared, Luffy? Ace replied to Luffy, who continued with a pout of annoyance. It's easy for you to say, our uncle left you a company, he said, getting out of the car, taking his backpack and his things. Ace sighed. Which is why I had to study, fool, he said with a proud tone. Luffy rolled his eyes in of course mood. It's not fair, my father and my grandfather traveled, you go anyway, I'll be alone at home. Ace laughed lightly. Luffy took his keys and shook them like a keychain. He had a small straw hat made of silver and some gold. Makino will be with you, try to make her angry, he said as he turned on the car again. Luffy smiled. She never gets angry. He started walking. Ace followed him slowly and before leaving he said to him out loud. You don't know that. Luffy felt slightly startled, thinking about what it would be like if his mentor got angry. He took a deep breath and walked to the school entrance, greeting the janitor and walking through the hallways. He looked at a piece of paper with the room number he was supposed to go to, along with his schedule. Okay, room 2D, my locker is 3Y, Luffy said as he left some things in his new locker that had its own key. When he was about to go to his room, he heard one of the lockers make a noise. Hey, could you please take me out of here? A young man was inside the locker. Luffy looked in amazement. Although the locker was somewhat large, he didn't think a person would fit in completely. Don't ask questions, they threw my key in that trash can. Luffy saw that behind him there was a trash can. He sighed and searched through the papers. He found the damn keys. He approached and tried each one until he got it out. How do you allow this? Luffy said, taking the young man out of the locker. He looked thin, his pink hair low, and he searched through his things for some glasses. I'm not a violent person, my name is Kobe, said the young man, extending his hand to Luffy. Luffy, are you new? Luffy asked, noticing that the young man in front of him was younger than him, almost the same age, enough to already have friends of that kind. Yes, but I met old classmates from high school. I wanted to try to defend myself, but they locked me up here. If it weren't for you, I would be late to my first class. Luffy understood everything, then he started walking to his classroom. However, he was followed by Kobe. I'm going to room 2D, are you? Luffy looked at his guidebook again. Luckily, they were both headed to the same room. Welcome everyone, let me introduce myself. I'm Professor and Advisor Shanks, and if you're asking if my hair was born red, thank you. I welcome you to East Blue High School. We hope your performance is the best. As you know, the school has the reputation of having the so-called 5 prodigies. However, we know that among the new minds that enter each year, some can't stand out. Introducing himself to the new ones, Luffy was halfway down. The seats next to him was Kobe near the window. It's not incredible, they say that prodigies are only 1 year older than us, he said in a low voice. Who are these prodigies you're talking about? Luffy had his head resting on his desk. Kobe was surprised by the question. Haven't you heard of them, Luffy? Luffy raised his head with a disgusted expression. That's why Kobe asked, he said, putting his head back on his table. Kobe smiled nervously. Right, excuse me, you see, there are currently 5 third semester students. They are the ones who have the best grades, the highest and largest averages in areas of the school. They have gone to compete and have devastated other high schools. Luffy just remained thoughtful about how his new partner had described them. Sounds like a group with nothing much to do, Luffy said without much enthusiasm. Not at all, they hardly need to come to school. According to what I read, there are only 3 in the school. The rest hardly ever show up here. Luffy stretched for a moment. Classes were about to start. Okay, I get it, they're geniuses. Luffy and Kobe were now part companions and friends. However, student life was just beginning for this pair of students. Chapter 1. Monkey D Luffy. Luffy and Kobe went to eat in the shade next to the school. Kobe was very happy to have made a friend on his first day. Luffy for his part enjoyed breakfast time. Although he was still getting used to the idea of studying away from home, he was beginning to like it. "Luffy, where did you study before?" Kobe asked. Luffy swallowed his food and then answered. "At home, since I remember I have been educated by Makino. She was a neighbor of my father's. She was a very good teacher. She has taught me since I was 5. She has been the one who supports my primary and secondary school papers. However, the university to which my father wants to send me does not accept that method, so I have to be here and graduate," he said with some annoyance at the end, because apparently he did not want to study in a school. "Amazing, and what's it like being homeschooled?" Kobe, for his part, had a curiosity worthy of competing with a 5-year-old. "Well, Makino has always been very cheerful. She taught me the first years based on games, then she started a more straight method, books and exercises. She taught me everything, history, geography, philosophy, mathematics, among others, so as not to feel stressed. I was in a martial arts team, only 3 years," Luffy said. Kobe was still amazed by what he had heard. "That sounds great, then you won't have so many problems. You're amazing." Luffy Kobe looked at his food. Perhaps he made a comparison with their attitudes, however, those thoughts were lost when someone surrounded his neck. "Kobe, wow, I didn't think you'd come out of your locker. Who's the loser accompanying you?" A young blonde man with a prominent chin spoke to Kobe with an ironic tone. Luffy watched the scene without saying much, finished eating and then spoke. "Friends of yours?" Luffy asked, looking at Kobe, who by his expression was a clear and not at all. Luffy sighed and took his drink. "I am Helmeppo, son of the owner of." The young man did not finish speaking because Luffy had poured his juice on his head. The students who accompanied him were shocked at what Luffy had done. Kobe was more scared than anyone. "Let's go, Kobe." Luffy retreated. Kobe followed him because he had no other choice. However, Helmeppo angrily stopped Luffy. "Who do you think you are?" With the intention of hitting him, Helmeppo threw his first punch, however his fist was stopped by Luffy. "I'm Luffy, it seemed like you needed to cool off. You're acting very upset. Maybe you needed something cool in your head." With one hand, Luffy had Helmeppo's fist stopped. He couldn't get away, however, angrily he continued speaking to him. "What the hell are you talking about? If you knew who I was, you'd be apologizing," Luffy said, and thinking that he had won something, he smiled. "And who are you?" Luffy asked, scratching his head. "I am Helmeppo's son of." "I don't mind." Luffy turned around and left the young blonde standing there, who now angry ran after him. His companions followed him and caught Luffy and Kobe. "Now you're going to learn your damn place." Helmeppo began to hit Luffy, but he did nothing, and that was the case until the blonde was exhausted. "Is this weakling the one who bothers you so much, Kobe?" Luffy said, who with an agile movement hit the guy who had him trapped with his head. He gave 2 punches that left the young man lying down. Luffy grabbed Helmeppo by the neck. Hey, wait, you can't hit me. If you do, my father will expel you." Luffy hit him, leaving him breathless. The other young man released Kobe and ran away. "If you say anything to him, I'll hit you even harder. Then you're the one who's going to want to leave, do you understand? And don't bother Kobe again, otherwise your dad will have to come and bite you with an ambulance." Helmeppo was shaking to the bone. He nodded to everything Luffy said, who then left with Kobe. "Luffy is the son of a very..." "It doesn't matter, just because he's the president's son doesn't give him the right to act however he wants. If he wants respect, he has to earn it. If he thinks people will do what he says just because of his father, then he's trash and never let anyone like him step on you like that." Kobe heard that word and felt it like a psychological slap. He didn't know why, but those words made him see how bad things were. "Thanks for before, Luffy. Well, let's go back to the living room." Luffy smiled at him. Kobe looked at his friend and followed him now with a renewed attitude. Classes ended and Luffy had made a small reputation on his first day, as some students witnessed what had happened. However, the council heard a version that, in summary, made Luffy look like the bad guy in the situation. Robin, the new student monkey D Luffy, attacked Helmeppo, son of the famous businessman of the city. According to students, this term hitting the young man, a girl with sky blue hair, showed up at a room with elegant furniture. In one of them was a girl reading, with black hair. "It's the first day, Vivi, investigate what happened." Tells Oro he likes to hit annoying students. Robin spoke without looking at her partner. She was the president of the council, a kind of director among the students. "This is the data they sent us. I already notified you," said Vivi, who was his right hand. Chapter 2. Makino. Classes ended. Luffy was walking home. He stopped by a store and bought some things. For his first day, he considered that it had been good in some aspects. Of Luffy. A nice day. I thought I would be bored, however, putting a bully with money in his place was fun. My house was about 20 minutes from school by car, 40 walking, so I had to wake up early to get there on time. Kobe was a great guy, a bit of a coward, but I was sure he would change that with time. After all, today he would surely have more courage to confront those who bother him. I didn't like it when someone felt superior just because they had money. I've met people like that, and they're just empty-minded people. Luffy, it's good to see you here. That gentle and familiar voice made me react quickly. It was Makino, my tutor, an adult woman with dark hair, but with a certain green color. She was a kind woman, since I remember she has been a mother to me, although she says she is not my mother as such. Makino, what are you doing here? I said, seeing that she was carrying some bags, which I took because they looked a bit heavy indeed. These bags looked like they had bricks in them. I bought some things to make dinner, and they don't have much in their warehouse. The supermarket was about 15 minutes from the house. Did she come walking with all those heavy things without help? But you shouldn't spend your money. My father must send something for these things, I said with annoyance. My father, as the man of the house, was supposed to leave something so she could be here with me, but he would surely send it late. Calm down, Luffy doesn't bother me at all. His smile made me not want to be bothered anymore. Dan is too kind for his own good, but I couldn't argue with him, because his smile made me feel like I was being silly and embarrassed the more I wanted to argue. How was your first day of school? I left my bags in the kitchen. My arms were exhausted. I left my backpack on the couch, and while I was helping Makino in the kitchen, I answered her. It was a great day. I think maybe I had a problem with a guy who bothered a classmate of mine, but I don't think anything serious will happen. Makino looked at me, and with a smile that I knew from when I was little, I knew I was a little upset. Luffy, are you telling me that you got into a fight at school again? It wasn't the first school I went to. When I started elementary school in 3rd grade, I got into a fight with a kid. A group of kids got me expelled because of that. At that time, Makino had made certain sacrifices so they would accept me. I still have the theory that she hasn't forgiven me for that action. No, not at all. I mean, that boy was bothering my classmate. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. I assumed that because he was the son of who knows who, he could bother whoever he wanted. That's not right. He was nervous. Makino sighed. It seemed like he wouldn't do anything bad to me today. Luffy, I understand, and I really admire your honest way of being. It's the good thing about you, but understand that you can't allow me to expel you from this school. It's one of the most renowned. I studied there when I was young, and the truth, Makino was the only one who could make me feel bad about something that I considered was good. I know that deep down she knew that what I do was good, but not everyone thought the same, although the last fact, did she study there? When she was young. Makino didn't look old at all. Younger? He smiled at me again and I remained silent. Yes, it's a great school. I know you'll be able to excel. Your grades with me have been very good. I think good enough to be good there, Makino said with some nostalgia. Perhaps she was sure that it would be good thanks to her. Yes, in fact, now there is a group called the 5 Prodigies or something like that. They are geniuses, and all that. I didn't give much importance to that, because the truth is it seems strange to me that only 5 are the brightest in the school. Wow, when I studied there was none of that. Things change with time. Well, it seems that things had calmed down a bit, which makes me quite happy. Well, I'll try to behave, I promise, I said with a smile. She laughed and responded with the happy smile that characterized her. Remember that you should never. He looked at me expectantly. In the family we have a rule. I never break my promises. I never do, I said, smiling. She laughed and took out some utensils and pans. Okay, no more fighting. Now go change and prepare your favorite dish. Maybe life as a student wasn't supposed to be bad, maybe a little, but I would try to behave better from now on, even if the person in front of me deserves a good punch in the face. I headed to my room. I almost never liked uniforms. The school one was blue with white, the EB logo, and blue jeans. I grabbed some comfortable clothes, a white t-shirt and blue shorts. Cooking isn't something I'm very good at, she said as she waited for the food to be ready. Give me more credit, your cakes are the best, I said as I watched our dinner spin around. Yes, but those are dessert, she said laughing. A few minutes passed and dinner was ready, a small simple dessert, accompanied by coffee and light fruits. Well then, you make the best desserts, I said, while thanking her for the food. We both had dinner in the living room watching television. I like to believe that she was my mother, because she has always been by my side. Chapter 3. Zoro the Punisher. Well then, this kid Luffy attacked you for no reason, he threatened you, and that's it. A young man was lying down listening to Helmeppo's version of the events. Exactly, the council told me to come with you. I want you to put that bastard in his place. If you do, they tell me you really like a certain drink, Helmeppo said with a malicious smile. However, the green-haired young man did not flinch. I'm trying to leave her, but the money is a godsend, he said, extending his hand. Helmeppo smiled. So? You can teach him a lesson? Helmeppo asked, giving him some money. I hate 3 things. Bullies, people who cheat on me, and Mondays, the young man said, counting the money, unaware that he was currently being cheated by the young man in front of him. Well, today is Tuesday. Well, I'll go during the break. Tell the council that I'll take care of it. The 5 prodigies are annoying me. The young man lay down on the grass. Helmeppo was feeling full, but he questioned him. Well, you are the Punisher after all, he said, smiling that he would get revenge on whoever humiliated him. I'm missing Zoro, but you're new, now let me sleep. Zoro asked him to leave. Zoro's POV. My name is Zoro Arano. I am in charge of putting bad guys or abusers in their place. Assigned by the council, they call me the Punisher or Hunter because I go after those who disrupt the order. Because of this, my studies do not matter to me at all, because according to the council, I will have a letter of recommendation in a security company, although they do ask me to attend specific classes in the afternoon. His name is Monkey D Luffy. According to several students, he came to hit 2 students, among them Helmeppo, who as you know is the son of a businessman from the city. We do not want problems, he told me. I lived a 5th prodigy. She was a partly clumsy girl, however she could organize large groups of people. Her way of leading was what made her stand out. Besides the fact that she was very good at the subjects, she was the one who gave me classes occasionally. Well then I'll go, I'll give him a good beating, then I'll explain the rules to him, although he asks the truth first. I skip that because no one ever listens until they're on the ground gritting their teeth. Zoro, ask questions first, then hit, she replied. Her attitude was different when she was teaching me than when she was just asking me for something. Look, I'll do my job, I said as I was leaving. However, I had to ask what was consuming me so much. Understood, then you can send me the report, she said, and when she turned to leave she stopped him with some nervousness. Well, do you have anything to do this afternoon? The classes passed until it was time for recess, time for lunch, time for a lesson, searching all over the school which was huge. However, in the end I managed to find him. From a distance he didn't seem like someone looking for trouble, but appearances can be deceiving. I heard Zoro is looking for a student, he'll probably beat him up. They say he's one of the new arrivals. Today you will learn that you should not get into trouble at this school. You're Monkey D Luffy, right? I asked, looking at the photo. Indeed, it was him, a young man with black hair. He didn't stand out in any particular way, thin, maybe about my height. That's right, I confirm. Save the photo and take some gloves. Everyone was looking at us and we made way. Girls were watching us. The young man who was accompanying her seemed scared. Well, I have the council's order, fists first, then I'll ask questions without doing anything or even imagining it. He looked around confused. What? That was the last thing I heard after I hit him in the face. He fell quickly to the ground. It had been a quick blow. Apparently, he wasn't expecting something like that. What the hell is wrong with you? I noticed he didn't have any kind of wound. I noticed he had put his hand in front of his face. Did he try to stop my punch? Without thinking, he got up and I lunged at him again. Then I noticed I couldn't connect any blows, but he didn't respond. You were seen attacking a student at that moment. I lowered my guard and punched him in the stomach. However, he didn't fall. He simply responded by pushing me against the lockers. I don't know what you're talking about. He moved away and this time I almost hit him. I quickly dodged each punch. Stop, the young man who accompanied me intervened in my path. I accidentally hit him, leaving him on the ground. Shit, that wasn't good. However, I felt a fist connect with my face. I tried to react, but the speed of this guy was amazing. I had had tall rivals, but none had this agility. I had had burly rivals, but they didn't know how to take advantage of their strength. However, this guy knew where and when to strike. I don't give a shit who you are, I won't forgive you for hitting my friend. Without a doubt this guy was not someone weak at all. However, he only attacked me when he saw that I hurt his friend. Therefore, the version of the guy with a strange chin was altered. He didn't attack him, the blonde surely hurt his friend, and he responded for him. Chapter 4. Clarifications. Luffy took blow after blow. Zoro for his part was equally hurt, however there was no way to stop. Both were in what the students called the fight zone, where both had ignored everything around them. Are you going to give up now? Said Zoro, who had Luffy now against the wall. Luffy, with blood and hurt in every way, took strength and pushed Zoro and then hit him. He did not respond to the attacks. He was as bad or worse than Luffy. Stop. Both were about to hit each other when they stopped. A feminine but firm voice stopped them. It was a tall, black-haired girl, known to everyone, the president. As always, Zoro, you put your fists before your mind. Helmeppo was the one who attacked young Kobe, whom you just hit. He only defended his friend. The report was made by your partner Sanji, who did the work of asking questions. Both of you go to the infirmary. The girl looked at them seriously. Zoro felt fear which ran through his whole body. Luffy cleaned his wounds. He was in bad condition, but annoyed. But Zoro tried to handle his situation. However, he was struck down by the girl's serious and annoyed look. Everyone stared with astonishment and fear at the respect and power emanating from the girl. Now. Hey Kobe, how are you feeling? Luffy helped his companion who had a fist mark on his face. His glasses were broken. I've never been hit like this before. Do you think it leaves a mark? With a slight smile, Kobe tried not to give it too much importance. However, Luffy didn't think the same. I sincerely apologize. We rarely make mistakes like this. Any report against you will be withdrawn. The girl said. Everyone began to whisper about what had happened, admiring how the president handled the situation. So you are Luffy lifted Kobe up and then looked at the girl. Despite her dirty and hurt appearance, the young woman looked at him as an equal, although above him. Naiko Robin, student council president, she said with a smile that Luffy knew was fake. Your advice has certain flaws, he commented. All the students felt fear at those words. Luffy did not skimp on his direct words. Which we handle very carefully, she replied quickly. She didn't seem upset, she didn't seem that way in any way. My friend suffered the consequences of his carelessness. Everyone felt fear again, but the president remained firm, smiling falsely and with a look of compassion. For that we offer you a sincere apology. Coming from me, you will surely feel grateful. She assumed that with her title, she could persuade any future complaints. It would work on normal students. Kobe accepted that, however Luffy was not like any other student. You speak for the other prodigies, who are conspicuous by their absence. Luffy angrily objected to the lack of responsibility shown by the other geniuses at school. By this point, the students saw a war between the two approaching. The problem with that? We represent the elite of this institute. Our actions are closely watched. This fact will not go unnoticed. What more do you want? Luffy stopped pushing to take his friend to the infirmary. Nothing yet, he left, leaving that warning. Okay, this should take the pain away. How are you feeling? The doctor turned to Luffy, who only took a few things. I'm fine, I just want a couple of bandages. Next to them was Zoro, who had his face covered with bandages and tape. You two are very proud from what I see, referring to Luffy and Zoro, who connected glances. Zoro Arano, I admit that you are someone strong. An apology for the hit, child, he apologized to Kobe, who smiled at him, admitting that he should not intervene between them either. Don't worry, it was stupid of me to try to stop them, they're obviously in another league, Kobe said, smiling nervously. I would have won anyway. I would have won anyway. They both looked at each other in surprise. After a while they started to laugh. Kobe didn't believe that two people could become partners because of a fight, however, Zoro and Luffy were proof of that. Classes ended, Luffy said goodbye to Kobe. Zoro went to the council office, expecting to receive a punishment from the president. However, all the members were present. The 5 prodigies together in one place made the atmosphere feel very heavy. Good to see you back, Zoro. Could you explain what happened? Robin asked. Those present looked at him. Vivi was next to Robin. On the couch was the 4th prodigy. She was the most beautiful girl in school. A young woman with light skin and black hair whose beauty dazzled. Next to her was the 3rd prodigy. A tall young man with a serious look, even more than Zoro's. Black hair and a hat, accompanied by a white dove. Finally, the 2nd prodigal, a young woman with blonde hair, a calm look, and brown eyes, who had a book in her hands, not paying attention to what was happening. Well? Chapter 5. Broken Promises. Of Luffy. You promised. Makino was really upset. When I arrived, she just looked at me and worriedly tried to treat my wounds. After that, annoyed, she started to argue. I remained calm because she had every right to be angry. But I couldn't help it. I wanted to explain to him what had happened, but even if I tried it wouldn't sound good. After all, I had broken my promise in just one day. You promised not to fight Luffy. Makino, with tears visible in her eyes, was literally killing me. Just seeing her cry because of me made everything I did not worth it. I only defended my friend. I didn't want to. She looked at me angrily. She knew I wasn't a woman who would abandon someone. She wasn't a bad person. She wanted the best for me. Luffy, you can't always defend everyone. Although she said it, I felt that I had to do it, that if it was within my possibilities to be able to do something for someone, I should do it, because in the end I felt that doing nothing did more harm. I know, just that. Looking at the ground, searching for some answer, there was none. What happens now? Do I have to go to school? Luckily for me, what the girl had said helped me a lot. No, it was all a misunderstanding. In fact, I think you'll get a letter apologizing for what happened. At least that's what they could do. However, I had no idea what they would do after confronting them about their mistakes. Do they hurt? I asked about my wound. I treated them for a moment, but then I reacted by asking what had happened. No, I'm just tired, I said sadly. After the scolding, the last thing I wanted was for him to worry about me more. Fine, take a bath, and as punishment you won't get dinner. What? Makino left the medicine cabinet and sent me to my room, and then she didn't want me to think of her as my mother. But. No buts. To your room. When I entered my room, I took off my clothes. I looked at myself in the mirror. Luckily I didn't touch any of the bruises I had. The truth is, my whole body hurt, my wounds bothered me, and just standing was an achievement for me. Damn, I fell into my bed after taking a bath. I couldn't stand my body at all. The tiredness was too much that the fact of having dinner went unnoticed by me. You're quite a case, Luffy. Makino's voice echoed in my mind. I didn't know why, but in just one night I felt my body recovering. Just resting was good for me. Rest, Luffy. The angelic voice made me feel better. Maybe it was a dream. Thanks, Mom. I woke up in the morning and my body was much better. I was still wondering if Makino was upset. When I went to see the kitchen, everything was in order. There was a covered plate and a small bento. Enjoy your meal, I'll be back soon. I looked at the note stuck on the refrigerator. I got ready to eat. It felt weird eating alone, after being scolded and not having dinner. I thought that now she would simply see me differently. However, Makino was not like that, although she was a little disappointed she gave second chances. I took my things and started my way to school. As I said, it wasn't that far away, however I had to leave early so as not to arrive in a hurry. First week, and I had already made a friend, a rival, a fight, and I would surely attract the attention of the boring council. Exam. The council wants to know what kind of plan can be adapted to each student, so they will present an exam that will measure their abilities in each area of high school. Don't worry, you have a lot of time, there is an average of your level. If you don't reach it, you will become special students who will have to attend classes in the afternoons. Shanks passed out exams of at least 8 long pages. Everyone was very nervous, Kobe was no exception. He looked at me as if he saw a ghost. I'd heard about this, but I thought they'd do it for the 3rd week. Relax, these are questions from the 2nd and 3rd year of high school, some are from last year. Do your best. Shanks sat down while everyone began to read the questions. This is from the 2nd semester of high school, only advanced students see this topic, but we only half saw the comprehensive exam. This is impossible, it's an exam for those with an average of at least 89, everyone here has an average of 69 to 73, it's too much. I never paid attention to philosophy, Kobe whispered. The exam had various topics and subjects, from general history to local history, advanced and intermediate mathematics, geography, grammar among others, which became increasingly difficult. No one will be able to answer all of this, President, unless you have a minimum achievement score of 90. These students won't even get half of it. Vivi was confused about what she was reading. Students must learn that this school will demand everything from them, they cannot be slackers, the board decided, so Robin had his desk, a beautiful view of the school's main courtyard. We'll see the results at the end of the 1st week, we'll classify the students and work on them. Without further ado, Vivi left. Chapter 6. Out of the ordinary. 2 hours had passed since the exam began, some students had already given up since it started. Shanks was waiting for the last ones to come and hand it in. Kobe only solved the 1st page and handed it in. Luffy for his part was flipping through his exam to then hand it in, being the last in the class. Good work, how many pages? Shanks asked, seeing that the 1st one was well filled with answers, then he looked at the 2nd one and his expression from relaxed to surprise changed. All Luffy left, the advisor looked at the exam and together with the others took them all and went to a specific office. Those leaves were impossible. Kobe was sad, Luffy enjoyed his food without giving it much importance. Listen, Makino skipped my dinner last night. Are you going to eat that? Kobe offered her his food, apparently his appetite had vanished. Eating is your way of being sad. Kobe looked at his friend who didn't seem nervous, scared, sad or depressed at all, he was simply himself in all his splendor. I'm not sad, Kobe sipping his drink. Kobe sighed, curious to know how his friend had solved at least the 1st page of the exam. How many pages did you answer? Kobe asked, not imagining the answer his friend would give him. All of them. Vivi was looking at the exam from top to bottom, front and back, each page carefully. There was no doubt every section, option, line, and procedure was marked on that exam. I don't know if you're right or not, but he's the only one in the class who answered everything. Shanks was surprised. Vivi took a seat at the desk, looked at the exam looking for any mistakes, then took a breath to relax. Give me a pen. Shanks gave him his, he watched as each question and option was checked off. 1st page good, 2nd page the same, 3rd 4th is supposed to only be seen. Whose exam is this? An average exam of a subject lasts an estimated 90 minutes, the general ones which cover all the units seen have a time of 130 minutes, being only summaries of what was taught in a single semester. However, this exam carried out by the council had varied topics from various sources, with the idea that no one could pass the 1st or maybe the 2nd. The time was also rigged, so that in an estimated 135 minutes, there were no more than 10 questions, regardless of which page you were on, also being that the answers would be in their entirety with half of the real score. In short, it was an exam that only people with great knowledge of at least 3rd year could solve, even they would not pass the 2nd page. His name is Monkey D Luffy, the young man who resisted Zoro's blows, and the reason why Helmeppo is now expelled. Vivi remembered the name, took the exam and removed the staples to extend it online. Well, Shanks saw that there wasn't a single flaw on the test in front of him. Vivi bit her finger and looked at the advisor. All this is correct. Yes, most of them were topics that Makino taught me, Luffy said to Kobe, who had not removed his face of astonishment throughout the rest of the break. But surely not everything is sure to be okay, or is it? Kobe still couldn't believe what Luffy had told him. Relax, Kobe, it's not like I'm going to cause any problems, it's just an exam. Whatever I answered only confirms that I know about the subject. The intention was to test how far you could go even if you weren't right. Sometimes you just have to answer without worrying about whether you'll be okay. If you fail, just study. No one will ever be a know-it-all. There are always new things you're going to learn, Luffy said with a smile. Kobe was amazed by the words his friend told him. Maybe he was right, worrying about a high average was a limitation. He should simply study and present his exams as he could, the rewards would come later. Have I already told you that you are amazing? Luffy laughed, both of them headed to the classroom, but they were stopped by a girl. Kobe couldn't hide his blush when he saw her because she was a beautiful girl, tall, thin, and had a well-defined body. D Luffy, you are requested at the council office. He turned around, Luffy looked at Kobe confused, he pushed him to follow him while he entered the room. Are you? Luffy followed the girl who didn't speak to him until they walked a long time. They reached the door which had a frame and a plaque that said Student Council. Boa Hancock, they are waiting for you. Luffy entered the office. He was amazed to see that it was a very spacious and elegant place. At the desk was the president who had some marked sheets. I got the news that you, Monkey D. Luffy, completely solved this exam, Robin said, showing the exam to Luffy. It was indeed his handwriting, his answers, his exam in a few words. Yes, he said, looking at the president. Not knowing why they had called him, he saw that Vivi was next to Robin. Hancock took a seat on the sofa. At a separate table was a young man feeding a small dove. Without a doubt Luffy was before the prodigies of the school. He saw Robin again, who approached him and with an inspecting look asked him. Where did you study? Chapter 7. The Lost Prodigy, Part 1. Where did you study? The president asked Luffy, who sat down, calm. Nothing bad could happen. At home most of my childhood, he replied calmly. It's true, Monkey D. Dragon is your father, a successful businessman. He has been known for a long time. He revolutionized the application industry. All this thanks to your grandfather Garp. According to sources, you are the youngest son. There is no information about your mother in any article. Who raised you? Vivi spoke. Luffy was amazed at all the information about his family, things he knew but ignored. However, even with that, no one could tell him if his mother was even alive or if it was known who she was. It's complicated. A neighbor was the one who took care of me. My father offered her a salary as my nanny, then he started homeschooling me. This is my first time in a school as such, Luffy explained. Everyone present listened attentively. The recluse of society, tell us about your nanny, said the young man who was feeding the pigeon. Luffy looked at him, his appearance was like a rejected leader. Her name is Makino, she was a friend of the family, she taught me elementary school and part of high school. She has some authorization to certify my studies, I explained. Everyone was thoughtful. Robin was the first to give her opinion. But not enough to give you high school, am I wrong? She questioned. Luffy nodded affirmatively, apparently there were no negative intentions. Exactly, that's why I'm here, what's all this about? Luffy asked, confused. Everyone present looked at the president, who also looked back at them. You see, your exam is above average. All of us present are the famous prodigies. Every year we take an exam which we estimate no one can pass, without significant value. It only helps us classify students as potentially adept and potentially good. Those who do not pass the established minimum become leftovers, which we remove with more difficult tests of their level, causing them to withdraw of their own free will. Your exam breaks our standards. Luffy heard that version about the intention of the exam. Against everything he believed, he knew that the exam was not seeking to help, but to separate those who were good from those who were not so good. But classifying students prevents them from progressing. You prevent young people with potential from developing with us, Luffy questioned. Robin smiled at that complaint. We prevent them from developing. We only intervene in those who have a worthy future. Those who were not born for success cannot aspire to it. Luffy understood that word. They were those of a person who had not made any effort at all. Someone who was told that he has the world at his hands. Wait a minute, that's unfair. Just because they don't meet your refined standards doesn't mean we're leftovers. Luffy avoided separating from the people they rejected. Everyone present listened to that ideal with a certain tasteless joke. Do you think you can make the leftovers stand out against the chosen ones? The beautiful girl questioned. Luffy was somewhat annoyed by the arrogant tone with which everyone addressed their companions. My exam is proof of that. I'm not here to receive applause. They called me so I wouldn't talk. Your exam was a trap for us. The atmosphere became as if Luffy had found a nest of snakes. However, he didn't seem intimidated by any of the prodigies. You're way above average. Why do you include yourself with them? Asked the president, who observed every gesture, movement, and word that came out of Luffy's mouth like a predator does when it's about to catch its prey. Because we all have the same potential, there will be some better at something, but there are no superior people. Your title of prodigies is just something that keeps you sitting here. Without that, anyone would be considered a genius. You are afraid of the progress of others, which prevents them from rising up against you. However, the prey that the council tried to catch had evaded all traps, verbal and psychological. Their plan had been revealed. The truth of the council was in the mouth of someone normal to them. Those who strive for something are not destined for success, only those who were born and took advantage of everything and desire more stand out. You are no different from us, you have the talent, the gift, do not get attached to the lower class, Hancock declared. Luffy remained silent for a moment, everyone thought they had caught him. The lower class is in this office, Luffy declared. Are you threatening us? The president asked a question. Luffy looked at her seriously. If before he felt nervous that she would get too close, now it was him who approached her without fear. Vivi felt fear at the presence that the young man imposed. So what if I do it? Hancock looked at the scene with expectation. The young man with the pigeon was the same, while Vivi was simply in shock. You are someone interesting, Luffy, you have everything to be someone successful, but you prefer to be with those who will never amount to anything. I will take your offense as a rejection of our offer to belong to the council. Luffy frowned. Not that I cared. Robin didn't stop looking at him, it seemed like a duel of glances, neither wanted the other to have the last word. You will be assigned to your group that you love so much, the lowest ones, show that you are capable of making them stand out, and we will promote you to your group to a normal class, Robin threatened. Luffy did not back down and accepted the challenge. If I do that, they will stop classifying the students, they will offer the same opportunities to everyone, Luffy conditioned. The president accepted, and both shook her hand, closing the deal. After that, Luffy left with a victory before the council, who looked at each other. Apparently he had a plan to win the next battle. Chapter 8. The Lost Prodigy, Part 2. The list was given to Luffy. 10 students had the worst average without solving any questions. Among the names he recognized 2, although one was like an extra challenge for him. Kobe, Zoro, if you manage to make Zoro study and improve his average, you will be rewarded with any request, I said, while looking at the extra assignment. Let's see, Zoro, Kobe, Nami, Sanji, Chopper, Brook, Najiko, Usopp and Tashigi, they are now my study partners, average of 15, the average they should have at the end of the semester 87 to 90, almost excellent among the normal ones. I was at home, Makino was with me listening to the big problem I had gotten into. Luffy, I think you have the peculiarity of getting into trouble just for fun, she said with a worried tone. She didn't want to deny it, but like the third day this had been the worst. If I didn't do anything, they would continue to make fun of us, I said as I looked at the other papers the council gave me. But you'll only have 5 months to make this group become. He couldn't even finish the word, since mathematically speaking this was impossible to achieve. Makino, I know I won't make them geniuses, but I will make the council understand that those who try hard can be equal to or better than those who are born with talent, I mentioned while looking at my exam, the cause of all this problem. Did the council talk to you? She asked, just remembering their self-absorbed faces making me nauseous. In short, they wanted me to be with them, just because I passed their stupid exam. I pointed at the paper, Makino approached with curiosity. Let me see it. He started reading it. In part he would congratulate me, everything was correct, but it was not good at all to celebrate a trap. I have to think about what I'm going to do now. I had to make a group better, maybe that was the difficult part. This exam isn't evaluative, it's elective, it seeks to see who they are. Makino hit the nail on the head about the objective of that damn paper. Inferiors and superiors, how do you know? After analyzing it, Makino had been very accurate in her description, so much so that it piqued my curiosity. Well, do you really want to know? She found herself nervous. The truth is that knowing her secrets was very tempting. Yes, I answered, leaving everything else aside to pay attention. When you mentioned the prodigies on the first day I pretended I didn't know about it, but the truth is that I was the one who founded the council a long time ago. In my time as a student I was the one who had the best grades. I changed the system to make the others give more. However, over time a girl began to surpass me in everything. I became second in everything, then she asked me to be her right hand. She began to select the students. I could do nothing but follow orders. Going against her was like sentencing me. That's why I didn't want you to get into trouble. Currently I know that the council is a type of government of tyranny that no one can stop, she explained, as founder of the council, and how it is that she was banished by someone else, taking over what she created. So your plan was to help others, but that noble goal had been crushed by one full of pride and selfishness. They changed it to one that prevented others from progressing. Then I left school, and they removed my achievements from the books. A lost prodigy. No, she had been eliminated for not sharing those ideals. Then I decided to teach elementary school. After that I met your father, who offered me a better salary, and here we are. Makino summarized his story. He had been educated by a prodigy all his life. So that's why. She smiled and looked at me with a certain melancholy, stroking my hair. That you have the same level as them. Thanks to my way of educating you I made you have an incredible mind, superior to that of others, but I always kept your humility intact. I never made you feel better than others, nor inferior. I always made you equal, making your intelligence a gift which you would use for good. Now I understood why I could compare myself to them. Would it be enough? A lifetime of studies, now I could share them. Now I want to use it to restore the original ideal of the council. I can't allow them to continue doing what they're doing. I have to stop them. I now had my objective, my goal to accomplish in less than 5 months. I would overthrow the council and return it to its original plan. So this is what you were telling me before. If I have the how in my hand to help others, I have the responsibility to do it. Makino smiled as she understood the idea that governed me when trying to help others. Tomorrow I will start my own courses. I will help each student. I will show the board that we are equal, or even better. I stood up determined. There was no way I could fail. I had full confidence. No matter what obstacle they put in front of me, I would fight until the end. Good luck, Luffy, she told me with a smile. Makino shared all her knowledge with me, her ideas. In part it had become her legacy, something she wanted to see in others, reflected in me. Thank you so much, Mom, I thought out loud again. I certainly had problems with Makino. Did she have it? Sorry, Makino didn't say anything. My confusions were very frequent, like a child when he speaks with a teacher. What else could I do? My father was never there. My brother gradually left me, my grandfather, and she were the ones who were there, but it was Makino who raised and educated me. Sometimes I also feel you as my son. Chapter 9. As a son. Sometimes I also feel you as my son. What started as a motivational talk turned into one where we both opened up to tell each other how we felt. Makino's POV. Flashback. Son. When you're young you don't think about that at all. You have so many dreams and goals that it's the last thing you want. At 16, when the council had lost its way, was when I decided to leave and start my path. My goal of having a group with the same opportunities I never lost sight of. I finished my studies and looked for my options, leaning towards teaching, primary, secondary and some high schools. At 20, I joined a group of young minds. The parents were grateful to me. Maybe they don't remember me now, but those faces full of dreams made every day worthwhile. However, a young man never arrived. When the school term ended was when I met the man who changed my life. Dragon, my son should have entered this year. However, some things have happened, and well, he is unable to attend. The man explained to me. He was Monkey D. Dragon, a man who was beginning to gain fame in high society, with revolutionary inventions and plans for various companies. I understand. Well, talk to the director, I'm sure he can. He interrupted quickly. I spoke to him. He told me that if you could or if you had time, he could give you a couple of classes. To be more direct, I've heard good reviews about you, and I would like to know if I could update you during these holidays. I felt flattered but somewhat insecure. Well, I've never given private lessons. I tried once, but I explained the reason why I didn't give private lessons. I promise you that if in a month you don't feel comfortable or my son doesn't do his part, I'll leave you alone, but I'm sure he can. He's a very calm child. Well, they say there's a first time for everything, so I decided to try. However, I wanted to know. What happened that made you unable to come? The man's expression told me everything. Something big, a tragedy or an accident, made me feel bad for my curiosity. My wife died at the beginning of the term. He was very ill. I couldn't be there for him, and well, at least I want to give him an education. A man worried about his son, touching, but leaving a child alone to cope with the death of a mother was something questionable. I'm sorry for your loss. Well, I'll think about it this week. I have some things to do and. Thank you very much. I would really be grateful. I know the school doesn't pay for these kinds of favors, so I will personally cover any expense you consider. I'll leave you my card. This is my personal number. I'll arrange everything. He wrote down his number on his card and handed it to me. That day was how I met the father of the boy in whom I would cultivate all my knowledge, ideas, and my life. A few weeks passed. My pending work was finished. It had been paid, but I was out of money. For being a genius, I had problems comfortably managing my administration, so I had no option but to sell some things, some furniture. Well, I had to find a way to support myself. As fate would have it, the school went through a bad economic streak, closing its doors and my opportunity to work. So I called the number of the only person who could help me, hoping he still needed my help. Hello, the voice was not a dragon's, it was an infant's. It sounded somewhat depressed. Good morning, will Dragon be home? I spoke, hoping he would answer. Dad, a woman is looking for you. I heard some voices, probably workers. Good morning, how may I help you? Dragon spoke now. Good morning, Dragon, I'm Makino. A few weeks ago you asked me if I could teach your son some classes. Time passed and well, I've finished some pending tasks, and I have time for it. Please. It's true, I thought you wouldn't talk. Of course, I really appreciate the favor. I'm at Lauja's company. I have a free space at 4. We can talk about whatever you need. In my mind I was dancing with joy. Sure, I'll be there then, I answered with great excitement. When I arrived at the office at the appointed time, Dragon welcomed me into his office. Sitting in a chair was a little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, very calm, reading a storybook. I present to you Luffy, he loves to read, he said, showing the boy, who answered without looking at me. Lie, he said, turning the pages. Apparently he only liked the images. He's very nice, he smiled. Nice to meet you, Luffy, my name is Makino, and that's how I met Luffy. Later he sat me down with Dragon to discuss the whole thing. If he knew I really needed money, at least he would rent a place. Well, one point I have that's not up for discussion is that Luffy won't be leaving the house. He'll have his classes there, there's enough space and materials. He'll be able to go outside occasionally, but there's the large patio for that. Is there a problem with that? He looked at me seriously, his presence quite imposing. Not at all. I don't know if it's rude of me to ask, but curiosity got the better of me, since almost no one liked to educate their children at home. It wasn't the colonial era. My son is a very curious person, I don't want him to be distracted from his studies. I accepted the lie, so as not to be rude. Understood. That's my only condition, for the books and everything else you tell me what you need, he said, leaning back in his chair. Well, he failed the first year of elementary school, but I suspect he didn't go to preschool, plus I'll have a lot of free time. I'll need the first elementary school books. We'll take basic subjects, Spanish, math, history, grammar, history. However, we'll also use the second and third year versions, so when he returns he'll at least have more of the basics. A year of work would be enough. Makino, I think I owe you an apology. I didn't explain myself well. I don't want my son to have only 1 year of homeschooling. I want you to be his tutor until he finishes high school. My surprise became evident. I had thought he only wanted him to recover, however he wanted me to educate him for almost 10 years. But then I would have to have a master's degree to be able to validate those levels. When I reach those levels, I said hastily, it would be impossible to certify his studies. So you'll take those courses, okay? But I couldn't afford those courses. It takes 4 years to get certified privately. Wait, are you planning to pay for the courses? Please let me pay at least from my salary. I said, those courses were expensive in the place I thought they were. Money will never be a problem, you can choose to live in the house or somewhere nearby. Dragon skipped the course, taking it for granted, then moved on to how he would work. Well, I wouldn't want to bother you after your situation, just living close would be enough. Dragon made a couple of calls. Luffy was a quiet young man, perhaps he wouldn't have problems with him. Some time later. That house will be your home, you have what you need. If you want something else, do not hesitate to call me. I will go on a business trip, but my assistants will be there for you. Sometimes Garp, my father, will come. He likes to play with Luffy. That's all from me. I entrust my son to you, Dragon said. He had shown me a large cabin a few meters from the main house, a huge place, a mansion in short. Don't worry, you'll see results by the end of winter, I said without thinking. Maybe I could, although the comfort was indeed very good. Well, Luffy, let me introduce myself again. I'm Makino. From now on, I'll be your study partner. I was with Luffy in the living room of the house. I had moved some furniture to make some space. Luffy was on an individual sofa. In front of him, he had the blackboard and a couple of books. I'm Luffy. If you talk to me, it would be good for your progress. Okay, let's start. Here's this sheet. You'll have 10 minutes to write whatever you want. You just have to fill out the sheet. Then I'll see how well you're doing with grammar. Take a seat. Luffy began to write. A simple exercise for children. Knowing what they think, how they write, and their mistakes. When I finished, Luffy showed me his writing. His handwriting was good, normal for his age, since it was legible. Regarding the subject, my name is Monkey D Luffy. I am 6 years old. I like to eat, play with my grandfather. My dad is always out of the house. Mom says he is an important person, but I think he is actually a hero who flies through the city. Mom says no, but I think she is lying. Mom has not returned for a long time. Dad tells me that they called her, and she will not be able to return. I do not know why she cannot return. I miss her very much. Dad has introduced his friends. I do not like any of them. They are all annoying. They eat my food and yell at me. Dad says I should be nice, but she is very annoying. I want my mom now. I have a study partner. I do not know what that is, but it sounds better than a new mother. I do not want another mom. I want my mom. Luffy, do you even know what your father did? Luffy wasn't a stupid kid. He knew something had happened, but he attributed it to a trip without imagining that his mother would never return. He wants to replace my mom, and I don't want another one. Dragon had done something wrong. He tried to find a replacement for her. Surely he hadn't told her the truth. Surely she wouldn't understand, but she never thought that Luffy wasn't a completely absent-minded child. Wait, Luffy. I chased Luffy through almost the entire house, up the stairs until he locked himself in a room. The door had a black bow. It was his mother's room. Go away, I don't want another mom. I was behind the door. Now I understood what Dragon told me about his homeschooling. The boy wasn't ready to go out yet. Luffy, I don't want to be your mother, but she won't come back. Life for a child who doesn't understand why his mother is no longer there is very difficult. He denies any change out of fear. Why not? She's my mom, she's coming back. Denial, when someone doesn't accept a reality. Luffy, how long has it been since your mother came back? I asked. Luffy remained silent, perhaps he had never thought about it, but time kept moving forward. It's been a long time questioning, when a child wonders why he hasn't arrived after so long. Listen, did your father bring women before? Luffy fell silent again, every question he asked was to make me think about what had happened. Yes, none of them are pleasant. Denial, again reluctant to the change that is presented, because nobody accepts something when you are used to it. Deal, no woman wanted Luffy, they only went for interest, and it was not surprising. Did anyone get into this room? His mother's room was a sanctuary, I understood that whoever managed to get in here would also be entering right with Luffy. No, it's my mom's room, I keep it clean for when I get back. As I thought, that room represented a memory for Luffy, no one but her would enter, only when Luffy accepted that his mother is no longer there someone could enter, but that would never happen, not now. Luffy? He's not coming back, is he? Acceptance. When you think about things a lot, you realize you've been chasing a memory, one that only hurts you. You seek solace in someone, but in doing so, you're being unfaithful to the person you're trying to remember. Sometimes life is unfair, I didn't come to be your other mother, I'm just the one who will teach you, a teacher. If you want a friend I will be, but I will never be your mother. When I want to continue I will be down. Time passed, Luffy after 5 hours went down, then I knew he was ready for his first change in life, living without his mother. The days after that were more bearable. I discovered that Luffy was a very intelligent child, he learned things very quickly. In less than 4 months we covered more than I expected. I kept his mind busy, I taught him with game methods so he could have fun with normal lessons, and I was strict where I needed to be. At 6 months, his reading was average, his writing was better compared to the first time, so I decided to have him write a letter, one that I wouldn't read, we would send it to his father. Okay, promise not to read it. He extended his little finger to me, a child's promise. I took his sheet of paper and folded it to wrap it in an envelope. When we finished lessons, we would occasionally watch a television program. In the afternoons, we would play cards, and I would teach him the art of chess, which he liked because he believed it was like soldiers invading a fortress with slow steps. Nights were my favorite. He rarely slept in his room because it was close to his mother's. We would set up a small camp in the living room with the pillows and sheets. Going up to that floor was kind of off limits. Occasionally, I would tell him stories to help him sleep. He was a very funny, complicated child, but we were making progress. By the time he turned 7 I was present at his party. Dragon couldn't attend, but I sent him presents. His grandfather spent the whole day with him, giving me a day off. I was very curious to know who Luffy's mother was, however, I never investigated or looked for any clues. I respected who she was or who she was, besides Luffy was the one who would talk to me about it in time. Mom? I don't remember much about her. Luffy, 9 years old, was a completely new kid, he got on the same level as the smartest kids in school. To do so he asked for 5th grade exams for his level. For some reason he was forgetting his own rules of that place. He went up to his room more often, his mind had done the job he had planned, eliminating a memory. Makino finishes the exam. Record time, 15 minutes, your grandfather will take you to the plaza today. I will grade your tests today. When you return you will have your results. Luffy left. There was no need to read his exams too much, each section had the maximum points. Being the 5th grade the exams were high school exams, eventually he would be above average, a genius by force. Luffy wasn't born a genius like I once was, but he was proof of what he always defended. We are all geniuses, despite his difficulties or his situation that took precedence over them, he was a smart and capable young man. One day I received a letter from Dragon, it was a check with an amount with too many zeros for me. As a message Luffy wrote to me recently, take this as a gift. Dragon did not skimp on expenses, my home had more than I ever imagined. Time passed. When Luffy turned 13 there was no party, his grandfather and father were far away to send him anything. Luffy spent it with me playing chess, that game he was always bad at. It was obvious he wasn't happy, it was a special day, and he didn't have anyone to celebrate it with. How about a movie marathon? I asked, a little nervously. Maybe I didn't want to do anything. If I take the knight I'll lose the rook, but if I don't it will eat the bishop. He seemed to think too much about his move, then I thought of something much better. We'll order pizza, I said in a funny tone. He looked at me curiously, smiled and threw his king. Anyway, I'm going to lose, let it be pepperoni. I jumped for joy. Okay, take a bath and get some sheets, I'll go get some things downtown. Luffy stayed putting away the pieces and ran to his room. At the supermarket I bought a medium chocolate cake, a couple of candles and ordered the pizza. By the time I got home the delivery guy was looking out. I received the pizza. Luffy used to take almost 20 to 30 minutes in the bathroom, 10 for the bathtub to fill up, 15 playing with his toys, and the rest time to bathe properly. After all, when he turned 8, I no longer bathed him, because he said, now I am a man and I must do it alone. He reached the stage of grief faster. Ready, I said, having our sheet tent like a camping tent. I put a small weight to put the pizza and some glasses. Makino, could you please come up? Luffy spoke to me from the upper floor. Up? I walked towards the stairs, the hallway that led to Luffy's room. He was in front of the door to his mother's room. What's going on? I looked at Luffy analyzing the door. Whenever I come up here I look at this door, why is it always closed? I asked pointing at that door, it still had the ribbon. When Luffy locked himself in a while ago he mentioned something. No, it's my mom's room, I keep it clean for when I get back. You don't know who owns that room? I asked Luffy, the question disconcerting him a little. No, should I know? I asked. I hadn't paid attention to him when he came up in 3 years. I never believed he'd forgotten what that room represented. Yes, I mean it's your house. Luffy looked at the door again, analyzing it, looking for an answer. Luffy took a step and slowly opened the room. He looked at me asking me to accompany him. With some fear I followed him. The room was somewhat dusty. It wasn't that abandoned, probably one of the maids came in, but a while ago, there was a small painting. The photo of the woman who was winged by the dragon was torn off. What is this room? Luffy asked, examining the place. He found an album, and some pages fell out of it. All the photos are torn. Every picture of his mother was torn. Did he do that when he was little? Maybe he'd forgotten. I gathered his papers. There were drawings, one of him and his father in a field, then of him alone. One drawing had me next to it. There was another of the door, but it was crossed out. You used to come up here, you said you kept this room clean for when she came back, I said with some sadness. Luffy threw the album. Her? I asked with annoyance. Your mother, don't you remember that this room belongs to your mother? I asked with some fear as he looked around the room. Is she? And where is she? Did she come back? I don't see her. Did she exist? His eyes became crystalline. Perhaps he had blocked out all memory of his mother. Of course he did, but I didn't know if I was the right one to tell him. His father never told him, why did it have to be me? But what? Did he leave me? Did he abandon me? Did he die? I looked at the ground in sadness, falling to my knees as I cried. That scene broke my heart. You remember her, right? I walked over to give her a hug. No, I don't remember her. I can't, no matter how hard I try. I don't remember what she was like, her voice, I can't remember anything about her. He hugged me back. I didn't know what had happened for sure, but since that moment I'm just the one who's going to teach you, a teacher. If you want a friend I will be one, but I'll never be your mother. Was that just an empty promise? I struggled to believe it was true, however, since that day, Luffy stopped being a simple student to me. He became a part of me, he became a son in every sense of the word. End of flashback. Chapter 10. A special group. Strange, isn't it? Makino said with a smile. Without being blood relatives, we are both on the same wavelength, Luffy mentioned with some sadness. It seems strange, but I think it's in a way a certain affection for the time we spent, Luffy said looking at Makino. She smiled. Well, technically I raised you for almost 11 years. I don't think someone can't get attached to someone in that time. Plus bathing you didn't help, she said, remembering a very young Luffy who was afraid to go to the bathroom alone. It was until I was 8, he replied with a slight blush on his face. Anyway, go rest, tomorrow you start as a group tutor, she told him. Luffy retired to his room. I know, good night, Luffy said goodbye. Good night, son. Of Luffy. I woke up early, still unable to believe that I had to teach a group and get them to achieve high grade point averages in less than 5 months. Makino was preparing breakfast. I said goodbye to her and left with many thoughts about the new group I would be working with. Hello, everyone. Stay away, Sanji said, a girl with orange hair who was getting rid of a young blonde man. Kobe was in the back waving, Zoro was sleeping, there was someone very short, he was wearing a very nice hat. On the other hand, there was someone tall with a very striking afro. On the other hand, there was a woman with blue hair, one lighter than the other, who was a girl with glasses. Finally, a boy with a striking nose. Good morning, my name is Luffy, as you know the council assigned me to teach you. Everyone stared at me with expectation. I would hardly be surprised if they laughed at me. Aren't you a newcomer? The blue-haired girl said. What? Amazing, said the two young men, the short one and the one with the funny nose. I heard you were the only one who answered the entire exam. Why aren't you on council? The orange-haired girl questioned. Perhaps she could explain everything to them, but she didn't know how. I wanted to get words out, but I didn't have the best social skills. It's true, if I had your talent I wouldn't be helping here. It's not like we could have a better average, said the young blonde. Everyone was debating my position. I honestly didn't know what to do. Well, that's not quite it, I tried to speak, but was interrupted again. Hey, if I can have more than 15% that would be great, my parents want the best for me, at least someone appreciated this. Well, the big nose is right, both girls said. The one with glasses hadn't given any opinion the whole time. So I took a deep breath and put my things on my desk. The board wanted to beat me again with a disparate group, testing my leadership skills. Did they think I'd give up? Silence. Listen, you don't know me, nor do I know you well, just two. I looked at Kobe next to Zoro, who was still sleeping. I don't even know you, he said, sleeping. Sure, listen, first I'd like to meet you. I'm also a new student. It's true that I took an exam, but it doesn't make me any different from you. We all have the same opportunities here. It's just a matter of making the most of them, I said with enthusiasm. Some looks were left with a certain relief and encouragement, others not so much. You're idealistic, I like that. My name is Sanji, he introduced himself first. I like how that sounded. I really want to improve. I'm Usopp, and I don't like the nickname Big Nose. His tone was nervous, but little by little he gained some confidence. My name is Tashigi. No wait, my name is Tashigi. Yes, it sounds better. I didn't understand the first part, just her name, that was enough. I'm Nijiko, the blue-haired girl added nothing more. Her younger sister, Nami, both were not entirely convinced. It was normal, I didn't expect them to believe me out of nowhere. I'm Kobe, nice to meet you. Kobe introduced himself. My name is Brooke, I like music. It has nothing to do with it, but I like to highlight it. I think I'll join the school band. We all stare at him. I sit down with some embarrassment. Wow, my name is Chopper. I hope I get along with everyone. He was the happiest and most anxious in this class. Well, since everyone seems very excited, my name is Oro. I'm a second year, and if someone bothers me they'll end up in the trash, he said, sitting down. Well, I have everyone's average here. The council has classified them as inefficient, something that I don't expect them to accept. Their exam didn't allow them to demonstrate what they are capable of. The council thinks that they can leave the others aside just because they don't meet their standards. For me, everyone can be better than them. I want to show that we can all be as good as those who put us here. Words were one thing, actions are another. I began my help class focusing on each week's subject. At the end I would give a test. The group that assigned to young Luffy is not good at all. Analyze the probabilities of success of your own challenge. They are the lowest I have ever calculated, said the young man with the pigeon. Vivi looked at the leaf. She could not believe how low the probabilities were. Lucci, oblivious to the results, no scenario put on the table. Well, none of them are successful. He just sat down while the president looked at the expression of her right hand. President, but I thought it would be a fair challenge, Vivi asked. Robin smiled maliciously. If it is Vivi, it is fair for us. Someone who was only lucky will not be able to face a challenge like this. The stragglers will always be stragglers, he said definitively. Vivi sighed resignedly. Aya, remember to stop by this living room. He didn't see you, so he won't suspect anything. Come in and say you're just lost. President, you know I wouldn't do anything to thwart your plans, and I'm also excited to know who the shortest in this new class are, said the young woman with short blonde hair, leaving the office. Lucci, to make this fun, why don't you have him sign up for the tournament? Robin spoke to Lucci, who was somewhat curious. The fighting tournament. I've been winning that for 3 years in a row since high school. What are you doing with that? Lucci asked, approaching the desk. Robin smiled maliciously. Show that Luffy where he belongs. Lucci laughed at the comment. Robin took out a flyer. So you want to crush it, he said, looking at the steering wheel. It was his specialty. Mentally and physically, Robin added. The tournament will be in 3 months. I'll make him sign up, I'll crush him, and maybe then he'll just come begging for mercy from you, he said, folding the flyer. Like everyone on this council, Lucci withdrew. Robin had a cold look, so full of nothing and full of untouched pride. Then we have a better performance. Memorize the pages of the exam. I suppose they will change them, but at least we will use your questions as a review. For a first day we have 10% of 20%, I said with some joy. However, there was still much to say. Well, that's half, Nami said. Yes, but is it enough? Replied her sister. For me it's an achievement, Usopp said. Chopper followed him. Same here, Brooke said out of nowhere. Guys, what Luffy's trying to say is that's why we're here, the reason the council looks down on people like us. What the boy with glasses is trying to say is that we are all conformists, we get half and we want to celebrate it, Sanji commented. But that's how it is, the others said. Nami, out of everyone here you have 20% in geography. Sanji has the highest score in culture, focused on food. Brooke, literature. Nijiko, grammar. Do you want me to continue? Everyone is good at something, and that something is what we must exploit. I can't teach them how I was taught, they don't share my mind or my thoughts, but everyone can teach themselves and others, I commented, showing their result. How? She said incredulously. Geography will be taught by Nami, Nijiko grammar, Sanji culture and history, Brooke literature, Chopper, chemistry, Usopp will help him, both are good at that, Kobe, Spanish, Zoro physics. What? He said, surprised, seeing his result and looking at me without understanding anything. I gave you a physics quiz on your exam, 4 hidden questions worth 20 points. The board thinks you're a failure, only good for a bar bouncer. I think you can be better than that, but do you believe it? I knew this would encourage the others. Nothing better than a good boost. I never thought something like this would be good, I smiled and looked at the others. That's what the council makes them believe, everyone has the same abilities, I said after the day was over. A girl peeked through the door. Good morning, I just came to ask, how are you doing? I didn't know who he was, but he didn't seem like a bad person. Alright, could you please take these papers, I have some copies that I would like you to. Of course he went ahead and took the papers. They were some tests for tomorrow, as well as homework and assignments. Thanks, I said, taking my things and going to leave. Walking down the hallway, I bumped into someone I didn't expect to see anytime soon. The president. Hello, how was your first day? I asked with false interest. So, what do you want? I asked without much interest. I'm the one who wants something, every year there's a tournament, it's not in any kind of program. It's something clandestine, go ahead, he showed me the flyer. I think he knew where all this was going. Among the elite students we are looking for a fighter to represent, in our case, it has always been Zoro, however, now that he is moving to your class, and you are the one who proposed everything, we want you to participate, representing the stragglers. Something was wrong. Chapter 11. Council Tournament. A silly fighting tournament. I had to accept, the reason was simple, if I didn't do it he would probably make someone else do it. They had mentioned that Zoro was the one who represented the council, so those tournaments were complicated, who would be his representative? I need information. They probably know I was in martial arts for a while. They have quite the advantage against me, the council had resources beyond me. You must train then, Makino told me. Makino hasn't fought in years, and being what I think he is, I'll end up very hurt. Makino approached and put her hand on my shoulder. That's why you need to start training, the council wants to make fun of you, if you refuse they would surely go after one of your teammates. I understand, I'll get my things. As she had said, Nami began to give geography classes to the others, Brooke with literature, and so on with the others. Little by little, each one began to show that they had much greater abilities than they believed. However, the girl who had come before passed by frequently, something suspicious was happening. Eyes, sorry to be late. Usopp arrived late this time and accidentally bumped into the girl. Although they laughed, both were saddened by the scene. Excuse me, he said, quickly helping the girl. Kaya, my name is Kaya, he introduced himself. Now he had her name. They both stared at each other. It reminded me of the scene from Hotel Transylvania. Usopp, sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't see you. The girl just smiled and started to leave. Okay Usopp, it's your turn. When classes were over, I left the room and was always the last to leave. Months had passed and the class was progressing very well. I had no doubt that we would be able to pass at least the first exams. As I walked through the halls I heard a conversation that caught my attention. I could make out a couple of voices and I was sure they were members of the council. So? A female voice said. Nothing special, I have copies of the tests you're using, basic level. If we put the teacher in charge of raising the level the exams will be impossible for this group, besides the president will surely do that, so there's no chance, he answered. I peeked out through the corner of my eye at the keyhole, it was Kaya and Hancock. Continue with your observations, Lucci is indisposed. Lucci was the third prodigy, then. Why? I already knew the answer, but I needed to get confirmation from her. He's training for the fighting tournament, everything is arranged with that, he will represent the council and give that insolent Luffy a well-deserved beating. I knew it, then he had a rival in the tournament and if he wasn't wrong, they would do whatever it took to get him to fight him. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, Kaya mentioned. Kaya, just do your job. When Lucci gives him the lesson of his life you will feel sorry for having defied the council, he seemed to trust his partner. Being the fourth, Hancock has a very good quality to be the president. Not at all. Robin emanated an imposing presence, Hancock did not give that impression. Don't joke about that, no one is colder than the president, let's say I'm more of a diva, plus you're the closest to her, so she's the second prodigy. I should have guessed the council would play dirty, but now I had something to counterattack. But I can't beat her, remember how it is in chess that caught my attention, so the second one was beaten in chess, my worst board game. Don't even mention it, you almost threw up that day, what kind of chess could make you throw up? I quickly left the place, finally a minimal advantage which I could use. Now I knew that the exams would come with a more demanding level. I also had the rival to beat in the tournament, which was in less than a month. I could barely train in the afternoon, and that guy surely wouldn't hold back. Excuse me, do you know if the president has left the council office yet? A tall woman with gray hair asked me. I honestly couldn't tell you, I suppose he's still in the office, I said without much interest. Thank you. The woman went on her way to school. After a while I noticed something very particular, her face was familiar, perhaps too familiar. Oh, mother, it's a pleasure to have you here. My look was one of astonishment when I quickly realized that the woman was the mother of the president. Thank you, young man. Why are you here? It's very late. It was 2 hours late. I usually left at this time to get ready for my class. Well, it's just that I usually leave after everyone else because I tried to explain, but the surprise that I was talking to the president's mother was a very complicated type of pressure. He's the young man I told you about, a genius who likes to help others, Robin explained. Even in front of his mother his attitude seemed the same. I think it was a family thing. Oh, he's the idealist. I was certainly curious when my daughter vaguely mentioned you. People like you are rare, excellent average. Why do you waste it on people who aren't worth it? I immediately knew that her mother's ideals were the ones the daughter had inherited. That bothered me. They both believed we weren't worth it. You are wrong, we all have abilities, although it is normal for some to be better, no one is superior to others, you are not better, not even for having been born with a great mind, everything will always cost some effort, you said it are few, since because of people like you, the few who can stand out are thrown away, so that they do not reveal themselves, regardless of the presence that both imposed, I did not bend to them, something that they noticed. Surely accustomed to the fact that anyone always listens to them and pays attention. Oh, that sounds so familiar, years ago a girl said something similar, I remember I left her humiliated in all kinds of exams, debates that sounded familiar to me, like a story I had been told. What? I asked with some fear. Give me a moment, I always remember the names of people with potential, she had it, but she decided to follow her morals instead of logic, being my assistant or secretary would have earned her a lot of money. Your mother is not by chance a woman named Makino. Then I understood the woman in front of me was the same one who left Makino out of her advice, the woman who almost made me lose faith, she was the rival of yesteryear. No. Oh, I'm sure you know her, I can see it in your eyes, it would be great to see her, it's been so long, anyway, if you want to lose like her I have no complaints, she was never my match, I just stayed listening. If that's the case, this story will repeat itself with the same result, I'm sure she's still a loser. They both left, with the last words they retired. Makino, she's not a loser, she's someone who already knows what defeat is and got up. Have you lost? They both looked at me. Never, people who were born to be successful will never be in what is called failure. His arrogance was so great that he couldn't break through it. Then they'll find out, I said, one more challenge to the list, but I wouldn't allow them to insult Makino, I had to prove that I was right, that Makino wasn't a loser. I returned home that day, I would have liked to tell her that I found the rival from years ago, but I had to focus on other things. Makino supported me during that time. I spent the weekend training, day and night, rain or shine, half a month was enough for me, the tournament arrived, I left Kobe with the mission of continuing with his studies, raising the tests to an even higher level than the exam I was going to set, the average had to go up, there was no doubt about it. When the week came where the fight would take place, the only thing on my mind was that I had to win. The council was in the front row, Robin, Hancock, Kaya, Vivi, the four prodigies, everyone was making their bets, everything seemed like a kind of strange organization, each room presented its fighter, in my stand there was only Zoro and Kobe who would arrive later. The fight began, some very strong guys passed by, however, the main event was my confrontation against Lucci, however, before that I had to fight 3 guys before, needless to say I was a little exhausted. However, Lucci was fresh, warming up for what he said would be the fastest confrontation. The council was not going to allow a defeat, but he was sure he would take it. Now after great fights we have the favorite Lucci against the rookie Luffy, place your bets my friends. Well, nothing's damaged, but you look a bit tired. You have a 30% chance of winning. Zoro wasn't the best at encouraging someone, however, he also noticed that they had been unfair. Haley against 3 guys, they weren't that great, but now they know how I fight. That's how Lucci won, just be careful not to get hit with both of his fists at the same time, he has a technique that will leave you very out, he commented, surely the wise man of some technique, then heed that warning. I understand, thank you for being here. I thanked Zoro for his presence. No, thank you for making me see that I can be more than just a bar guard, teach them a lesson, now he was really encouraged. Get ready, the fight in the octagon will begin. Lucci lunged quickly and fearlessly, trying to connect a blow, but I managed to dodge it, looking for a better angle, but he turned around to connect an elbow, but I stopped him, with an agile movement of his foot, I managed to make him lose his balance. Damn, he raised his foot and kicked it, connecting with my abdomen. The audience applauded while I writhed in pain. Zoro signaled me to get up. I glanced at the council who was applauding. Stay on the ground. I took a deep breath and stood up, I stretched slightly and put myself on guard. Lucci had incredible agility, however I focused the fight on resistance. I received a punch, kick, elbow, headbutt, I fell multiple times, but I did not give up. Come on kid, this is humiliating, he kicked, but I stopped him this time. Lucci tried to push me, but I let go, then he tried to connect a punch, but I quickly dodged him. You're not that fast now. When he tried to hit me I could see him going slow, enough for me to move in time and slap him, pushing him. But what do my eyes see? The rookie has slapped the champion. Does he think he doesn't need to hit? Remember to stay away from the bars my friends. I received a blow from Lucci, but it was not enough. Now it was my turn to hit. Despite being slow, they were precise. I managed to connect 2 accurate blows to my rival's body. However, I still could not say that I was winning. Enough fun. I threw myself against the bars. I felt somewhat defenseless. Then I saw how he closed both fists, and as if it were some kind of attack, he waited for the moment. Luffy moved from there, Zoro shouted. That must be his technique. Bakugan. I hit both fists and felt a wave run through my body. I fell to the ground. Everyone was applauding. The council was normal, as if the result was as expected. I'm still here. I got up. Lucci applauded me mockingly. Everyone was excited. However, what they were going to see would not be to their liking. Lucci continues hitting me. However, after that, not only did I no longer feel every blow he gave me, but he had not managed to knock me down again. You know, I admit you're strong, but you won't knock me down again, I said now, and I rushed at him without thinking. I managed to land more hits than I thought. The crowd was going crazy. However, after 4 hits I felt exhausted. I was short of breath and my feet couldn't take any more. Bakugan. This time he didn't charge his punch, he simply cornered me and closed his fists to hit me again. Now full he pushed me, however, he stopped me with my foot. I closed my fist with great anger. No way. I hit him in the face. It wasn't enough to make him fall. Do you think you can beat me? We had fought for more than 7 rounds. It was the last one. I couldn't allow this to go to a vote. I would lose by favoritism. I continued while time advanced, blow after blow. Both of us were not going to give in. Fall down once and for all. I received a blow. However, in a fit of anger and exhaustion, I managed to push him with one jump. Now at my mercy, I began to give him a series of blows with all the strength I had left. It seemed like a machine gun of fists while he couldn't defend himself. He received each blow without being able to respond. He fell to the ground. I won. The audience was silent. The president left. The other council members couldn't believe it. The audience was silent. The bell rang, no matter how it looked. See. The crowd screamed. The council had lost. I saw the president retreat. Zoro helped me and I. Chapter 12. The Taste of Defeat. Robin's Pav. Since I was little I knew I was not an ordinary girl. My mother always gave me books. She was almost never at home, and when she wasn't, we shared little time. Then I understood that she was admired by people. Maybe she was jealous of that. Then I discovered at the age of 8 that my mother was a very intelligent woman, the best, so from that I would be superior to her. I didn't complicate things too much because of my lack of attention. It would come when I was successful. Exams, books, subjects, awards, all of that was the result of my prodigious mind. I never overexerted myself. Nothing was worth the time I was given. That is, if I had to learn something in 2 months I did it. No more, no less. Your results are the best. Keep it up, daughter. Those words were the first of appreciation my mother gave me. My father never discussed any of it, especially because when I was 3, she had died in an accident, so my mother took all kinds of actions to try not to ask him. Since it's not an important issue, from then on my life was a spiral of things that little by little began to bore me. Piano lessons, the best. Literature classes, always the best. I never failed at anything. My mother entered all my competitions. However, when I turned 15, her attention or approval was no longer something she sought. She had simply lost the power to be the best. She was director of the school, and when I entered, she retired, leaving me an open position on the board. The new director had no idea how to manage this institute, so I took control with suggestions. Accepted and left the administration of it at my disposal. Some people are simply incompetent. I was 16 years old and I was president and almost a director under the table. Then those I considered could be my allies or my enemies arrived. Aya didn't have any particular talents beyond her good grades, but she aspired to be elected group leader. She had ambitions, and she was a person with a good chance of getting in and applying to become president. Lucci entered with good averages lower than Kaya's, but he was determined to leave with the best averages of the year. Hancock was the most beautiful girl in the class, full of ego and a diva through and through. No one told her what to do or how to act. Vivi was the last among those, nothing special. However, her way of leading was superior to Kaya's. Being a girl without much to stand out individually, she was the one I took first hand. Given your abilities, I'm offering you a position as secretary to the council. Do you accept? She was delighted with the position. She became my right-hand woman. Her mind functioned under clear, swift orders, and her execution was unprecedented. With the right guidance, she could do much more, but that wasn't my intention. Shortly after, Hancock arrived demanding a place. His attitude was unpleasant, so I had to stop him in my office. With calls and contacts from my mother, his rich family was in crisis for half a month. She lowered her attitude during that time, which I took advantage of to let him feel the power that powerful people had. He prostrated himself before me begging for mercy. Lucci was present that day, conditioning any attempt at rebellion. The biggest problem was Kaya, who one day was enjoying her breakfast while playing chess. "Can I play a friendly game?" I said with a smile. She innocently accepted, offering me the first move with the white pieces. Sure, it's my favorite game. I'd also like to take this opportunity to ask, how has the president of the board decided? I knew you'd ask. But simply put to a vote, the decision was up to the students, there was no trickery in that. I see, it's democracy, he smiled as he made his move. Yes, are you interested? I said, moving my piece. Yes, I think I would do a great job. Kaya had great confidence. Yes, she had. Maybe so, but you have to have a strong mind. I'm not someone who lets himself be defeated so easily, besides the council members are very average people. I looked at her seriously, she was a little scared. I have an average very close to yours, I think I have that aspect covered. He smiles and then lifts me up. I like your confidence, but are you sure you want to compete against me? And? Jake. Die. To participate we had to take the selection exams, there were 10 other participants, however, everything was done in that exam, if the level was supposed to be intermediate, I made it doubly difficult, so much so that Kaya not only didn't come close to the average, nobody did, being the only one who passed everything with the highest score. This was impossible. What are you talking about? As I said, the council members also took this exam, the same for everyone. You were the best with your 59%, but you can't be president. This exam no one could get 100%. If there is, as president you can't afford to fail, the school has changes like these, you must be prepared. But nothing, you're inefficient, unfit, incapable, stay in second place, be part of the council, but nothing more. Do you want to play chess? After being humiliated in both grades and votes, she left to go vomit, after which her favorite game became a reading hobby. Within the council, commanding respect was something they had to have with me, in addition to fear. I win. Lucci was on the ground, Luffy was standing, hurt, injured, but he had won, Lucci couldn't lose, we had arranged everything, so that when Luffy fought he would be just a couple of hits away, there was no way he couldn't win. The bets were all in his favor, Luffy retreated with Zoro, his group arrived shortly after to help him, all the students were shocked. Since before Lucci fell I stood back and watched from afar, without a doubt a surprising fact, a 3-year-old champion lost to a rookie. Some time later, the tests arrived, more complicated than usual. We distributed some sheets with simpler questions to our groups and left the complicated, not to say impossible ones, to Luffy's group. I was walking through the school halls, I had finished my exam with plenty of time to spare, after all I was the one who signed all the questions, as I walked I was still thinking about what had happened a few weeks ago, the council was defeated by a single man. I see you ended up the same. The guy who beat Lucci was sitting in the hallway, with some bandages, and with difficulty he got up to stand in front of me. I'd say I'm surprised, but you're just like me, I said looking at him from above. Despite his victory against Lucci he maintained a firm stance, that victory didn't go to him in any way. I see you're not too worried about the results of these exams. Luffy didn't seem nervous, she was sure she was in for a big surprise. Believe me, it worries me, however, seeing how you retreated from the fight was worth it all, certainly his presence bothered me, however, I hadn't won yet. How are your injuries? It was clear he could barely stand. Better than your pride. He was a person who was not afraid, he did not fear my presence, only my mother was like him, she knew who he was, what he wanted, and no matter what no one would look down on him. Do you like playing chess? I asked vaguely. As long as you don't ask for anything in return. We both sat down at a small patio table, I laid out the game and the pieces. There was no trick to this game, it was simply personal victory, no profit. So you came to this school. Why? I asked as I made the first move. My mother Makino signed me up, at first I didn't want to come, he said without much enthusiasm. You mentioned it, if I remember correctly. So you spent time studying at other schools? I asked without much interest. I never went to school, I missed the first year of elementary school, I don't remember exactly why, just after that Makino started homeschooling me for almost 11 years, that really surprised me. You've never set foot in a high school before, right? He nodded, thinking. Correct, she had the authority to prove that I had the necessary knowledge, however, for this level, the university wanted a more accurate test, that's why I'm here, I must graduate, and then I'll be able to enter the university. I mentioned, it was my turn, so I asked. Any particular profession? I gave my move, and he continued talking. My father is always away from home, the last thing I want is to be like him. That caught my attention, it was something strange. But doesn't he expect that from you? My mother expected so many things, it was impossible to want anything other than what she had prepared for me. If I do what others want I will never do something that I personally want. I don't have a profession in mind, I simply want to be free to explore my options. Freedom. My mother expects great things that I plan to accomplish, I said automatically, still thinking about the previous. And that makes you happy? Such concepts were foreign to me. It doesn't matter, destiny is something that cannot be changed, whether you want to accept it or not is up to you, I said, surely the wise man of that, but he denied his own path. But that destiny is something your mother set for you. Exactly, I replied calmly, looking at the board. I had a couple of turns to corner him. But you're not your mother, you're not a reflection to do what she wants you to do. My father tried to do it, but I always had my mother to tell me that I was free to choose my path. That sounded so logical. Makino has no way of knowing what is best for you, like your mother. I think she fails quite a bit. His look was somewhat disconcerting. To my question he responded by moving his key piece that prevented me from making a previous check. Makino is not my mother. Well, actually I see her as such, but my mother died a long time ago, which is why I studied at home. She occasionally told me that risk is a beautiful thing. Now on my part, I had been reckless. Maybe I am a serious person, but what I had said had been rude. But not doing what you are destined to be leads you to that path. However, the words came out like water. Luffy sighed somewhat sadly. My mother died, but I'm sure she never regretted what she did. My father doesn't instill any goals in me. Why? Because even if he does, the one who decides what to do with my life is me. Now I was in check. I've never heard anyone say so much nonsense. And I never heard of someone who didn't have their own identity. Our game ended in a draw when both players reach a point where winning is impossible. In chess it occurs when all the pieces are lost, leaving only the kings. Have you never done anything fun in your life? I asked, extending my hand. I spend my time reading my books. Being the president I have many things to. Then I noticed her shaking her head. So you're bored? Today there are only exams, so come with me. He made a sign to me. What? I asked, confused, sighing and trying to explain with difficulty. Look, if you don't have a good time, you come back, but if I can at least make you laugh, you'll admit that you had a good time. I sighed in annoyance, but with nothing to lose, I followed him. We both walked through the school hallways. I didn't know where we were going because we passed the first 2 floors until we reached a staircase. When we arrived, Luffy opened a door. The sunlight was too much, however, we arrived at the roof of the institute. You feel the breeze of the air being up here. It was indeed something relaxing. Luffy stretched his arms, but complained of the pain shortly after. Despite my attempts to make you see that you're not much, you invited me here. Any reason? There's no hard feelings about that. Besides, Lucci was the one who wanted me to fight. I have no reason to get along with you or any member of the council. I just think they should be less selfish and give the opportunity to the other students. I was never a genius. In fact, I hated studying. It was very boring. Makino taught me through games and activities. Then I was the one who decided to study on his own. Luffy confessed to me. His intelligence was hidden and he was born thanks to Makino's encouragement. My mother would never accept that thought. As a child, I had a great intellect, but she only increased that by taking me to intensive courses, which I passed with the highest grades. I said proudly. You've never made an effort, then? He replied, climbing to a small, higher level, sitting down, and gazing from there at the broader view of the city. Effort is for those who want to be in a place they don't belong. Chapter 13. The Taste of Curiosity. Effort is for those who want to be in a place they don't belong, I said to my council members, the same phrase I said to Luffy, who would now be part of our group. You failed as predicted. However, he had to lead with someone before the idealistic Luffy. And a crappy prediction, it was rigged. How is it possible that he had lost against him? Lucci had been complaining about his fight with Luffy, however, the members were silent without agreeing with him. Lucci, we appreciate your collaboration in this. All the information was passed on to your father. You will be able to leave at the end of this semester, I said, giving him his papers and exams. You can't get me out of this school, much less than my job. I smiled wickedly at that comment. It was you who didn't defend him, and comparing the grades everyone got, you've disappointed the council, so I reassigned positions, I said, as a preventive measure. After all, Luffy easily surpassed them all. Wait, President, you can't replace us, Hancock commented, scared. Don't worry, Hancock, no one will be replaced. Well, not everyone. Listen carefully. Kaya, 85%. Your level dropped a critical percentage of 15%. Fix that for next time. Vivi, you stay the same. I congratulate you. Hancock, you only went up 5%. Nothing worrying. However, Lucci, you can no longer belong to this council. 70% is unacceptable. Your father confirmed this. He will give you some time abroad. Now just retire if you still have dignity that you want to keep. Because as far as I'm concerned, you are an incompetent element, I said, looking at Lucci, who with annoyance just remained silent, receiving my scolding like the useless student he was. His elegant training looked so out of place now. His posture was no longer straight. He was evidently broken. So our positions, Vivi said with great fear. Aya becomes the third, although with a new addition of our student who decided to challenge us. Well, I don't know if she will be my right hand now. Vivi took a seat. The news left her breathless. She pleaded again. But President, I have always supported you despite my position, besides now I would be number 2 on the table, Hancock 3rd, and Kaya dropped to 4th place. It would not be normal for Luffy to start from the bottom. Her reasoning was incorrect, she wanted to stay by my side, however, despite everything there was no way that on her own, she could always be with me, however, there was no way for that, unless I assigned her. Your exam was passed in its entirety. In fact, the correct order is Kaya 5th place, Hancock 4th, you Vivi 3rd and Luffy 2nd. After all, as president I do not fail in my duty to deliver grades. On the other hand, Luffy would also occupy 1st place. But there can be no ties. Luffy had 100%. I did nothing to change that on the grade table, I just put him below me. Students were asking about him, his name was beginning to gain some popularity. Wait, President, you're not going to get me out of here. Lucci tried to negotiate in his own way. I stood up, and he felt my presence ink him, so much so that he simply lost his balance. I already did it. In fact, you're taking too long to leave. I looked at him from above. Lucci was on the floor. Everyone present was silent. A tense atmosphere could be felt. Since I was young, no one could oppose me. Everyone succumbed to the presence of someone superior. Okay, I'm leaving this place. He grabbed his things and walked out the door. Luffy, can you come in? Everyone looked at the door, which opened slowly. Luffy entered with some nerves. He was carrying some papers in his hands. Vivi was the one who looked the most scared. In fact, without counting her, everyone was in their own way nervous to see him. As we know, your group didn't reach the minimum average, which means I looked at Luffy with a satisfied smile, wanting to see his loser's face, an expression of frustration after having been not only defeated but crushed in terms of his ideals. However, he interrupted, with a confident stance and without hesitation. But he fails, I understand that, however, outside of our bet, I achieved something that you will see in the next semester. Even defeated, I could not feel any kind of fear. Everyone looked at him with that nervous look, afraid of my reaction. I'll skip the questions and introductions. You're now an official member of the council, and Vivi will give you what you need. She looked at me sadly. What for? Luffy asked, not understanding anything. You will be, to put it politely, secretary, Vivi was, but I will take advantage of your abilities. After all, that was the deal, I said, taking a seat. Luffy remained silent for a moment and then commented something that left everyone speechless. I suppose there's no way to refuse it, however, I don't intend to break my word either. A promise or a bet is that, I will keep it because that's what I've decided. I don't want pressure of any kind. If I'm going to be your secretary, I'll act as such, but don't even think for a moment that you'll be able to treat me like someone. Hey, you can't condition the president. Who do you think you are? Hancock stood up to defend me. I stood up and looked at him. Luffy turned around, as did I, and in an instant we both spoke. Silence. Silence. Our gazes collided. Why wasn't he afraid? Because he didn't tremble at my imposing presence. Did he think he was better than me? No, it must be something much more complex. Perhaps we both have the same dominant aura and they clash. While I manipulate, he simply won't let me. Having him close will help me understand. Chapter 14. Old Friendships and New Friendships. City Center, Makino's POV. I walked around the city. I used to go out an hour after Luffy left for school. This time was no exception. Dragon had sent money, and I was thinking of withdrawing it to buy things for the house. After all, now we were closer to the center. It was a huge difference from the almost desolate place where I lived when Luffy was a child. That mansion was beautiful, but there wasn't much to interact with. I was going downtown to the bank. Some money would come in very handy. I also wanted to give Luffy some kind of party for his grades. Despite not having completely won the council, he was happy with the results of his classmates. It was no wonder because they had progressed in an incredible way. The dream of helping everyone seemed to be still alive. The world could be complicated, but despite that, I felt like I had done something for it. I mean, thinking normally, sometimes we do good deeds without expecting anything. That's where we are rewarded. Luffy was proof that someone could be a genius. He competed with young people of great caliber, and I doubt very much that he will achieve his goal. Oh well, it started to rain. I walked to wait for the rain to pass. However, I didn't avoid getting a little wet. Looking at the cloudy sky, seeing how the rain refreshed the environment, memories of my youth came back to me, a time when rainy days were joyful for me. They were good days, I mentioned in a low voice. Every time it rained, I would go out and enjoy it. It was a kind of personal liberation, letting all my worries wash away with the rain. However, I remember exactly why now. As an adult, I don't like getting wet. I don't like the rain very much. Staring into space, I felt tears start to flow. Flashback. That's why I'm now the new president, Makino said, the girl, white-haired and tall, the best in the class, no, best in the school. But I was the one who founded the council. The normal thing would be that I tried to reason that I should be president, at least because I was the one who founded the place. I appreciate your great idea, but now I can take charge of this, because I not only have the necessary level, I am the only one with the level to lead from there. I became her secretary, so to speak. However, from that day on I requested my discharge from the school. I could not stand the pressure she gave. That day it started to rain, and since then I have hated the rain a little, all because of my inability to face it, because I let it dominate me, because I was weak. End of the flashback. The rain only got worse. I had a couple of bags in my hands, the house wasn't far away, maybe I could walk or run, but things could fall on that path. No matter how I looked at it, I had to wait. Wow, the weather's gone crazy, don't you think? I heard a woman talking to me. Without looking at her, I continued watching the sky. She didn't seem to want to stop anytime soon. Yes, I answered seconds later. Even though time has passed, I can still recognize you. I snapped out of my thoughts. What? I looked at who it was. Who are you? Lucchino, I think you had a great memory. I'm surprised you don't remember me. As if it were a blow to the face, I saw clearly who it was. Who was in front of me was none other than. Why? I highly doubt it's my job as an assistant. Luffy stood in front of a large whiteboard filled with assignments and activities. I guess it's something we can't understand. Nami and the rest of the group looked at the board without really understanding what each activity said. Well, we all know why we're here, right? Luffy looked at them, all of them had a sad expression, because it was partly their fault for not having obtained the desired score. Luffy smiled and joined them in a group hug. Sanji, didn't you manage to get hired at a restaurant? He nodded happily. That's right. A chef has his eye on my job and is planning to hire me at his fancy restaurant. Those present were congratulating Sanji. Luffy looked at Usopp. Usopp, I heard the industrial engineering group has plans for you. How are you feeling? Well, the truth is that I'm nervous. At first I tried to get in, but no way, the past doesn't matter. The good thing is that now I'll be in a backup group. You'll see me a lot in the workshop, friends, he said, laughing. Everyone was happy for him. They looked at Luffy with a happy expression. Losing is one thing, but giving up, you should never do that. It doesn't matter if you didn't achieve the score, the point is that you're here. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I'm sure we'll stay together as a group. What do you say? Will you keep trying until you reach your goals? Luffy put his hand in front of everyone, they smiled, and in a moment everyone was putting their hands on Luffy's. We are the group that never gives up. We are the group that never gives up. Laughter and jokes, sarcastic comments. Luffy's group may not have been the best, so what? Chapter 15. Mikino and Olivia. Mikino's Pav. Wow, the weather's gone crazy, don't you think? I heard a woman talking to me. Without looking at her, I continued watching the sky. She didn't seem to want to stop anytime soon. Yes, I answered seconds later. Even though time has passed, I can still recognize you. I snapped out of my thoughts. What? I looked at who it was. Who are you? Lucchino, I think you had a great memory. I'm surprised you don't remember me. As if it were a blow to the face, I saw clearly who it was. Who was in front of me was none other than. Olivia. Flashback. Resign. The president said, looking at my letter. I was in the council office, my expression cold and lifeless, just like hers. I had lost everything: my council, my chance to help others, control of my own studies. I couldn't stand being here any longer. Yes, I feel like things aren't working out for me. I've thought about that a lot, and well, I think I'll follow a different path. I said without looking him in the eyes, his face full of joy, Malaysian and full of ego. It's a shame, your grades are the best, don't you think you're wasting your potential? She said, observing me. That presence that was suffocating me was the president at the time. And you're limiting many of us here, Olivia. I'm not going to stay here watching that. I replied, taking my things, everything I had, to leave. Well, good luck then, I wish you the best, she said with such a false tone, so full of pride and self-centeredness. No, you don't want it, I said as I was about to leave. At least admit to me that you never had a chance, I mentioned, stopping to look at him. What, Olivia? I asked, confused. That your ideals will never be put into this school because they are wrong, she said. It wasn't enough for her to know that everything I believed I had lost, now she wanted me to admit it. Never. We'll see each other someday, Mikino. When I do, I hope you can tell me that prediction, would it ever come true? That day I left school, it started to rain. I didn't mind getting wet, I didn't mind knowing that I would get sick some time later. I simply cried that day and let the water take away my frustration, my sadness and everything bad that had happened to me. I screamed halfway across a bridge, that fleeting thought of ending it came, but I would never do something like that. Since that day I swore to hate rainy days, well, just not be in a good mood on those days. End of flashback. Who are you? Lucchino, I think you had a great memory. I'm surprised you don't remember me. As if it were a blow to the face, I saw clearly who it was. Who was in front of me was none other than. Oh, Olivia, I said when I saw the woman who had accompanied me while it was raining. Hello again, Mikino, I greeted with a smile. Hi, it's been a while, I greeted nervously. How have you been? He leaned against the wall of the establishment. The situation he was in was one he never thought he'd experience again. It's actually good, I said with a smile. Yes. I heard that you were working at a school a few years ago, but it had to close due to certain things, so I haven't heard from you since then. A shiver ran through my body, however, that event allowed me to have the life I have now. Yeah, it's a shame, but it wasn't all bad. I was a tutor for a family, the pay is good, how have you been? I asked politely, the weather still being against my will to leave. I graduated from school, I went to college, now I'm part of the management in a company. I think it goes without saying that I live well, I got married, and I have a daughter who is in high school now, which reminds me, I think I ran into your son, he said very funny things like you at that age, he told me explicitly, as if assuming that he had a great life, however the son comment confused me a little. Was he talking about Luffy? Son? Yes, monkey D Luffy. It seems that he and my daughter Nico Robin started a kind of duel. In the end the result was as expected. No matter how serious I tried to be, my surprise was evident when I learned that the current president was the daughter of my friend. Not entirely, in my youth I lacked more willpower to achieve what is happening in school. It is a new generation, brilliant minds await their great exit. Also in the past our rivalry was something of yours, because it was not until some time after that I was the reason for an internal fear. Now look at Luffy and your daughter. Personally I do not see much difference, they are two gears that try to rival each other. I took some strength to speak, for some reason that calmed me down a little. Knowing that Luffy was not only at the same level as the daughter of my old rival, made me believe that perhaps I always had that potential, but I lacked what Luffy has in abundance: will. But they're moving at the same pace. They're two pieces that reach the highest point. However, you're forgetting that my daughter was educated by renowned tutors, a contestant, and has plenty of experience. Does your son have that? She said, assuming her daughter's superiority. Luffy has the same ability as your daughter. I dare say that no matter what obstacles are put in front of him, he will always overcome them. He is my greatest pride, and I believe in his abilities, I said proudly. I was not going to allow him to mock and step on my Luffy. I see you haven't changed at all. Do you live far away? She asked, ending the subject. A few blocks, I said, looking at the sky which only seemed to get worse. Look, maybe she was harsh in the past, but I think it'll be more exciting to see how our legacy handles itself. How about a truce? He extended his hand to me. I didn't sense any kind of malicious vibe. If I didn't know you better I'd say you had something on your mind, but I don't feel any resentment either, more like a truce. How about leaving everything in the past and starting over? She smiled, and we both held hands. Perhaps at the end of it all, deep within that black hole, there was a heart willing to give something. Okay, let me take you home. Then a car arrived slowly, a man with an umbrella got out. She's a friend, we'll drop you off at her house, she said, getting into the car. Understood, the man said, avoiding getting wet. I went up next to Olivia. And how is motherhood? She asked to start a conversation. Should she tell him that I only take care of Luffy? Well, raising him is a bit more complicated in my opinion. Luffy was a bit naughty as a child, but time made him calm, and well, now I feel happy with how I raised him. I tried not to tell him, after all I had assumed he was my legitimate son. It would be strange to say no, although it was already strange to introduce him as such. My husband took care of her on my travels. Now that I settled in the city I enrolled her and she attends her contests. She has always been a quiet and serious girl. Sometimes I don't see her smiling. She is similar to me. She even became president in a short time, she mentioned. I remembered something Luffy mentioned. Without knowing what he looked like, I was sure Robin was the spitting image of his mother in her youth. I see, I'm sure you're proud of her, she nodded with a slight smile. Indeed, it's her job after all. I've sacrificed a lot for her, but I don't want to dwell on that. She's my daughter, after all. I'm glad to know she'll succeed in the future, he said simply. When we got to the house, I was surprised to see a car parked in front of me. Your husband? In my mind, I was so nervous. Dragon was a serious man, enough to play along with such a childish game as pretending to be my husband. This was going to go so wrong. Well, Merry early Christmas. See you until January. Ha ha ha. Don't forget to vote and comment, it always helps. Chapter 16. Luffy and Robin. Your husband? In my mind, I was so nervous about what might happen. Dragon wasn't the kind of person who would play along with a game as childish as mine. Darling, what should I do? What should I do? Please help me, I whispered, afraid that he would react in some strange way, since my behavior was already beyond strange. Olivia. Dragon apparently knew her. Well, if it's not just Dragon who's the man of the moment. They both greeted each other. My greatest rival, what brings you here? Dragon changed his posture to a rigid and firm one. Well, as you can see, it was raining and I happened to run into your wife, who's a friend of mine. I thought I said you'd never get married. Dragon turned to look at me. Without hesitation he smiled slightly and winked at me. Well, that's how the heart works. Now I have a son in high school, he smiled, trying to avoid putting me in the middle. Yes, I think I found him, Monkey D Luffy. They don't look alike at all. He has more characteristics with his mother, Olivia said. Dragon smiled. He didn't seem to hesitate. Without a doubt there was some kind of rival clash between the two of them. Yes, well, I hope you do well at the presentation next month. Her challenging look was answered in the same way by Olivia. Same here. He got into the car and then left. Come on honey, let me help you. He took the bags and opened the door. How do you know her? Why don't you ever mention it? We shouted at the same time. She was my friend in high school. It's my responsibility at my job. We both spoke at the same time. We were both upset. It was funny in the end. We sat down and I poured some coffee. Married? Why did you say something like that? He said, laughing. Personally, it was good that he took it with humor. I didn't see any sign of you denying it, I said in response. Because good point, I didn't want him to see me as someone who only lived for work. What's your excuse? I asked. Luffy introduced me as his mother because his daughter and he are in a kind of competition. We both laughed at that. The atmosphere was friendly. Odd, now we'll probably have to go to the Dragneel Industries exhibition, he said, looking at his cup. Dragon was a man who made great progress, and Olivia probably did too, which meant that if she had to go with him, she would have to go with him among high society people, engineers, geniuses, among people who were brimming with ego. I'm going to study, I said, leaving. I'm going to throw up, she said, running to the bathroom. Meanwhile, the agenda dictates. A meeting with the home automation team, chess, in sports we have basketball, soccer and volleyball, that will be before noon. In the afternoon the board meeting was cancelled. Luffy spoke. When is the Dragneel Industrial Exhibition? Robin asked as she sat looking at papers on her desk. It will be in 2 weeks. The host will be young Natsu. Do I have to go with you? Luffy questioned. It would be the best. Besides, I could get your attention on that exhibition. If you say there is nothing you like, this is a good opportunity to start thinking about your future, Robin mentioned without seeing him. I see, surely all of them are experts in machines and have high intellect. Luffy leaned back in the chair, leaving the papers on the small table. Yes, although this year's host is young, Robin mentioned. Anyway, school's almost over. Is the council that boring? Luffy looked around and Robin left the papers to go to the small coffee machine they had. It's a job that few can handle, she said. President, is this acceptable to you? The door opened abruptly. Hancock walked in, annoyed, and showed Robin a few photos. Who's the boy? Robin asked, leaving the photos on the small table. Usopp. Luffy said when he noticed his friend. That's it, Kaya has been interacting a lot with the young man lately, Hancock said, annoyed. Hancock, it's none of my business who Kaya wastes her time with. She's probably looking for an assistant. Remember that the preparations for the new course are almost here, in addition to the Share of Tea World Festival event. I hope you don't leave her in a bad light. Robin evaded the subject. Hancock felt embarrassed by her attitude, while Luffy continued looking at the photos. Yes, I apologize. I will make sure this year is one of the best, he said simply and then left. They're dating, Luffy declared, smiling. What makes you think that? Robin walked over to look at him. The girl has a real smile. When someone is truly happy, their cheeks give it away. The gestures she is expressing show comfort. Usopp is nervous. Whatever the topic they were talking about, Usopp was trying not to do anything stupid. On the other hand, she seems to be waiting for something. Maybe she was thinking of asking him out. Luffy changed position, lying down on the couch. Robin looked at the photos and then gave a withering look to Luffy, who seemed not to feel any kind of fear or sign of discomfort. How do you know that? Robin declared. It's obvious, Luffy yawned. Sure, Robin said sarcastically. What a day, said Luffy, who was leaving school. Yes, the meeting was brief. I almost felt like it wasn't necessary. Robin followed him, walking calmly. Luffy stretched. Okay, are you hungry? Luffy asked. Robin was confused when she saw Luffy following her. Don't you ever go out to eat somewhere when you go out at this hour? Robin denied. Luffy for his part stood in front of her. No, I usually go to the library near the center, he said, pushing Luffy aside. The exams are over, it's Friday, we just got off late, the last thing I'm thinking about now is continuing to look at books, Luffy said. Robin sighed for her delivery. If you keep that attitude your grades will go down. Luffy gently pushed her, guiding her to another side. I just want to go get a hamburger. If you want I'll buy you an ice cream. Robin was about to turn around but stopped after the last thing Luffy said. I'm not a child, if I go I'll order the same thing as you. Luffy smiled because he had managed to get her to accompany him. Damn, Robin whispered after accepting indirectly. Sorry, Luffy apologized as he collided with a young blonde girl, followed by two boys who seemed to be arguing. Behind them, a red-haired girl who had a serious look. It's okay, guys, hurry up, he said, calling his friends. Do you want fries? Luffy asked, opening the door for Robin. At that chivalrous gesture, Robin decided to at least make an effort to have a good time. "And a diet soda," she said. Luffy smiled and they both looked for a table and then went to order their food. Chapter 17. Family. Robin's Pav. Life is simple for the chosen people, there is no science to it, if you are not good you will never be, that's simple, you are and will be a loser for your whole life, nothing more and nothing less. Young Robin, you are one of the best, you will have a great future. Simple words that encourage you to continue, they drive talent like masses because it's the only thing they have left, simple lackeys who will never be able to taste glory and victory. Robin. Of course I know you, you're the child prodigy. They can only praise those who deserve praise without being able to truly feel that appreciation, because they are only those who praise the presence of those who are the kings. Hello everyone, my name is Nico Robin, a 7-year-old girl introducing herself to other children my age, all amazed to see a girl who came by recommendation. My name is Hancock, nice to meet you. She was the prettiest girl in the entire school, a future model according to teachers, and even she thought so. However, her grades were not at all striking. I easily stood out in elementary school due to my grades, which took me high, with recommendations and the start of projects in which I was fortunate to participate. Great job daughter, high grades, good behavior, everything as it should be, do you want something? If you complete your task and everything that has been imposed on you, you will receive rewards, you will be remunerated for your efforts, if you play by the rules, nothing bad will happen. I would like to have a good collection of books, my little self wished to have a good collection of books by well-known authors. Novels. They're popular now that I think about it. My mother understood me greatly. She was a successful person, guided me down the right path, and I always followed her advice and suggestions. Yes, I would like to relax by reading something lighter, I said with a slight smile. I understand, I'll take you to a bookstore tomorrow and you'll choose the ones you like the most. That's how the world works, do what you have to do and that's it, don't aspire to more because if it's not in your hands, you won't achieve it. Dance. You won't miss much of your English classes. Activities you may enjoy are sometimes just distractions you do out of sheer boredom. Music. That's a good idea. When you grow up, knowing about these things can help you in conversations. Some can be a great help if you focus on them correctly. Life can reward you for your extra time, but only if you invest it wisely. Games. Just 2 hours a day is fine. It's not a bad thing to have a moment of rest as long as you don't overuse it. Chess, cards, checkers, even Monopoly can stimulate someone's creativity. That's Robin, it's true she's Olivia's daughter, they say she'll give a lecture next week. My whispers could be heard from where we were sitting, Luffy had an earpiece in his ear, probably just to be in his own environment. Who is the young man accompanying you? I sighed thinking that those weak minds could deduce, partner, boyfriend, friend, I doubt family. It could be a friend, they say she's the president of the board, maybe she's her secretary or something like that. At least it was something new, I continued eating normally, maybe they would quiet down after a while. They could be a couple. I looked at Luffy for a moment, simply no, although he had a great academic record, he was far from my expectations as a potential partner, if I could say the term with which I could define our relationship, a simple acquaintance. I ate so well, I was really starving. Council duties are so tiring. How could Vivi do all this? Luffy complained after finishing his burger. Not wasting time, I said while doing the same. Now he has too much left, he said, playing with his napkin. Well, now we can go to the library. He picked up my plate and put it back in its place, after that he asked for 2 ice creams, it would have been rude of me not to accept it, in the same way he made me feel like a silly girl. Funny, I thought you might want to go home, I said after walking for a while, noticing that he was following me. I'll just go return some books, he said, searching through his backpack. I sighed without giving it any importance, anyway, given the way he was acting, he would surely leave immediately. Luffy? A young-looking woman spoke to Luffy, she came with a couple of books in her hands, Luffy approached to help her. Makino, what are you doing here? I asked, surprised. A couple of things happened and well I think you're going to the Dragneel Industrial Exhibition. Hey, the sequel to A Complicated Love is ready. Go read and vote, you. I hope you like it. Greetings, and see you on Monday. Chapter 18. Family, Part 2. Robin's Pav. Luffy? I said when I saw how he went straight to her. That's right, Makino, she's President Robin, so she was Makino, the mother, the let's leave it, as well as her friend. Nice to meet you, I've heard a lot about you, Makino said, extending her hand, apparently she was polite, kind. I guess so, I said, returning the greeting. My name is Makino, I hope Luffy didn't cause you any problems, she said with some sadness. Luffy for his part, returned from returning his book. No more than necessary, I said simply. I understand his attitude was partly similar, he was simply kind, just like Luffy, he didn't do what everyone else did, and they admired me. So, see you tomorrow Robin, he said goodbye. See you. I stopped thinking about that and found my favorite seat and some books, for starters. Makino's pav. Why should we go to an exhibition? Luffy asked as we walked back to the house. You see, I ran into my old friend. At first everything was like a somewhat complicated conversation, then she told me about her happy life with her daughter, and well, Luffy didn't seem to understand much of what she was saying. What does that have to do with anything? Luffy asked, somewhat confused. Well, to start, I said you were my son, after that I met your father who well apparently he knew my friend from somewhere, it's the competition for this exhibition, to not make things longer, we'll go as a family. Luffy laughed at what I said, certainly my face was full of shame. Has my father arrived? I react after a while. Yes, I answered, somewhat embarrassed. I thought Ace would arrive before him, he said when he saw the parked car. Dragon came out to greet his son. How have you been, son? Dragon spoke to him, giving him a hug. Good, although I still can't stop thinking that now he has to act like a couple. We both looked at each other and embarrassed we didn't say anything, we just listened to Luffy laugh. Chapter 19. Dragneel Industries. Welcome to Dragneel Industries, the place where science and technology come together to create the future. It was the day that Dragon and Olivia had been waiting for, and the one that Luffy and Makino had hoped would never come, both of whom were certainly nervous in front of a large crowd. Dragon had his own space where they could be without any inconvenience. Welcome everyone to the industrial exhibition. My name is Natsu Dragneel, I am the son, and on this occasion I will be your host on behalf of my father. Today we have the conference by a great benefactor and currently known for his innovations in technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Monkey D. Dragon, a young pink-haired man introduced Dragon to the public, who thanked him by shaking his hand. Greetings to everyone present, it is an honor to be with you here at Dragneel Industries. Many know me, others not so much. I have just begun to be known due to the new innovations in the technological field. Ladies and gentlemen, the RFG Dragon introduced himself to the entire audience, presenting a small model of the device. The audience applauded, and he continued with his explanation. This place is great, said Luffy, who after a long while was looking at the place reserved for special guests. Makino, it's good to see you. Olivia arrived where Makino was. Luffy stayed at the buffet area. Hi Olivia, she greeted nervously. Mother, do you know him? Robin asked, very surprised by the familiarity with which they spoke. A long story, daughter, but I see that we all know each other in some way. Makino smiled and looked at where Luffy was. Good luck, I guess, she said, walking away. Olivia smiled at her while Robin looked where she was going to Makino, then ended up watching Luffy, who greeted her from afar. An acquaintance of yours? Robin sat down and offered his mother something to drink, who accepted. Yes, when we were young, I see you know her, she was my assistant when I was president of the council, she said, smiling. It sounds to me like the same story is happening, Robin mentioned. Olivia looked at him with a happy expression. Some things don't change, no matter the generation, that's what I've told you, daughter, people are only defined by failure or success, there is no middle ground, Olivia said with great confidence. I guess so, Robin reaffirmed. Luffy, don't swallow the whole buffet, be polite, Makino scolded him when she saw Luffy eating non-stop. Sorry, Luffy replied, swallowing. Odd, Makino sighed. Hi, you must be Dragon's wife. A blonde-haired man approached Makino. Yes, a pleasure, she responded politely. Luffy limited himself to continue eating, but slowly. My name is Judy Hertfilia. Dragon has been one of the best investments in the market in terms of its innovative equipment. You must feel like a very lucky woman, he said very happily. Makino certainly felt a chill run through her body. Of course, he's a great man, she responded quickly, trying not to sound nervous. Father A-boy approached the man. Daughter, mind your manners. The girl looked at Makino and bowed slightly. Sorry, nice to meet you, Lucy Hertfilia, she said. Nice to meet you, Lucy. Makino also gave a slight bow. Father, I'll go with my classmates for a moment, I'll be back for the next presentation, she said, then walked away without even receiving approval from her father. Of course, young people hardly want to spend time with their parents, the man said, laughing. Makino, there are a couple of people who want to meet you. Dragon arrived. For Makino it was a relief, but an added fear, knowing that she had to be talking to more people. Dragon, how are you? Judy greeted him in a friendly manner. Judy, good to see you, I have your latest earnings report, but you have to listen to this. Dragon along with Makino took the man who followed them gladly. I think I should go with them, Luffy said to himself when he saw that his parents were leaving. When he moved he bumped into a little blue-haired girl who was reading. Excuse me, said the little girl who looked at Luffy. He noticed that her book had fallen and helped her pick it up. Paladin and substitute material, isn't it better to focus on the raw material for paladin sustenance rather than the substitute? Luffy said, returning the book to him. It is, but the subject focused on temperature changes is more complex, the little girl replied. Temperature changes? unless you want to generate ice, you must prioritize that the material withstand said temperature drop, otherwise Luffy said almost like a robot. Explode. How do you know about advanced thermodynamics? The young woman asked. Luffy looked at her strangely. I should ask that, you're a kid of 12 years old. Luffy said, stroking his head. Touché, I'm working on something, but that's my main problem, she replied with a thoughtful look. Do you work on something that creates instant ice? Luffy followed her without much importance. On the other side, the young woman led him to a small office. I call it the concentrated water generator, she said, presenting her small machine. Ice, Luffy replied, observing the machine. Yes, well, it's simpler to say it that way, she replied. It was a table machine which when water was put in it came out as a drop, which when it touched a surface it turned into ice. My name is Wendy Marvell, this is my project, I was thinking of presenting it today, but after the problems it caused me, I think it will be for the next one, Wendy said somewhat discouraged. What would this do? Luffy asked, looking at the machine. Personally, I just think that it could be simply amazing, and it could also help the environments of animals that must be cold. Luffy thought about penguins and bears. The machine worked when turned on, but everything got stuck in the outlet tube. Sounds good. Well, first of all, do you have any materials? Luffy asked while disassembling the machine. Wendy brought him all the materials she had. A few minutes passed in which Luffy was assembling and disassembling the machine. Okay, first we'll use type C tubes. Luffy threw the old tubes out of the machine. For fluidity, concentrated water. Wendy brought the blessed materials closer to him. Exactly, after that we will hold it with a drip key. Luffy put the machine back together and looked from all sides. This way the thickness won't be so concentrated on the tubes, Wendy concluded, admiring the modified machine. Well, that should be enough, that'll get it working. The machine worked on its first test, which made Wendy happy. Who are you? She asked after the excitement of knowing that her machine was working. Luffy smiled. Monkey D Luffy, didn't I tell you before? Wendy denied. No, but I really appreciate you helping me. Luffy smiled and extended his fist. Wendy looked at him for a while, then realized what he was doing. Well, I have to go, nice to meet you, Wendy. Luffy took his things and left. See you, Wendy said goodbye. Hey Wendy, where have you been? A red-haired girl called out to her. Chapter 20. Luffy vs. Robin. Of Luffy. That's when I met this beautiful woman. My father altered the story of how he hired Makino, turning it into a story of how he met her. Incredible, my friend, I knew you were a heartthrob, and I see you don't have bad taste. Makino looked somewhat nervous, however, keeping up appearances was important now that Olivia knew about her. Your attention please, ladies and gentlemen, as you know in the audience we have two contenders who could take not only the attention of this great event, but also with a lot of luck, take a lot of your money with these great proposals, with you Dragon Company in charge of Monkey D Luffy, on the other hand, and no less important, Archaeology Company in charge of Nico Robin. Moments later I was on stage, I had had time to read what I would present today. The truth is that it was very interesting, and there will be a small debate on why to invest. The truth is that the people in front of me were well classy people. I see your son is following in his father's footsteps. The man with whom my father did business told Makino that he had managed to hear part of it. Perhaps my father felt a little sad, knowing that he had no intention of being in charge of the company. Not entirely, he wants to make his own way within the big family. Makino was the one who knew better than anyone my few motivations for being here present. I see, a son with ambitions, he has been raised well, Judy said. I think so. Of Robin. Let's see how he handles the stage, I thought to myself. Good evening ladies and gentlemen, as you may have noticed my name is Monkey D Luffy, representing Dragon Company, a sector of the great company that we manage. We have one of the best points in terms of investment. We have always stood out in the improvement of technology, much of which have been handling both in vehicles and appliances, but the jewel in the crown is the new revolutionary project that in my humble opinion will position the company as number one. Without further preamble, the 3D2Y microprocessor. I admit that the presentation and the management of the stage were from someone with talent for it, however I would not let myself be dazzled by something that was obviously luck. I always had a way of winning over the audience by reaching their interests and always getting them to think about what I said. Great work, young man, just watch the audience's jaw drop at this. Remember, there's still a debate to be had as to why they should invest in the product. I don't want you to get too confident. Judy was a high-powered man in a certain city. My mother had a couple of businesses with him, however, none of them were important enough to get large investments from him. Sure, Luffy didn't seem interested despite his excellent work on stage, maybe he could attack him well in the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, my name is Nico Robin. Our company has always had the benefit of being present with great marketing. Before presenting our project, I must say that our company supports great factors, which have us as a great reference. With that said, the product to be presented is rather a project which is beginning to give results quickly. Reopen PT, which seeks to increase the productivity of workers in companies. Aim big, that was the point I was waiting for. Our project would attract clients with monetary interests. Good job, daughter, remember to finish him in the debate, my mother told me. Now we will move on to the moment you've all been waiting for, the debate, so that you're completely sure what to invest in. As they say, ladies first. Young Natsu introduced us again, this time I took the pleasure of going first. Ladies and gentlemen, our project promises broad growth in your companies. Not only that, the recognition given by it will be rewarded with a 20% bonus to your initial investments, resulting in a great profit, because that is what we seek in this project. The benefit of great people: simple, fast and efficient. 3 factors that would determine whether we will win or win. There was no way for people to decide to spend instead of winning. Sounds good, we'll win a lot. If the increase does not apply to employee bonuses, which is savings due to increased productivity. People were whispering about how good the project was. Luffy took his turn, he didn't seem to be in the mood that characterized him. Well, let's see how the representative of Dragon Company can compete with Robin's great presentation and his company's project. Luffy took the microphone, looked at the audience and sighed. It's impossible for people to invest in something that will cost money instead of something that will make them earn. My simple thought of people who had money, a movement that had a yes or yes to win. Imagine the devices that will be connected to this microprocessor. Let's not only think about the people who will use it in their daily lives, their workers will be able to acquire it at the same market price. Thousands of families will use it. Furthermore, there are no classifications in this, an equality product from which they will obtain 15% of profits, not only because the campaign is prepared and ready. But we have thousands of orders not only from the general public but also from various companies that want to have this revolutionary software. The public was thoughtful. I never thought he would aim for empathy, although seeing what I saw with his personality, I should have expected it. The profits are minimal, but it is a true fact that technology is the future. It's true, and the manufacturing costs are almost minimal. But increasing productivity in my company won't yield results with this plan. Perhaps software would be the best option. No way, I can exploit my workers if it makes me money. But they can resign. And the software comes with defects. On this side, you can come in and speak with the owners of the companies Olivia and Dragon, who will answer questions and explain their product and project. Natsu ushered representatives from each investor to the owners. Of Luffy. Hey Luffy, a voice called me at the end of the presentation. Hello blue girl, it was the little genius girl. Wendy, my name is Wendy. She kicked me lightly. However, I saw that Robin was walking in the direction where we were. I admit you weren't bad, that would put us in a bit of a tie, me for your friend's exams, and you for this debate. Not bad. Robin extended his hand to me. As a gesture of kindness I accepted the small victory I had achieved. Not everything is a competition, however, it was entertaining. Robin smiled at him, who simply nodded without much pleasure at the comment. It's true, both were great, that's what I wanted to tell you. Besides thanking you for your help, the people were delighted with the machine. Thank you very much Luffy. The little girl left. Robin and I stayed walking around the place, observing some machines, debating their use. I'll ask a question personally, I don't care much about the answer, but Robin bought me a soda, which was a bit strange coming from her. I don't like being here. I know it's my father's company and prestige, but the truth is I never liked being at this kind of events. Ever since I can remember my father left me alone, and the truth is I always felt sad. Robin looked at me. I tried to believe that he understood me, but it was something I doubted a lot. Chapter 21. Robin and Luffy. Robin's POV. At the end of the event there was a tie. My mother and Dragon shook hands, both smiling at the result, adding one more tie to their endless competition. On the other hand, I had found some interest in the life of my now secretary Luffy, who caused me some intrigue, as I didn't know what he would do in the future. I was back at home with my mother who, upon arriving, decided to go to sleep. For my part, I decided to stay in the living room. After the event, I felt just as tired, but not enough to not read for a while. After sitting in the living room reading, I decided to go to the small terrace we had at home. From there, I could see the starry night, the moonlight in all its splendor. With a cup of coffee, I sat down to enjoy the view. Of Luffy. Well son, we'll see each other soon. My father said goodbye, leaving me with Makino again. Apparently he had an important business trip. Makino said goodbye, although the atmosphere was somewhat tense because of the whole thing. Hey, I wanted to apologize. I think I got carried away at the time. I didn't think all this was going to happen. When we were in the kitchen, I decided to apologize. It was partly my fault, well, both of ours, but I had started it all when I met Olivia. Relax, you just won't have dinner for 3 days, Makino responded with her usual smile. I think you're what? I took my food and moved it away from her so she wouldn't take it from me. Go to your room, young man, listen to your mother, I pouted and then went up to my room. When I arrived I put my things in order and looked out the window at the starry sky. From inside my room I observed the moon and the stars. There is an old story which tells us how two souls at opposite ends came to meet through the moon, neither of them knew it, but it was the moon who, seeing their loneliness, decided to bring them together from there, despite their own differences. A love arose. Makino gave me a big scare, she took up business in my bed while she finished telling her story. Love? I asked confused. That's right, both souls stared at the moon, and their hearts connected in that instant, assuming that no matter how much time passed, they would be destined to be together. I looked at the sky again, deep down, maybe someone somewhere also thought like me, maybe they were hoping to meet someone. Then somewhere I'll connect with someone. I looked at Makino who was smiling, I certainly felt sorry because she had a look of illusion after having told me that story. That's right, Makino said goodbye and continued watching the night. Students are reminded that club activities have been renewed. Any questions, please contact the council. It was another day at school. Now I was on the council, presenting my corresponding activities. Now I was Robin's right-hand man, completing paperwork, attending special meetings, taking notes, and organizing meetings with students. How is that possible? Hancock spoke in an altered manner next to Vivi and Kaya, who seemed to be the one being scolded. Well, he's very funny, he's attentive, a bit clumsy, but he's very kind to me. It seemed like Kaya was describing someone, imagine who it could be. However, her companions didn't seem to be happy. For God's sake just tell me it's not something serious. Kaya didn't say anything. Hancock and Vivi left, they passed by me, and it was Hancock who glared at me. What are you looking at? Vivi gave a small bow in farewell, and they both left the council chamber. It's Usopp, right? I said, taking a seat. She tried not to pay attention to me. Do you know him? After a while he decided to talk to me. Yes, he can become a great engineer, he even knows things about chemistry, I commented, remembering how he had presented himself and how he had applied his knowledge to study. Yes, he's full of surprises, he knows how to tell fabulous stories, I like him a lot. Kaya seemed very happy to talk about him. Listen to him, I really like listening to his stories, that's what I was trying to say. His face was red after knowing what he had said. For my part I just laughed lightly. Hey, I'm not here to judge you, I gave him help studying, he was in the special class, now at least he can make more friends, I said happily. However, she lowered her gaze a little. Yes, but what will the school say? She seemed worried, perhaps because she was a member of the council she should maintain her famous status. Hey, what does school matter? He seems to make you happy, if you both are happy you shouldn't care what others say. Go out, let the world know about you, and let them know that Kaya and Usopp don't care what you think. Kaya was perplexed by my words. I think I got a little carried away. She stood up, I thought she would hit me or something like that. To my surprise she advanced on me, giving me a hug and shouting happily. You're incredible. I felt like I was running out of air because of how tightly he hugged me. I think I did something right by saying those words to him. Chapter 22. Confusing feelings. Robin's Pav. You're incredible. As we entered the room, Kaya was holding Luffy as if he were a rag doll, he looked like he was barely breathing. Kaya, you're going to kill my secretary, I commented as I went to my desk. Kaya released Luffy while he was breathing. Sorry, Luffy, I really appreciate it, you're absolutely right, Kaya told him. I didn't know what they were talking about, it's not like I cared that much. However, I decided to turn a deaf ear. Yes, Luffy said with difficulty. President, she said goodbye to me and left the room very excited. She's not usually very vocal. Any big news I should know about? I asked without much interest. Sometimes the things my assistants did didn't matter much to me, as long as it didn't affect the board's performance. Only if you're interested in love topics. I assumed it was the guy who had told me about a few days ago. So that boy in Kaya. My suspicions were cleared without having to ask many questions. Yes, Luffy replied as he sat down on the chairs in the place. Then it's nothing important, I declared as I proceeded to read Luffy's report. I suppose, by the way, I noticed you tied your hair today. I put down the report for a moment to look at Luffy, who seemed to be getting comfortable for sleep. In fact, today he had come to school with his hair tied up and wearing thin framed glasses. Beginning of Trunga T World. Yes, thanks for noticing. I continued with my work of reading the paperwork. I looked at Luffy a couple of times, looking for a way to return the compliment. However, he didn't have any aesthetic changes that I could highlight. That's why we're asking for a little bit of a budget increase. We're currently discussing increasing the funding for the Fine Arts Club. What do you think? I asked Luffy. It was a routine I'd developed with Vivi, as she was good at analyzing situations. It was also a good way to see Luffy's capabilities. Well, Hancock is the treasurer in any case, now that Vivi is with her, perhaps she can give me a report on the finances. It was the simplest route so as not to affect the club members. Okay, we'll give you an answer within the week, I replied, which wasn't at all like how I usually handle things. I always had both a yes and a no answer. Thank you, the young men thanked us and we both left. Okay, what's next on the list? I asked as we walked through the halls. Luffy checked the to-do list. That was the last one on the finance appointment list. The book club representative gave me a list of books to add some novelty to the library, he said with relief. That sounds good, let me see. He handed me a sheet of paper filled with many well-known novel names, however, each of these seemed to have an obvious pattern. Who's supposed to be the representative of this club? I asked angrily. Whoever it is, I wasn't going to accept any of his books. Sanji, she remembered that name, if she wasn't mistaken he was a below-average student. Rejected, no novel of this style can be part of the library. I handed the list to Luffy, then I thought briefly about what he could think because in the end the titles were clear. 50 Lights Revealed, Before Me, Before After, Hero Lesson, aren't they young adult novels? Luffy asked with a slight blush on his face. We both arrived at the council room. Only 2, the rest are erotic novels. Take a seat. Well, I'll let you know then that none were accepted. Luffy left the list on the desk, poured some coffee. Well, if that's all for today, I think it would be best to go home. Luffy put down my cup and sat down on the couch. Finally he lay down. It's not as hard as you thought, is it? I said, watching him lean back in the chair, apparently still not used to the pace. A little, but now I just want to sleep. While he was relaxing I looked out the window at the sunset, maybe asking for some time, because when I reacted it was a bit late. I packed my things and when I looked over to see where Luffy was, he was still sleeping. I shook him slightly to wake him up, but after a few attempts, I filled a glass with water and threw it at him. He reacted, scared and annoyed, during the walk to the school exit. Don't give me that look, I wasn't going to leave you at school, either, I said annoyed when I saw how Luffy looked at me. You just had to move me, he complained. That's what I did, I said without giving it much importance. Liar, he said, still annoyed at getting soaked. We walked down a small street, because there was no light on the street we normally took. However, there was something strange. Damn idiot, we both heard that whisper. Chapter 23. Mixed Feelings. The covered man attacked Luffy. I moved away from them to a safe distance. Luffy dodged his first attack. That guy did not give up and with a knife in hand continued attacking. After that 2 more people came out. One was tall and robust, another was thin, and with a metal stick they began to attack Luffy. Don't even think about running, girl. We knew you were leaving school late. We were waiting for you, and in this alley, no one is going to hear you, much less help you. A woman's voice intercepted me as I tried to flee to ask for help. Help? Luffy spoke seriously. Don't even think about moving unless you want your friend to get hurt. He had caught me and with a knife at my neck, the chances of getting away were low. Hey. Luffy was surrounded, there was no way we were going to get out unharmed. Damn cowards. Luffy received a blow. The first guy put away his knife and started hitting him with his bare fists. Luffy defended himself as much as he could, however, he was stopped because of me, he was afraid. Damn conceited girl, that girl hit me for being the smartest. You're a nuisance, that girl, because her friend was in love with me. I wish you'd never come to this school. A group was angry because I'd made a change. Damn bastard, come on, get up. Out of the corner of my eye I saw the girl distracted. She had me hugged with one arm while in the other she had the knife. I watched as Luffy received blow after blow without screaming. They lifted him up and then knocked him down. They only used their fists, they had left the objects on the floor. Hey, what are we going to do with the girl? I immediately moved my head back, hit that girl's nose. She dropped the knife due to the impact. I turned behind her and with all my strength I cut her off. Damn bitch, I took the knife and put it in my hand. H. An agonizing scream came from the girl's mouth. I took out the knife and saw that the thin guy came after me. He caught me, or so he thought, until I forcefully stabbed him in the abdomen, although this time I couldn't remove it. They were all covered with their faces. Despite the low light of the almost night their faces could not be seen, so I would have no way of remembering them. However, whoever they were, they would be injured. Hey, where do you think you're looking? Luffy got up with some difficulty. He was bleeding from the head and had several wounds, not to mention his clothes were almost torn. With that strength he attacked the one who started all this, however the tall one caught him. Even with that Luffy hit him between the legs. I ran towards the objects on the ground and with the metal stick I attacked the last one that was left, however, he stopped me and pushed. Wait a minute, that voice, reflections. A white dove was resting in a small trash can. Lucci. He approached me and took off his mask. It was him. I should have guessed then that those were his famous CP9 group, a disciplinary division he had disbanded several years ago. Well, President, you caught me. You were probably busy and never knew I left school. Now you deserve it. Who's protecting you? No one. It's time for you to pay for pushing me aside, for stripping me of my position. He crushed mine with his foot. I held back my pain to watch him lift that tube. Who's protecting her? When he tried to hit me, Luffy had stopped him. I pushed him away from me. With an angry look, Lucci lunged at him. Damn son of a bitch, Lucci was hitting Luffy. He was too hurt to defend himself, however, he kept fighting. There was blood all over his body, and he bumped. He didn't know how long it would last. The girl got up with difficulty and took the knife from her almost unconscious partner and angrily was about to stab me. Damn bitch, I got away from her as much as I could. I managed to get up with difficulty due to the pain in my foot. We were probably lost, however. I saw how Luffy ran as fast as he could. He pushed the girl, and with an agile movement he took that knife and turned Lucci, who was coming behind. He managed to knock him down, and the knife ended up on Lucci's shoulder. Shout all you want, almost no one passes through this alley at this hour. If I see you again, it will take more than a hospital for you. Luffy left my former council member with a knife in his shoulder and complaining of pain. Not satisfied with it, he kicked him. That knocked him out. The same for the girl and the others. Are you okay? He asked me with concern. Despite being the one who was injured, he helped me walk until we reached a brighter, more accessible place. What are you doing? I grabbed my phone and called my mother. She hadn't left town yet. I asked her to send the driver. It's okay, daughter, he's on his way there. He just dropped me off at the airport. My meeting came early, so I'll see you in a few months. That was good news. The driver was trustworthy, and he didn't care at all about my life or my mother's, so he wouldn't say anything seeing our condition. Call my driver, he'll take us home. I took a small towel out of my backpack and tried to clean Luffy's face. I tried to make him look as unhurt as possible until my driver arrived. You can't go home in this state. I don't want the school to have problems because of council matters, and you can't go to a hospital because they'll ask questions, and Lucci's family, no matter how much they agree with me, won't forgive anything for happening to their son. Luffy was leaning against the wall. He could barely stand. Luckily for me, there was medicine and a lot of first aid stuff in the house. How do you know he won't say anything? I kept thinking about future events after this incident. Because fools like Lucci have something more important to maintain. Luffy looked at me expectantly. What thing? I asked simply. His pride. He will never say that a guy beat him and his friends up. Besides, his family would distort the story. In any case you lose, he would surely spread rumors that affect your father anyway. No hospitals. Lucci was a guy who always presented himself as upright and fine. However, he was an arrogant, mean, intellectually inferior to me. However, his family was one of the most influential in terms of charitable donations. No hospital would treat Luffy reason. Because surely his father gave him the go-ahead to do this. When he sees that his son is not only a failure in his studies, but also cannot commit a crime, well, he will surely take him from here, send a message to the council as a truce and peace. Where will I go? Makino won't forgive me if I don't get home in this state. I had enough with getting her into a fake relationship with my father. I haven't had dinner in almost half a week. Luffy now looked decent. When the driver arrived, we both got in the back seat. Despite his condition, he was still the same. I'll talk to her, make up some excuse about school, and then think about the rest. We arrived at my house and the driver left. I made Luffy go into the living room. He looked curiously at every corner of the room. He walked a bit until finally what had to happen a long time ago happened. Luffy fainted before he could sit down. It hurts. It was clear that he kept his composure the whole way. I couldn't imagine the pain he must feel. A blow with his bare fist in a metal pipe, not to mention all the blows given by the tall and robust young man. I'm surprised he didn't cry. Maybe it's a man's pride. Come on, the couch is also a bed. Lie down, I'll go get some bandages and the rest of the medicine cabinet. I left Luffy on the couch in the living room. Well, I went to the kitchen to get the medicine. Maybe I should take him some clothes. I have no idea which ones, but something will occur to me. Luffy's pav. Makino will kill me if she sees me like this. I promised her I wouldn't look for trouble, and now I just left 4 guys injured. Is Robin right? I think so. She knows that kind of people well. I will continue studying and acting as if nothing had happened. Time will decide what will happen. Besides, the director would not risk anyone from the council. The fight was far from school. They can't link us in any way. Robin is right. Hey, move to the side. Robin arrived with a bunch of things in his hands, placed them on the table and sat next to me. For some reason he felt a little embarrassed. Stop looking at me, it's uncomfortable. Despite everything, she remained the same. She placed a liquid on a towel and began to clean my face. That burns, I complained as I felt the towel burning my face. It means it's working. Now take off your shirt. What? She told me to take off my shirt. She looked normal, there was no trace of shame or embarrassment. Was all I could manage. Come on, I don't have all night. She began to take off my shirt. I hid my sadness with a towel. If I understand how she placed bandages on my back and abdomen. Wait, I felt a chill at every touch of his hands. For God's sake, stop being childish. His tone was the same. Had she done this before? Had she perhaps seen a boy before? Could it be that she Don't you feel, I tried to say, but she scratched a wound interrupting my question. Shame, embarrassment, pity. No, I used to go out with someone a while ago, not exactly a partner, let's say he was someone trustworthy. He used to get into various problems, and since you were hurt, I was the one who helped him with his wounds. That calmed me down a little. I put my embarrassment aside and took the towel off my face. What happened to him? I asked, very curious. He left the city. In the end I realized that he was a burden to me. There was no kind of connection between us. We understood each other, yes, but he was just a dog chasing me. The day he caught me he didn't know what else to do. After a while it became a nuisance, having to find out that she was sick and that she always came to me for help. He was an idiot who destroyed her future. There was a somewhat uncomfortable silence for a while. This is the first time you've talked a lot, I said, breaking the little tranquility that there was in the room. She looked at me with her usual cold eyes. And the last one. I felt that my words were not the best. Maybe she had gotten upset. She didn't mean to, it's just that she is somewhat complicated. No wait, I didn't mean that, it's just that she was always reserved, short answers, normal explanations, and well, I was a little surprised to hear you talk about something from your life. I think my only chances of being able to understand her were lost in just a few seconds, as they say, destroyed in seconds. Anyway, this isn't the first time I've seen an exposed male body. I can tell that no one ever treated your wounds, right? She had a point. No one ever helped me heal. Makino would get mad at me and then come and leave a few things at my door. She always said she had no right to treat or heal me. Mama did those things. My mother, when I was little and I hurt myself, I remember my mother taking care of me. I looked at the ground for a moment, lost in the past, a past I can't and don't want to remember. Well, I guess when Robin tried to get up with the things, she lost her balance. I immediately remembered that her leg had been stepped on. How could I have been so blind? Surely she kept that to herself because of my condition. She thought that hers was the least of her concerns compared to mine. Was that reasonable even in situations like this? Chapter 24. Two sides, one coin. Are you stupid? I said, approaching him to help him. What? Despite wanting to continue with her smug attitude, I could see the pain on her face. Oh my god, you shouldn't have forced yourself like that. My bandages were stained with blood again, all because of the sudden movements. What are you doing? I approached her to pick her up. Her pride probably wouldn't allow me to help her like a normal person. Returning the favor. Don't you dare touch. Too late for her. I picked her up and left her on the bed chair. I took off her shoe and well, she didn't say anything. Leg or just ankle? I looked at her. She was upset. I sighed somewhat tiredly and felt a twinge in my wound. However, I didn't express it at all. Both, she said with some sadness. Okay, let's see if there's any ointment. I found one and carefully removed her stocking. I'd never done this before. We were both certainly embarrassed, me for being so close to her and her for the fact that I was helping her. Careful. Too late for me. I didn't have the delicacy to not squeeze so hard. Just bandage me up and be done with it. I did what she said and left her with her foot and part of her leg bandaged. I left the things in the kitchen and went back to her. Don't move too much, your body is still slightly shaken. As soon as you cool off you'll be in agony of pain, she said. In fact, I already felt the pain in my body. I couldn't be as comfortable as I wanted. Don't worry. Do you want to order something? Robin looked at me strangely. Maybe I didn't choose the best words. I have some money, we can order something to eat. We were both in the living room. She didn't seem happy about it after everything we went through in just one day. What do you mean? She asked. Pizza. There was silence for a while and then we both decided yes. Well, we wait. You should change, she said, turning on the television. Do you have any clothes that fit me? She looked thoughtful. I think so, I have a couple of big shirts, otherwise there's a quick dryer. With difficulty I got up, feeling a little nervous because I was going to enter Robin's room. Okay, then I'll go. I stopped in front of the stairs. Where was his room? Did he trust me? Was this a test? Second door on the left, the bathroom is across the way. My shirts are in the third closet. If I see anything out of place I'll kill you, I said to myself without looking at me. I guess he understood why I was so nervous. Sure, in fact, I was thinking that maybe I should help you up. I looked at the stairs. She would probably go up, but because of her foot she would have difficulty. No way, it's just another excuse to touch me. Maybe it was me, but now that I think about it, she never has any kind of contact, just handshakes. None of her classmates ever gave her hugs or anything. It's called courtesy, I said, somewhat annoyed. I thought he thought I had other intentions. The same one I offered you, giving you permission to enter my chambers. Damn, no matter how I looked at it, I was the invader anyway. The same one I offer for the fact that you can't walk. She turned to look at me annoyed. I looked at her the same way. Even in situations like this, we both couldn't get along. Okay, but admit that you're just looking for a way to have physical contact with me. Isn't it the other way around? We both looked at each other angrily. In the end, I went up to the second floor, looked for his room, and went in to look for the shirt or t-shirt. I don't know the difference. His room was very tidy. Books, uniform, his bed. There were no posters, nothing that looked feminine. Following the instructions, I found the t-shirt. I left everything as it was and went into the bathroom. I left my shirt and pants in the washing machine. My whole body hurt, even the drops of water from the shower felt like stings. Luckily, it was warm and I was able to take a shower peacefully. My underwear is almost dry, my pants are fine, I guess I should hide my shirt, if Makino sees it, she'll ask questions. With my uniform clothes and a white t-shirt, I went down to where Robin was. The pizza arrived, that was good news. Great, I said, jumping onto the couch and then complaining in pain. Okay, fine, she looked at me with some pity. What thing? I said with great difficulty. I want you to take me upstairs. Well, laughing will make this worse. Of course I took her by the back and legs and she wrapped her arms around my neck. I thought she was a bit heavy, but the truth is that she wasn't. Even with that, climbing each step was an internal pain that I had to endure. Don't get used to it, silly, she said with great sadness. Of course, but I think it's the closest we've ever been, I said as we walked up the stairs. I hate this. When we got to the apartment I left her to go to her room. What thing? I asked to find out what he meant. To believe that you are my friend. It was something difficult to say. It certainly is something complicated. She was not what I could say my friend, she was a companion, but nothing more. We are different and you are here with me out of obligation. If it were your choice you would surely leave. It wasn't true. I wasn't so mean as to simply be upset by the fact that we were different. Wait, was all this your way of making a friend? She didn't say much, she started walking. Maybe the last one. I stopped him at once. Hey, I know we don't share certain ideals, but I would never leave anyone because of that. I mean, you're a great person in a way, you stood up for yourself out there. I said, trying to make her see that she was strong. I was thinking of leaving you. That surprised me a lot. I took a small step back. Huh? That was all I said. Don't you see the kind of person I am? I use others for my own good, even if it hurts them. I don't care. I didn't care, I shouldn't, but after all these weeks, you are the first real friend I have, at least for me. I didn't know what to say. Robin always presented herself as someone who didn't feel interested in anyone unless they were useful. It's true that we have been a little closer, maybe that's what changed in her. She even woke me up when I fell asleep. You're not that bad, it's just I think you haven't found someone who understands you, I said simply. Apparently that made Robin happy. I don't know if I used the words correctly, but I think I had achieved something. You're the first one to try it. He smiled slightly, walking to his room, and I went down to the kitchen to get plates and glasses. Why the hell is my heart beating? I don't understand, it doesn't make sense. I'm upset, maybe I feel guilty for judging her too much. In the end, she's not a bad person. She just hasn't had anyone close in her life, and her mother raised her that way. Maybe we're not so different. Chapter 25. Close. Robin's POV. After taking my bath I carefully went down the stairs. Luffy had served the pizza and was waiting in the living room. I remained myself for the rest of the night, although I had obviously expressed many emotions. You are a very interesting person, Luffy, I said simply. He looked at me confused. He took it as a compliment. After a while of watching television the atmosphere was more relaxed. Well, I try to be myself with everyone, he said without much more to add. However, that ease with which he interacted with people was something I envied. But you're not like them, you're just like me, someone different. Convincing and making others follow me was a gift that only I had. However, mine was a type of manipulation, using fear that could make others succumb to me. I guess although we don't share, Luffy was the same as me, the ability to make others follow him, but out of loyalty, out of a bond that he could establish. Interests, ambitions. We are connected somehow. Staring at Luffy, in his gaze I knew that we were both the same side of a coin, so similar and opposite at the same time. That simple relationship would only bring problems. We were poles that could be together, but never be connected, go hand in hand, but not in the same tune. Me as fear and she as joy, me as ice and the only one who melted me. Robin, only problems can arise from that relationship. We were a kind of antithesis, so complicated for each other that the simple mutual understanding of an event could make my mind filled with so much ego and superiority. Finally decide to experience a simple scenario where I couldn't predict what would happen. A scenario where I had to let myself be guided by trusting someone else. Perhaps that was what happened. It is my only sensible explanation for what was happening. What was happening? Of Luffy. After serving the pizza on plates and bringing some soda, I was waiting for Robin. I thought about helping her, but she came down without much difficulty. We both sat down and enjoyed what might be the only quiet moment of the evening. You are a very interesting person, Luffy, Robin spoke out of nowhere. I looked at him confused because I didn't know what he meant. Maybe it was some complicated way of saying thank you. Well, I try to be myself with everyone, I said after a while. We had watched a movie in the middle. It was a calm environment, however. Robin seemed to be somewhat far from reality, as if lost in her thoughts. But you're not like them, you're just like me, someone different. She looked at me. Maybe it was true, being a genius just because, if not, is something normal, but something was wrong with Robin. I guess although we don't share. She came closer slightly, perhaps preventing him from speaking, and well, she succeeded. Interests, ambitions. We're connected somehow. She was getting closer and closer to me. Is there something on my face? Why is my heart beating so fast? What's wrong with it? Robin, I didn't know how to react to what she was doing. She grabbed my face and pulled me closer. She was kissing me. I didn't know what to do. What should I do? When she slowly pulled away from me, all I could see was her face, so different, not the same as always. That cold gaze had vanished. That cold girl, so full of an aura that instilled fear in others, was now someone who had nothing, so exposed, so to speak. Luffy, it was my turn to kiss her back. I pulled her closer, not knowing if she was going to say anything or not. Was I doing it right? When was the last time I kissed a girl? I could feel her kissing back. I felt her position herself on top of me. We quickly looked at each other and continued kissing. My hands ended up on her waist, while the heat of the moment made our breathing labored. Robin, are you sure? Even so, I managed to salvage some sanity before succumbing to passion. Let's stop thinking for once. He took off his clothes and helped me. We both stared at each other. We continued kissing, both shirtless. Between caresses and kisses I got on top of her. We were both so agitated and excited to the point where our underwear fell out on the floor, now both naked and with no signs of stopping. Robin's pav. We were both without clothes. I felt Luffy's hands running over my bare skin. Just as I felt his body, I felt a certain fear. We both looked at each other to give way to what was the point of no return. I felt his hands run over my breasts. I circled his neck as I felt his mouth travel over my body. Between each touch I let out a slight moan of pleasure. Our breathing, agitated for the moment, culminated when I felt the tip of his member rub against my intimacy. Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? Security, self-esteem, pride, fear. I have extremely complex virtues. Why don't I feel fear? I have no answer to my own question. What is it that makes me not feel afraid of the person on top of me? There was no fear. I felt no shame or embarrassment in simply asking him to take my first time, my virginity, as they say. Have I finally found what I've been so longing for? Impossible, I have to reason, even if. How is this spoiled girl? I can remember him, a voice that echoed in my ears when I was a child, a man I remember little of, something called father. My daughter. I saw him several times, rejecting me as if I were some kind of parasite. My mother lost interest in it. Little by little she realized that we were alone. You're crazy, I'm not going to take care of this girl. My mother worked, so she couldn't always take me to work. That guy never greeted me, gave me a hug, a few words, or an explanation. In simple words, he was a stranger to me. Miss Olivia, we found your body in the bus accident. She died on a bus, along with other people. Her loss didn't affect us at all. We went on with our lives. After all, she was my mother and me. You can't trust anyone, Robin. I can't with anyone. What can't I have with someone? Is that the word that isn't in my vocabulary? You can't with anyone. I can't, I shouldn't, but deep down inside, I have that desire, as if it were a promise that life gave me. There's no way I can connect with anyone, because no one can connect with me. Am I so different? How many people are there who didn't grow up without a father or mother, even with it they can continue forward? Luffy was proof of someone who also understands my loss, but doesn't accept my way of expressing it. We are a functioning antithesis, and right now, like a coin or a gear, we spin in opposite directions, at a rhythm that we can both follow without the need for agreements. As if somehow our souls danced with a synchronicity worthy of the envy of professionals. Then I came back to myself, looking at the young man who in so few weeks had made my mind revolutionary regarding people. I looked him straight in the eyes. Can I trust you, Luffy? Trust, it would be the first time I would do it, giving not only myself to a person, but also the despicable way of destroying me. Yes, Luffy replied. There was no sign of hesitation in his gaze, no malice on his face. He was simply someone who before making a decision for himself consulted with me. Okay, do it, just go slowly please. Then our bodies joined into one. Chapter 26. Sincerity. Of Luffy. It was morning. I had woken up with some pain due to the events of the previous night. However, what intrigued me quite a bit was the fact that I was lying in the living room. Next to me was Robin, who also woke up with some difficulty. Good morning, I said with some nerves. Robin for his part looked at me and slightly moved away, taking the sheet we shared. I thought it was all just a nice dream, she said with a slight blush. Same here. A certain tense atmosphere formed between them. Put on some clothes. Although with some shame I covered myself and looked for my clothes on the floor. She did the same. After the awkward moment, she slowly went up to her room. I took the trouble to tidy the living room and thought about preparing something to eat. I checked my cell phone and there were a couple of messages from Makino. I knew she would scold me when I got home, but nothing would take away this little moment of tranquility. What did I just do? To recap all this a bit, I just had Hex with the president of the council, with whom we were slowly becoming friends. Well, up to that point, everything was normal, so due to what happened with Lucci and his companions, there was no other option but to go to her house. However, she found herself hurt and in a moment of weakness that was unusual for her. Don't you see the kind of person I am? I use others for my own good, even if it hurts them I don't care. I didn't care, I shouldn't, but after all these weeks, you're the first real friend I have, at least for me. Robin wasn't a bad person, she was just someone afraid. What could she possibly be afraid of? On the outside, she was a strong, serious, even frightening person at times, but she was the one I most wanted to have around me. You're not that bad, just I think you haven't found someone who understands you. What I said was true, perhaps he is right, we are so similar that I believe that just like a coin we are two different sides. You're the first one to try it. It's not out of obligation, it's not out of wanting something, she's simply the person who has been the hardest for me to understand. I don't intend to change anything about her, I can't do that, but if I can at least understand her reasons, our relationship will be a little more bearable as friends. Friends don't do this, so in any case, we would be a half couple. Smells good. Robin arrived at the kitchen and took a seat in the dining room. Yes, I thought I'd prepare something, it's lucky that as council members we can be late to school I said, trying to sound as calm as possible. Yes, a convenient benefit. Her tone was normal, there was nothing strange despite what had happened, she was probably trying to be as calm as possible, perhaps it was me who was making things bigger than they really were. Yes, I served breakfast normally despite my real nerves. My driver came by today to pick up some uniforms. I'll replace yours because of what happened last night. The last word echoed in my head. Last night? Clearly thinking that's what he meant. Lucci and company left your clothes in a mess, so I'll give you a new uniform to replace it. Did you make some coffee? A slight relief came to me. I poured him coffee and sat down to eat breakfast. This isn't normal. Don't you have anything to say? I started our conversation a little nervously. I think there's a lot to say, but I'm hungry right now, thanks for the food. She calmly continued eating. Yes, I understand, but it feels strange, I said with some sadness. We both finished breakfast and after a while of silence. Is it? She asked, staring at me. Yes, I mean, it's not that easy to put that aside, I kept thinking about what it means. She stood up and took her dishes to the sink, I did the same, and by accident our arms brushed. She moved away quickly, discreetly, although it was obvious to me. I'm not putting it aside. I think about what we did. I also question myself. What does it mean? Not just to you, but to me. After all, I gave you my whole being. You saw the most hidden part of me. I literally opened up to one person, you. Do you know what the worst part is? I remained silent listening to what she had to say. I'm afraid of you. That explains his complaints when I helped him up, when I treated his foot, and now when I rubbed him with my arm. Why? I asked, nervous about the answer. For the harm you could do to me, you're the second person who's ever come to me. My mother is the first. She taught me and helped me overcome that situation when he left us to our fate. Him? If I understood correctly, he meant his father. Now that I think about it, he never mentions him. You don't want to be like your mother now, I understand, that's what she meant by the established path. Better than her, but I won't achieve it if I repeat the same mistakes, that's why I'm afraid of you. Surpassing his mother meant having someone by his side who wouldn't abandon him if I committed. It would be a promise I shouldn't break, because then she would be broken forever. That's why you use people, I declared with some sadness. So I don't feel anything when they fail me, she responded with a cold tone. You hate that feeling, don't you? I guessed the answer without looking at her. The one of having and trusting, but then feeling betrayed. You are filled with sadness for believing that you had someone by your side before he continued, I interrupted him. And then she left, or I looked at her and then heard her finish my sentence. I died. A slight silence fell. You see? It's so funny how we both understand each other. We've suffered something that marked us for life, and yet we are different. You had someone who helped you cope with your loss. I had to overcome it alone. My mother was there as long as necessary, but nothing more than that, always walking on the safe side and using whoever was necessary. His words summed up how he had lived his entire life, without trusting, using and stepping on others. However, she was like that. Why would he try to change her? If just understanding her was more than enough. I'm not looking to change that, it's you in the end. What can I do? Why change you if in the end we understand each other in one way or another? We have our synchronicity and we handle things in our own way. Maybe that was the reason why we both understood each other. We both didn't seek to change anything about each other, just to understand each other. Do you think I'm a lost cause? That I'm not worth the effort? put it that way, she believed he didn't try because he didn't want to. However, he simply didn't want to. No, I tried to explain better, I approached to take her hand, but she moved away. Don't touch me. He quickly moved away from me. It's not that you don't deserve it, it's just that you don't need it, Robin, you asked me if you could trust me, now I ask you, can I trust you? She looked at me uncertainly. I don't know, with a lost look. Someone once told me that trust is a bond that cannot be built, that it is impossible to create. She looked at me confused. How? I asked, intrigued. Trust is something that exists between two or more people, the only thing that can happen is that it is lost. I will not do anything to make you lose the trust you have in me, and even if it is impossible for you to believe it, I will trust you despite your answer. I truly trust that there is going to work, and that no matter what happens I trust you. Trusting her was the only thing I could do. You cannot cure a heart, but you can give it the strength to open its feelings. That morning we both sealed a promise with a kiss, one that would be tested with the passage of time. There is no winner or loser, just two hearts trying to understand each other. How do you feel about your injuries? She asked me with some sadness. Much better, I've always been resilient to blows, remember I beat Lucci up, plus that mint-scented cream helped me a lot. I took my distance and answered him with a slight smile. I don't remember putting that on you, she questioned. I did it while you were in the bathroom, now it doesn't hurt as much, I just have the bruises after our talk. We grabbed our things and left when the driver arrived. Robin's pav. You hate that feeling, don't you? When was the last time I put my trust in someone other than my mother? Never. I haven't had a single friend, much less a boyfriend, in my entire life. Just like Luffy, what we had between us now wasn't a relationship. Little by little, we were getting to know each other. However, it seemed so relaxing to know that he was just as lost as I was. We were both in the car, facing opposite directions. Could he be right? He said I could trust him, and he's not asking me for anything in return. He didn't ask the same question. He just assumed I'd do the same. He even trusted me not to do anything when he kissed me in the kitchen. Just remembering that made my heart flutter. That made me think about how dominant Luffy could be, however, more than that, it was the fact of how weak he could represent when it came to things like that. It must be because of my lack of knowledge. It's not that I'm a fool in this regard, it's just that there is a big difference between books and facts. We arrived. She's the president, she looks different. Who is the boy? I heard he's the new secretary, they say he's at a level that rivals hers. I heard he was just lucky. The rumors and comments were immediate, and the journey to the council office was a long one, but upon arrival, I felt relieved. Madam President, how are you feeling today? Vivi welcomed me into the council chamber. Okay, please leave the reports on the table, the schedule on the desk, and please bring me a coffee. Vivi did everything I told her in a short time and left in search of coffee for our coffee maker. I'll be right back. He left shortly. Luffy took a seat and looked at the small mountain of papers in front of him. Wow, you make an order sound good for someone to do. He began reading the documents while talking. It's my duty, review the papers carefully, I said in my usual tone, although seeing it now didn't interest me, more like a certain sadness or what is known as nervousness. I guess it's a place thing, Luffy said out of nowhere. What are you saying? I asked, confused. Well, at school you seem like a different person, he said without stopping looking at the paper in his hands. I'm the same person, I thought you didn't care. Maybe it was my habit of always having the last word, but the conversation turned to our competition to see who was right about the other. Now you're trying to play with me, he looked at me, his gaze now represented a challenge to me because after last night, seeing him brought back certain memories. However, now that we were back I couldn't afford to show myself as if I were at home, much less in front of my council assistants. You think so? I smiled defiantly. That's what I see, the same thing happened when we went for a hamburger. I remembered when Luffy convinced me to go in and eat. Are you trying to say he acts differently depending on where I am? That time it was just luck that he bothered me by treating me like a little girl. Let's say a little, but you're right, like I said, it's something I don't care about. The way you are is what I like. When he realized what he had said, he had not only dug his grave, it was something he now had to face. Do you like it? I asked, leaning slightly in my seat. The presence he had in the room was evident, and even Luffy, with his personality, would find it impossible to confront him. No wait, yes, but I didn't mean to say it. Well, it was understood in that tone. I didn't mean to say it in that context. I mean, without further ado, I think I had won our conversation. Luffy, be quiet and read, I said as I looked at the schedule papers. Sure, he said. I could feel his embarrassment, and I thought that was cute. Luffy. Before I could enter my trance of thoughts, Kaya came in with great excitement and pounced on Luffy. It hurts, Luffy complained. Kaya didn't know why, but in my mind the hit had probably hurt him quite a bit. Sorry, I was just really excited, Kaya said with great enthusiasm. Kaya, may I know what's wrong? I said with my usual questioning look. I invited Usopp to the summer festival, and he accepted. Luffy got up with difficulty, but Kaya was still on top of him. Congratulations, please move. Kaya moved and Luffy breathed calmly. Sorry again, but I really wanted to thank you. Your words the other day helped me decide, so as a thank you I have some tickets with access to the buffet. Kaya gave him a couple of tickets, however, in my mind there was something that made me remember that I made certain movements with Luffy's group. That sounds great, Luffy said happily. It is, Kaya replied, handing him the tickets. You can bring your group or invite someone, after all they have been working at this festival as compensation for their grades. I remembered that he had put his group as helpers for the festival, all without telling Luffy. Really? He looked at me with a because I'm not surprised look. There was no staff, and they were also short on points to get in, I said, justifying my decision. I understand. Luffy sighed, accepted the tickets and before Kaya left. Speaking of groups, I think the new students are arriving today. It was true, new groups of students were arriving today to fill the missing spots. Well, I'll welcome you this week. I think that's all. I hope to see you at the festival. Kaya said goodbye. I guess we can both go. If my group work they will surely go anyway. Luffy thought for a bit after knowing what he had done with his group. Don't expect an apology. It was Nami and Zoro who came to ask for some help, although I felt a little guilty. I couldn't deny that it hadn't been my fault. After all, they offered to help. I see. Anyway, this could be our first official date, he said with his typical smile. Date? That word echoed softly in my mind. Yeah, you know, I think we're kind of a couple now. Besides, even if that wasn't the case, wouldn't you want to come with me? Even if the first thing wasn't entirely true, the truth is that going out with him didn't seem like a bad idea to me. Okay, we'll go together. I accepted the invitation. Good morning, here's the tip, right? Moments later, a thin, black-haired young man peeked through the door. Yes, that's right, I replied calmly. My name is Ong, I'm new, I came for a couple of signatures. He approached and handed me some documents. Sure, I signed quickly and left. Luffy took the papers from Kaya and also left to deliver them. Chapter 27. Acceptance. These are your new schedules. I handed the things to a new girl, her hair tied back and a bit small. She had light green eyes, as if she were blind, even though she could actually see. Are you okay? She asked me. The truth is that after Kaya accidentally hit me because of that emotion, my wounds had hurt again. Of course, I said with a slight smile. The girl immediately hit me, the impact hitting me right at a point where I could feel the pain in every part of my body. Why, I said, trying to breathe. The girl looked at me with a serious look. Just because you lie, do you let them beat you up? It's like they're trying to teach me some kind of lesson. They probably thought I was someone they were bullying. No, I left the guys at the help. You know, of course not. I remembered that I shouldn't say that, because after all I left those guys in a bad state. Lucky you. I thought you were the kind who let themselves be beaten up and made worse. If you ended up like that, I can't imagine the weight. How many did you fight? The girl reacted instantly. Maybe she didn't hear very well, but she wasn't going to say anything else. I didn't fight with anyone. Why am I explaining this to you? I nervously left the place, feeling the girl's gaze. Hey Toph, you have to come see this. The preliminary exams are approaching. I've noticed that the president has been busy. I highly doubt she has studied as usual. Hancock was talking to Vivi, who seemed thoughtful. What are you talking about? I interrupted their conversation as I was just entering the council chamber. I thought about it with Vivi, and after seeing Kaya, the prodigies are losing order, she declared as a kind of consequence. What? Everything seems to be going as planned, I replied. You removed Lucci from his position of disciplinary order. A group is getting out of control. I don't remember if he had that position, but I know he kept order. I guess it's part of my duty to calm the bullies down, I said, assuming I was supposed to go see those guys. You can barely walk. They say you fought with Zoro or something like that. Certainly the students were spreading rumors of a fight at school, but nothing that Robin hadn't foreseen. Nothing like that. Well, yes, I had a fight, but nothing serious, I said, lying. Well, take care of that group. I don't know if I was in a position to teach anyone a lesson. The group that was under Lucci's command was the same one that was causing problems. Now that he left, all of this had me very annoyed. Zoro couldn't accompany me because he had to take care of the new students, so I had to take the beating alone. So you're the one who beat Lucci in the council tournament. I reached the back of the school. There was a group of 4 of us. My body was still aching, but I thought I could do it. Yes, you must be the ones causing the commotion. I approached where they were. Lucci always let us bother the new ones, so that no one would think they were better than the older ones. His justification was somewhat stupid. They surrounded me after I approached. Yes, but things have changed. Reasoning with them was going to be in vain. And you're the one who's going to stop us. My whole body was really hurting. I looked at the sky for a moment. The clouds were so beautiful that day. I guess so. One of the guys caught me. I let myself go to knock him down. I quickly got up and was hit by one of them. It hurts. I quickly hit one, knocked the other down, and lunged at one to hit him. Damn. I took 2 hits to my abdomen. I breathed as much as I could. I had left one on the ground, so it was one less. You guys must be the group that bothered my friends. A girl with long brown hair approached with a curious tone. What if I immediately knocked down one of the guys, taking the opportunity to knock out the last 2 that were left? Thank you. I didn't see when she hit me twice, slapped me 3 times and kicked me once. This is the part where you fool. A black-haired girl was watching as her friend had knocked down one and probably the others after getting up. Although it hurts, I didn't fall to the ground, I just felt the pain in my body. Wow, you're tough. In my mind I wanted to hit him, even if that sounded sexist. Looks like school will be fun after all, the girl said, then left the room. After the 2 strangers left, I fell to the ground, my whole body aching. I hope this takes away the pain. After fighting and resting on the ground, I decided to go to the infirmary. They gave me some pills and bandaged my wounds. I'm here, everything will be quiet for now. I don't know what's wrong with the new guys, but I got really beaten up today, I said, sitting down. How are you feeling? My body was crying out for a break. I'd say better, but I think I'll go home early, I said, looking at the box of medicines. Don't worry, I'll take you after classes are over, Robin mentioned while serving me coffee. Thank you. Robin's pav. The day passed very peacefully. Zoro and Vivi would be in charge of guiding the new students and putting them in order. This time the school was sectioned off so that the high-class students wouldn't mix with the new ones. There were even last-minute schedule changes, and well, the new students would have their own adventures in charge of Zoro and Vivi, who would be there occasionally. Luffy Makino came out to greet Luffy. He hid his wounds, but his attitude when being hugged revealed his discomfort. Hello, she greeted with a certain kindness. Good afternoon, I'm sorry I didn't call yesterday, I said, apologizing for not letting you know. Don't worry, Luffy will be the one who receives the punishment that made me feel somewhat uncomfortable, since it had also been partly my fault. As a way of compensation, I invite you to the festival. This ticket will give you access to the buffet that will be offered. I think that's all, and sorry for the inconvenience. I handed him one of the tickets they gave me. All this was the only way for Luffy not to be punished in a highway. And why can't you seem to walk, young man? Makino was a woman who couldn't be easily fooled. Luffy had no choice but to give in to his mother's suspicions. Wait, it hurts, please, with a certain concern not so common in me. I left Luffy's house. Your boyfriend is someone strange, Miss Robin, my driver commented upon seeing the scene from his place as driver. He's not my boyfriend, Sol, I said, denying that word that was so complicated for me. Miss Robin, you don't want to hear it from me, but you've always been a very lonely girl. I understand if you feel distressed about something like a relationship, but believe me, if you feel attracted to him, just make sure he feels the same. That advice from Sol left me thinking all afternoon and part of the night. Recapitulating a little, Luffy offered me his trust without expecting my trust in return. That was like jumping into the void without expecting to fall into something. It was a risk that I decided to take, but it was also a starting point for me. I remember my mother's partner was never there for us, always rejecting the idea of her work as a person. When I learned of his death, I didn't feel hatred or remorse. I felt confused by the fact that I'd never known what it was like to have a figure of the opposite sex. The word father really disgusted me a little, but beyond that. Boyfriend? For some reason that word made me feel strange. My heart raced as if I had some kind of fear or emotion. Maybe I was going through the stage of stupid imagination where one believes so many things about love. Of Luffy. So that's what happened, I said, explaining the reason for my bruises, scratches and possibly some slight fracture. I see, you had me worried. I thought something had happened to you, Makino said worriedly. My cell phone died. I still think I could have called. The truth is I don't know the house number. Does anyone still learn numbers? Anyway, go to your room and rest a bit. I'll prepare something for you to take a shower, and then you'll have dinner. Makino was an exceptional woman, knowledgeable in medicine, cooking, cleaning. She was a teacher, a housewife, in short a woman with many qualities. Thanks, the clothes are in my backpack, I said, and then went up to my room. Makino's pav. Luffy went up to his room, prepared a special water with an anesthetic effect for his wounds, a slow-cooked dinner, so he could eat and recover as soon as possible, took his backpack to look for his clothes which were a mess. However, what caught my attention was something different. His clothes were dirty and somewhat torn. However, I found a shirt that I had never seen before. A strange smell emanated from it. Perfume. Luffy only uses deodorant. Also, the perfume is fine. For a woman girl, Luffy stayed at Robin's house. 2 teenagers in a house alone without surveillance. Should I give that talk? Yes, for those who would like to know what the various characters like Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Frankie, etc. will do, these will occasionally be mentioned or appear in these stories as my attempt to make an alternate universe with many series of my liking. As a note, these characters will not take the leading role, but certain events will be explained in other stories. This way I can focus only on the main characters, Luffy and Robin. In this Zoro will appear as an instructor and Nami will accompany him. Yes, I have a story in mind with these two, comment if you want XD. In this, Natsu and company live their daily lives on another side of the city, meeting characters like Dragon, Makino and some other members. The story will not be very long since I wrote it 4 years ago, but I am adapting it. Chapter 28. Future Plans. Makino's POV. However, what caught my attention was something different. His clothes were dirty and somewhat torn. However, I found a shirt that I had never seen before. A strange smell emanated from it. Perfume. Luffy only uses deodorant. Also the perfume is fine. For a woman girl, Luffy stayed at Robin's house. 2 teenagers in a house alone without surveillance. Should I give that talk? No way, I had enough with bathing him, but what if he goes crazy? What if a girl just wants to hook him up and he falls for it because he's so noble? I can't allow that. I was talking to Luffy's backpack, searching through his things for any clue more telling than a shirt that wasn't his, plus a different smell. Maybe he had condoms or something, but what if he wasn't protecting himself? Why am I so scared? My body trembled at the thought that Luffy might not only do something stupid, but that while it was a beautiful stage for discovering pleasure and passion, it was still irresponsible to take on a future with a girl or boy. In my mind I imagine a Luffy who works in his father's company not as a boss but as an employee, a woman who only demanded money and money, without giving him love or affection, his children feeling happy with him, but uncomfortable with their mother. The same story as Dragon, but even more painful. A story like Luffy's, that quiet boy who always tried to do good, even if it hurt him, that young boy who was afraid of me, who refused to leave his mother's room, that woman he still keeps in his memory, but is a beautiful memory. Makino, she's gone. I remembered 5-year-old Luffy staring at his mother's bedroom door, accompanying him every day I could. Where's mom? The question he asked his father, who arrived bearing gifts for his son. Why did she leave? The confusion of a child who doesn't know what happened to the woman who cared for him. I miss mom. His sudden comments when he felt sad, those unpleasant moments where despite the fun he cried. I don't have a mother. The declaration of that acceptance, when a heart stops feeling so much pain for something that despite everything it has lived through, it cannot forget. Makino is my mother, a lie that he repeated several times, knowing the fallacy of the imposed statement, perhaps his only way of not feeling that he was alone. It's not that he was special or more than others, everyone has their problems, but he needed that attention because facing all of that alone was something no child could bear. I wish the best for him, I said, looking at the floor. Walking around the living room, I noticed the photograph we had. I remember when he won the race. That day he ran with everything he had to beat his teammates, an event Dragon couldn't attend, though he later took him out for pizza. I wasn't that close back then, but I appeared in the photo as his tutor. This is when he won the math prize 9 years ago when I was present at that competition, his first of many. He won second place after a girl won. He asked me to appear with his prize. Even when he got on the Water 7 roller coaster he refused to get on without me. No matter how much I deny it, Luffy was the closest thing to a son. He was a legacy of what I tried to do at that school. Is this why I'm so scared? Deep down, I love him, not that he's my blood or that woman we're talking about, someone I've cared for almost 10 years. The last photo we took of Luffy was when he returned from vacation with his father, a family moment. A 16-year-old Luffy about to enter high school soon. One day he would leave, he would inherit his father's legacy, make a life for himself. Will he remember me? Will he still talk to me? Will I be able to see him a little longer? Without realizing it, I was shedding tears. I had finally realized what it's like to watch someone grow, to have given them some of your time, to share moments that leave a mark on both of us, what my parents might have felt when I left, what I might feel when they leave. You've grown so fast, Luffy. I couldn't help but imagine how hard it would be for me to see him go. Letting him go is the hardest thing to do. How would he feel? I know I'm not his real mother, but if I may be selfish, I don't want him to leave me. Makino, is the water ready? What's wrong with you? Luffy walked towards me when he saw me crying. He always worries about others. Nothing, just a bout of melancholy. I dried my tears. Are you worried about something? He asked me with a worried tone. If I had to tell him about life, it wouldn't be with tears streaming down my face. I found this shirt in your backpack. I don't usually look through your things, but when I saw your dirty backpack I thought about washing it, then I smelled the strange smell of the shirt. Luffy was stunned when he saw the shirt. It was obvious that he knew what it was and what it probably meant. He said nervously. Luffy, you're at a stage where I think you've realized that you've grown up, you're attracted to girls and things more your age, and the hell do I really have to be me? I couldn't stand this conversation. My tone was impatient and full of foolishness. If you're talking about the talk, I think we can skip it. I don't want to. Luffy tried to avoid talking to me. No way, it's something normal. You feel attracted to the opposite sex. You look more at certain attributes in girls, if they are pretty, how they look, how they dress. You take care of yourself a little more with such an attractive being, which well in reality you are. Your smile lights up more than the morning. But the thing is that you feel a need, you begin to see obscene things, and you develop your own tastes. I don't think you have any weird fetishes. You like to eat more than anything. The truth is I was already rambling, I couldn't think about the fact that maybe. Lucky, enough, I understand what you mean, Luffy said, embarrassed. I think it's great because I'm getting tired of yelling. Luckily for me, he was somewhat calm about topics like these. Well, a couple of things happened. I had to stay at Robin's house. She also got a little involved to help me. I comment sincerely. Wait, Robin, did he hurt himself or something? I asked with some fear. A little, nothing serious or anything to worry about. She wasn't my concern. It's not that. If Olivia were to find out about something like that, I don't know what she would be capable of. Her mother was what worried me. Don't worry, it's just between us. What Luffy said surprised me. Wait a minute, maybe you too. If everything was true, then it was obvious that it had happened. Well, both of them. I know that you and her mother aren't the best of friends, but even with that, Luffy kept thinking about others instead of thinking for himself. Luffy, that doesn't matter, the point is that she is something special, I said with some fear of what Luffy would think. I guess, he said without much importance. Don't try to turn off the subject. Robin is not just any girl, Luffy. She has principles, rules and discipline. If you are going to do this frequently, you should more than anything protect yourself. The truth is that I didn't imagine Luffy being a good prospect in terms of intimate relationships, more than anything because of his somewhat lazy and carefree personality. Are we seriously talking about this? Luffy said with a slight blush on his cheeks. It's more complicated for me. I mean, I'm not your mother, I can't talk about these things. I don't have children or a boyfriend to know about these things. It was true, I couldn't know what else to say to her, because experience was what I was lacking. Luffy? I approached him. Luffy looked at the ground. A few moments had passed after I got upset. He had a couple of tears in his eyes, that worried me quite a bit. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 29. Always Together, Part 1. I know, Luffy said with tears in his eyes. What thing? I said worriedly. What did he mean? You're not my mother, but the one I have the most. What else do I have left? My father works all the time, I try to do what I want, and despite that I don't feel alone. Her tears ran down her cheeks. Perhaps it had been hard, not because of what we talked about, but because I'm not your mother. Luffy, I tried to approach him to comfort him, but he backed away. Where is she now? I wondered when I was a kid, when I was 10, and I still wonder now. Ace is gone, and he's the closest thing to a brother to me. My dad did what he could, and I love him for it. He said, wiping away his tears. His sadness was justifiable. Even so, he couldn't do anything else. He wouldn't let me. Although what you say is nice, I can't interfere in your life all the time. I don't have the right to deny you anything or make demands, only to take care of you. You are the one who always decides whether to listen or ignore, and I have no choice but to remain silent, I said without much problem. I hoped he understood why I wanted what he said. It's a lie, even if you try to deny it with your words. You haven't done anything with your life. I haven't done anything. You will be a very good girl, daughter. When are you getting married? That job isn't letting you meet people. Do you want to be alone? The words of my parents, who looked at me happily, but with doubts about what I would achieve, whether I would be a successful woman or just a straggler in the world. I took refuge in the home of a widowed man with a traumatized son. It seemed like the beginning of some romance between the father and the maid, but none of that was real. My hand rose of its own volition, as if possessed, and I slapped him. I left the living room, hid my face so he wouldn't see my tears, went to my room and closed the door. Luffy. Lucky slapped me for what I had said. I was shocked by the fact that she had hit me. Well, something like that. Without looking at her, I knew she was crying. She left the living room and locked herself in her room. Lucky. That night was one of the worst. I had argued with her, not only that, I had hurt her. That made me feel like a bad person. It was morning, I had to go to school. I got up early and prepared something for breakfast. Makino hadn't gone out. I left her breakfast in front of the door. I hoped she would eat it once I left. In the council room I was silent all morning. I didn't want to talk or argue with anyone. It was the first time I was acting automatically, answering only what I was asked and doing what I was told. My mind couldn't get the image of Makino crying out of my head. Looking at the papers in my hand, I couldn't help but remember everything I'd been through, the things I'd accomplished, and it was all thanks to her. Why did I say that? Whether or not she's a great friend in the end. She's given everything she'd given me to become who I am. Hey, what's wrong? I reacted instantly. I'd been so lost that the day had flown by. I hadn't eaten all day, only drinking coffee and water. Robin was packing up her things, ready to leave. Sorry, a couple of things happened at home, and I said, trying to sound as normal as I could. You need to talk, don't you? Robin commented. Yes, I guess it wasn't possible to tell him a lie. You have the same face that Vivi makes when she has problems, she gets lost and responds with a quick and dry tone, all of that coming from you is strange to me, she said. Apparently I'm not the only one with personal problems. I guess, hey, I could stay with you again. I almost didn't feel like I had asked it, it was like a dubious statement, which I thought I could reject. You don't want to be home, do you? She sighed. No, I didn't know whether to be there or not, but I didn't want to go there. But you will tell me everything as payment, she said. His driver arrived at the school entrance. The trip was calm and quiet. We arrived at his house. Before entering, I asked him. Why are you interested? She didn't reply. She walked into the house and I followed her without another word. Because what affects you will affect me, he told me after a while. How considerate, I said with a certain sarcasm. It was obvious that I wasn't feeling well. I thought a lot about how perhaps this day was the worst of my life. Robin's pav. Luffy was quiet on the way to my house, also at school, he looked like a zombie following my steps and instructions, something was wrong with him, and it was more than obvious that it was affecting him more than usual. When we got to my house he was still in that trance state, so I tried to get him to tell me what was wrong. You don't want to be home, do you? I said when I heard her offer to stay at my house. No, I didn't know whether to be there or not, but I didn't want to go there. But you will tell me everything as payment, she said. Why are you interested? He asked me in an annoyed tone, unusual for him. I remained silent for a moment, waiting for him to calm down. Because what affected you will affect me, I told him after a while. How considerate, he said in a sarcastic tone. It was clear that whatever was happening to him or was happening at home had made him a mess, since his cheerful and optimistic personality was what characterized him the most. I prepared something to eat and took a seat in the living room where he was. Luffy was watching television, nothing in particular, just a person watching nothing, thinking about everything. Makino and I fought, she said that, even though I said it so nicely, she wasn't my mother and had no right to make a decision about me, Luffy said in a broken tone, his voice slightly muffled. I see. He drank some water and with noticeable tears in his eyes continued. But then I told her that she hadn't done anything with her life, that if she wanted to she would have, however, she's been with me the whole time. What can you say to that? She doesn't have a boyfriend, let alone a husband, not even a friend, he said, as if he were angry. With whom? With her or him? He's been with you? Since when? I asked. Luffy hadn't told me much about his childhood. Maybe it was only I who had told him more details about my life. Since the last time I saw my mother I took a firm stance because her story would be full of feelings. Chapter 30. Always Together, Part 2. Flashback. Pav Luffy, childhood told by him. Well Luffy, let me introduce myself again. I'm Makino. From now on, I'll be your study partner. I was sitting on an individual sofa with a blackboard in front of me along with some books next to me. A couple of pieces of furniture had been moved so there would be space in the room to simulate a living room. I'm Luffy, I said as a courtesy to her. Okay, let's start. Here's this sheet of paper. You'll have 10 minutes to write whatever you want. You just have to fill it out. Then I'll see how well you're doing with grammar. I looked at the sheet of paper and started writing. I remember well what I had written. When I finished, Luffy showed me his writing. His handwriting was good, normal for his age, since it was legible. Regarding the subject, my name is Monkey D Luffy. I am 6 years old. I like to eat, play with my grandfather. My dad is always out of the house. Mom says he is an important person, but I think he is actually a hero who flies through the city. Mom says no, but I think she is lying. Mom has not returned for a long time. Dad tells me that they called her and she will not be able to return. I do not know why she cannot return. I miss her very much. Dad has introduced his friends. I do not like any of them. They are all annoying. They eat my food and yell at me. Dad says I should be nice, but she is very annoying. I want my mom now. I have a study partner. I do not know what that is, but it sounds better than a new mother. I do not want another mom. I want my mom. Luffy, do you know what your dad has done? I looked at Makino with an annoyed face. He wasn't an idiot, but he was stubborn. He wants to replace my mom, and I don't want another one. My father had tried to explain everything that had happened, but I couldn't believe it. Wait Luffy. I ran out of the room. I noticed that Makino followed me then between. No way, I don't want another mom. I was inside the room where she used to tell me stories, where she used to go when she was sad. She was always in this room. She didn't get out of bed. I guess she really liked that bed. I liked being with her, watching her smile. Luffy, I don't want to be your mother, but she won't come back. I remember those words. Why won't she come back? Why not? It's my mom, she's coming back. My mother is always in bed. She likes the bed because some people took it. The room is boring without her. Luffy, how long has it been since your mother came back? Makino asked. It's been a long time, I said simply. Listen, did your father bring women here before? I thought for a moment. Was this something that had really happened? He had brought girls like Makino here. Yes, none of them are nice, they all ignored me, they were nice to my dad, but they were never nice to me, they all left me locked up. Any of you come into this room? I looked around the room. It was clean for me, waiting for my mom to come back. No, it's my mom's room, I'll keep it clean for when she comes back, I said confidently. My mother would come back and continue reading stories. Luffy Makino sighed, however, she was different, she didn't talk about my father, she didn't say anything to me other than let's study. She's not coming back, is she? I asked, unsure of the answer. Why did my mother abandon me? Why did they take her? Sometimes life is unfair, I didn't come to be your other mother, I'm just the one who will teach you, a teacher, if you want a friend I will be, but I will never be your mother, when you want to continue I will be downstairs. No one had told me that, I felt her leave the door, I looked at the bed where my mother always was. What should I do? I asked, but I got no answer. I felt lonely, confused, and sad. I was in bed for about 5 hours. Time passed, and the days became more peaceful for me. With her, I could live peacefully, have a good time, and the nights were my favorite. I rarely slept in my room because it was close to my mother's room. We would make a small camp in the living room with the pillows and sheets. For me, going up to that floor was a kind of forbidden zone. Occasionally, Makino would tell me stories to help me sleep. Mom? I don't remember much about her at 9 years old, I was a completely new kid. I caught up with the smartest kids in school. I used to take 5th grade exams to measure my level. For some reason, my actions regarding my mom's room gradually disappeared over time. Makino finishes the exam. Record time, 15 minutes, your grandfather will take you to the plaza today, I'll grade your tests later, when you return you'll have your results. I found in books the comfort of a quieter life, in Makino a figure who helped me think that maybe not everything was bad. Time passed. When I turned 13 there was no party, my grandfather and my father were far away to send me anything. I spent that day with Makino. I don't remember what we were doing, but I do remember what we were going to do later. How about a movie marathon? I didn't have any friends or anyone to share my hobbies with. Makino was the only friend I had. She was bad at telling jokes, she was kind, and I always wondered why she didn't have any friends. In the end, I realized that we were both alone, after all. We'll order pizza, he said in a funny tone. I looked at him curiously, smiled and decided to give up by throwing away my king. Anyway, I'm going to lose, let it be pepperoni. I jumped for joy. Okay, take a bath and get some sheets, I'll go get some things downtown. Makino was gone for a couple of minutes. As I walked down the hallway, I looked at the door. I heard a calling coming from there. When I tried to enter, I noticed it was locked. Why? What was this door? Ready, I heard Makino arrive, she served the glasses and slices of pizza. Makino, could you please come up, I spoke from upstairs. Up? Makino arrived at the unfamiliar door. What's going on? I wondered, staring at the door, wondering what I should say or ask. Every time I come up here I look at this door. Why is it always closed? I don't remember when it closed. What was inside? Because every time I walked past, I felt sad, like I'd forgotten something. You don't know who owns that room? I asked myself with some trepidation. No, should I know? My 13-year-old self asked. About 3 years ago I perhaps stopped giving it importance. I decided to start over and let go of the past, although it would always be present. Yes, I mean it's your house, Makino said. We looked for the key and went in. She was quiet, looking at the photos in the small frames. I looked at the bed. To this day, I can barely understand what was happening to her. Her only smiles, which she owed me despite her lack of destiny. What's this room? I asked. That place made me feel empty, a sadness that was impossible to bear. All the photos are torn. When I was 5 I tore out the photos where I saw his face. In a moment of rage for being alone, Makino looked at each photograph and saw me. You used to come up here, you said you kept this room clean for when she came back. In my hands, I had an old album with her photos. When she was still well, she would take me to the park, we would visit places as a family like normal people. Her? I said, confused. Your mother, don't you remember that this room belongs to your mother? Yes, I do, but I wish I could forget. Is she? And where is she? Did she come back? Did she exist? Because it's so hard to accept that I lost my mother, because I blame her, she spent her last minutes of life by my side. Of course he did, but she seemed to be trying to explain how little she knew. But what? Did he leave me? Did he abandon me? Did he die? I looked at the ground in sadness, falling to my knees as I cried. This time, Makino took me in her arms. You remember her, right? I walked over to give her a hug. No, I don't remember her. I can't no matter how hard I try. I don't remember what she was like, her voice, I can't remember anything about her. I hugged her back. I didn't know what had happened for sure, but since that moment I'm just the one who's going to teach you, a teacher. If you want a friend I will be one, but I'll never be your mother. My answer, and her position marks since I was a child. She is just a friend, my teacher. She can't be my mother. End of flashback. Robin's POV. Luffy finished describing his childhood, one filled with so many doubts and denials that it's impossible for me to believe he was able to move on and become the way he is now. It's almost unlikely that a child so reluctant to a new life could ever accept it and live with it without problems. Every day I spend in that house with her, I wonder if I'm the one who has limited her from continuing with her life. Is it too late for her? He wondered, blaming himself for the fact that the one in Kyaba who hadn't progressed was alone with him. It's not your fault. He began to cry slightly. I approached to hug him. How do you know? I asked sadly, my tone cracking. Maybe it was the tone you used, but why didn't she move on? I asked, wiping away my tears. I don't know, he said, taking something to drink. And what caused all this? Ask the source of this huge problem. Something about protecting me. You don't want details. Thanks, I heard him say in a low voice. Why the thanks? I hadn't done anything to deserve her thanks. For listening to me, he said with a slight smile. Couples listen to each other, it's the fundamental basis of a good relationship. He smiled, returning to his old self. I was very happy to see him happy again. Now he would fix his problems. Can I take a bath? Luffy asked after a while after finishing chatting. I don't have any more clothes for you, I told him. After all, I only gave him a shirt. In fact, if you don't let me spend the night here. That raised a couple of alarm bells. Were you thinking of escaping? I questioned him, going straight to him to confront why he had even considered such a decision. It was just a vague idea in my head. I brought some clothes, so don't worry. I cornered him against the wall. That idea was very immature and not at all acceptable. Oh my god, do you even have any money? What would Makino have felt knowing you weren't coming? He seemed nervous when he heard what could have happened if he had made that decision. I know it's not one of my great ideas, but I was very overwhelmed. He sighed, agreeing with her a bit. In a situation like that, no one would know what to do. Well, never think about something as extreme as that again. I let him go. Okay, I grabbed some clothes and went upstairs. In the end, I reflected a little on his story. Just as I had thought, he and I were the same. We had nothing more than a family split between us. I had no father, and he no mother. The difference is that I enjoy both sides, and I never had the privilege of feeling a substitute affection. The world is very strange sometimes, I said to the air. However, I felt a presence behind me. Do you think so? It was Luffy, who came without a shirt, leaving his marked torso exposed. What are you doing without a shirt? I said, looking away with a slight blush on my cheeks. I forgot it in my backpack. Why the pain? You saw me shirtless not long ago, he said, not giving it much thought. They are different situations. Besides, you are not at home to walk around like this, I told him with a slight anger, but to tell the truth, the sight was not unpleasant at all. Sorry, but I wouldn't tell you to come up and leave me your shirt either, Luffy said as he searched through his things. Just get dressed, I said, looking away. Sure. Luffy took a seat next to me. We were both silent for a while, just watching television. By the way, how did your injuries develop? I asked about his condition. Better, my body still hurts a lot, however, I think I'll be fine, Luffy said with his usual smile. Time passed. The last time Luffy stayed here, well, it ended a little. I don't want to think about it, it was just something special. I felt a little nervous thinking that it could happen again, that in part it wouldn't bother me. After all, we were a kind of couple, and having relationships should be normal for us. Luffy would think the same. He doesn't see himself as a person who takes every situation to a slightly more passionate Highschool context. Thank you, Luffy said suddenly. Huh? I was so distracted I didn't know if he'd said anything before thanking me for no reason. Talking to you has really helped me a lot, he said, looking at me with that smile, the one that told me Luffy was back. It was you, in any case, who helped yourself, I said openly. In any case, I felt happy to be able to help someone. Both then, he said, approaching me. Maybe he was just trying to be nice, his hand placed on my chin, the distance between us getting shorter, our mouths just millimeters away from colliding. Luffy, I said almost like a light moan. I felt again those lips that made me feel a million emotions. Luffy stepped back for a moment, perhaps a little nervous about going too fast or believing that right now. Don't say anything, just continue. I captured that green light well. The clothes little by little were left on the floor as time passed. I cornered myself in the corner of the large armchair I had in the living room. I surrounded him with my arms while he caressed my breasts. We were both agitated. I felt the same sensation as the first time. I was even anxious. Little by little he approached with his member to my intimacy. He introduced it slowly. I moaned slightly. He drowned my moans in passionate drunks. My cell phone rang moments later as Luffy thrust rapidly while I moaned in pleasure at the rhythm he was carrying. Voila, I accidentally answered my phone, wanting to hang up. Luffy continued slowly while I tried to avoid moaning near my cell phone. Daughter, I'm just getting home, you sound a little strange, is something wrong? Chapter 31. Problems. As he increased the pace I moaned more and more with pleasure, he cornered me against the corner of the sofa, while with his thrusts he slowly made me reach orgasm. My cell phone rang, I stretched my arm to reach it, tried to hang up without even looking at the contact, however, due to the movement I ended up answering. Voila, I accidentally answered my phone, wanting to hang up. Luffy continued slowly while I tried to avoid moaning near my cell phone. Daughter, I'm just getting home, you sound a little strange, is something wrong? What? I hung up my phone at the same time I felt Luffy had come and I had reached my climax, a series of emotions instantly presented themselves to me. What's wrong? Luffy asked after finishing, still feeling out of my mind. My mother is coming, I said, reacting. I quickly got up in search of my clothes. That. We both rushed around, trying to get everything in order, while coming up with some kind of excuse to justify why Luffy was here at this hour. I'm here, I heard the doorbell ring, I looked at myself one last time in the mirror and went to the door. Good night, Mom, I said as normal as I could. She seemed agitated, according to me she shouldn't come back until tomorrow. Good evening, daughter, I swear I thought my flight wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, but look what a surprise, they brought it forward to me. Luckily for me that explained and clarified my doubts. I'm so glad, do you want some coffee? I suggested as always. She dropped her things and walked quietly into the house. It wouldn't be a bad idea, she said, hanging up her coat and leaving her suitcase not far from the door. Good night. When we arrived at the living room, Luffy had set up a pile of papers and notebooks, believable enough to make people think we were working. Good evening, is this him? My mother approached me, apparently not remembering Luffy. Luffy, remember Makino Dragon? I react quickly. Right, sorry I don't remember you, I just have so much on my mind right now, she said, walking past. Don't worry, Luffy replied calmly. What do I owe your visit to? She asked. Luffy didn't think much about it and answered. I'll take care of a couple of council papers, he said with complete confidence. I understand. In that case, I'll let you work. Do you want me to prepare something for you? We both tried to respond with the same answer upon hearing that. And? No. We looked at each other, he had said yes and I hadn't, then we turned to where my mother was. No. And? Now the answers had been reversed. I'll make me some dinner then, by the way, Luffy. How's Makino? I ignore a lack of synchronicity and ask Luffy about the person who had caused me to be here in the first place. Well, I'll send you my regards, Luffy said. Thanks, tell him that if he wants to one day we can go out to eat something. I'll be free all month, my mother said, grabbing something from the kitchen and a few moments later went up to her room. Yes, I'll have to go, right. My mother was probably asleep and I sighed in relief knowing everything had gone well. Don't even think about going anywhere other than your home, I told Luffy seriously. Okay, he said, taking his things and before leaving. Well, I guess you're saying goodbye to your mother, he kissed me on the mouth. Luffy was certainly somewhat direct, but tonight not only were we both able to avoid a problem, but rather we fixed one, although the one that was coming for him, this one had to be solved on his own. Luffy. After practically saving myself from a probable catastrophe, I found myself walking towards my house. I was scared, not because I was walking alone in the streets, but rather because I knew we were about to be discovered by the least suitable person in the world. I'm going to kill you, damn second-rate artist. I looked at a large building, apparently it was a girl chasing a boy, I guess I shouldn't give it much importance. I walked faster until I reached the busier and by default better lit streets. What'd I do? I asked myself. I didn't want to go home after what happened with Makino, but I also didn't want to not go. After all, I told Robin I would figure it out. Luffy? I looked where they had called me, a young man my age, but with green hair, spoke to me. Zoro? The school punisher had left a bar. What are you doing here at this hour? Zoro asked, surprised to see me. Same here, I evaded the question. He looked at me with confusion. After that a girl came out behind him. Who is it? Luffy. The girl had orange hair, I remembered her from the special courses. Hi, sorry I don't remember your name, I said, being honest. Nami, geography expert, of course it was Nami, the girl who helped the others in geography. She hardly spent time with my group. It's true, I said, smiling. What are you doing here? She asked. Again, wait, are you on a date or something? I said, picking up on the clues. Almost midnight, a bar, two young people in the middle of God, I speak like Makino. Yes, they both said without hesitation. I didn't know how they had become close, but I was happy for them. Great, I just decided to go for a walk, in fact, I was already going home, I said, saying goodbye to them. Okay, be careful, Nami said. Good luck, use protection, I said with the intention of annoying Zoro, who looked at me annoyed and almost hit me if I hadn't run. Damn, you'll pay for this, he shouted. At least I was going to go home with a smile. The moment of truth arrived. I opened the door of my house and entered. I hoped that no one was awake, and by no one I mean the only person I lived with. I walked through the kitchen and found the plate I'd left that morning. It was the only dirty one. I assumed breakfast had been eaten. That was a relief, at least. However, there were a couple of bottles on the dining table. There were only 2. Had she been drinking? Makino wasn't the type to turn to alcohol when things were going bad. Makino? I asked, hoping no one would answer. Where were you? And don't even think about telling me you were at school. Makino was sitting on the living room couch. I was going to stay at someone's house, but in the end I decided to come back. It certainly wasn't a lie, I just never said who exactly with. For God's sake, Luffy, do you know what time it is? She asked, annoyed. Late, I said, looking at the ground. Exactly, I was very worried. Late, you didn't answer my calls or see my messages. I thought that there was no way to describe what I saw. In truth, after what I had told her, she continued thinking about me. Sorry, I said, afraid of being scolded. More than fear, it was frustration for having been so selfish. That's not enough, Luffy, I was worried. After what happened the other day, I thought you weren't going to come back. I went into your room and saw that you had taken out some clothes. I feared the worst, she said with tears in her eyes. Actually, I thought about it for a moment. I felt so bad for what I had said, but they made me see that, well, it wasn't the solution. She came closer and gave me a hug. Don't ever think about that again, she said, making my heart skip a beat. How can you do that? I said, also on the verge of tears. What thing? She asked without letting go of me. Hug me and talk to me as if nothing happened. After how badly I behaved with you, I said, looking for a refuge to hide my tears. Because you are important to me, you are not the only one who feels bad. Luffy hit you, it is normal that you felt the same or worse than me, she said. I left my head on her shoulders while I felt her comfort me in her way. But words hurt more than a blow. I thought he would never forgive me. I was afraid that nothing would be the same as before, and I said with a sad tone. Don't do that again, did you hear? Without saying anything, everything was finally over. We had made up our minds. It seemed a bit simple if I think about it carefully. Okay, but I wanted to ask the question again. Why haven't I moved forward with my life? She said. My parents ask me the same thing. I simply believe that I have found a refuge here with you. I like how I live now. I just hope that when you make your life, you don't forget me, she said. Perhaps she wouldn't explain anything more to me, but it was enough for me to know that she had decided it of her own free will and not out of obligation. Never, I promised her, I would never forget her. By the way, Olivia said that if you ever wanted to go out, you could talk to her. I remembered what Robin's mother had said. I think she gave me a card, which I gave to Makino. Did you go with Robin? She asked. And? With Robin. Good morning. It was morning. I had gotten up a little early, just to prepare breakfast. Good morning, daughter, have you been exercising? You look a little different. I went a little pale. I think the female body changes when she has casual hex. I guess a little, I said, trying not to look surprised. Okay, have a nice day, she said, pouring herself coffee. Thank you, I said, saying goodbye to my mother. Good morning. I met Luffy, who was carrying some glasses of coffee. We have a coffee machine in the council, I commented. I remember that I had even used it. Aya told me it wasn't working, so Hancock asked me to bring it for everyone, he said, giving me a coffee. The cinnamon one was my favorite. I see, I said, drinking the cinnamon coffee. Well, it doesn't matter, I saved you this coffee, so take it and be thankful, we heard a girl say, giving him a coffee. It seems that's how they got along. They seem to be the new ones, I said, seeing 4 kids, 2 girls and 2 boys talking happily. They seem to get along well, Luffy said, observing the students. Wait, Urza, this was definitely a quiet day, in every way. So, what are your plans today? We arrived at the council chamber. I guess studying for the upcoming exams, I answered Luffy's question. Kaya along with Vivi and Hancock were waiting for their respective coffees. That's true, by the way, did your mother say anything? Luffy asked. The 3 of them looked at us without understanding what we were talking about. He doesn't suspect anything, but I won't let my guard down, I said without giving it much importance. Luffy took a seat in my president's chair. Everyone present was astonished by the event. For my part, it was something equally surprising, but for some reason it seemed insignificant to me. Well, I guess everything's okay, he said, spinning around in my chair. Okay? How could he be okay? Are you watching where you're sitting? Hancock was the first to approach Luffy and scold him. Yes, the chair is comfortable, he said, not quite understanding why our subordinate was angry. President, how can you allow this? She said hysterically, looking at me in annoyance. I don't understand, why are you so upset, Hancock? I looked at her with a cold gaze, noticing how scared she was. Well, she began to stutter. President, he is sitting in his place, Vivi commented. Kaya limited herself to not saying anything in the face of the current situation. Come out, Hancock, you look a little pale, I said to Hancock, who looked like he was going to collapse at any moment. Yes, she said, followed by Vivi. Luffy. Robin left the council office. He had to solve a couple of problems with a couple of new kids. Kaya seemed happy typing on her cell phone. Meanwhile, I looked at what would be presented on the day of the festival, which was a couple of days away. So, you two, I heard Kaya say. What thing? I asked, not understanding what he meant. They're dating, it's obvious, it's the only explanation as to why you're sitting in that chair. I didn't understand why the chair seemed important to them. Is the chair important? I asked. Not entirely, it's more what she represents. However, even the president is different now. She still has her cold gaze, but she acts differently with you among the council members. Kaya is the one I got along with best, since I had helped her make her move with Usopp. Maybe I'll see the group later. I guess, I said with a smile. Do you love her? I asked, sounding like a challenger, a test question. A lot, I said without thinking. OHHH, that's nice, Luffy. I always suspected that you had something. What joy, how nice, she came closer, hugging me. Where does she get so much strength from? I felt like her hug was more like a kind of strangulation, because I couldn't breathe. I can't breathe, I mumbled. Sorry, but seriously, I'm quite happy. The truth is that they seem like an ideal couple. I never thought that about the president. She is so upright and serious that I can't imagine her being affectionate or very feminine, she said thoughtfully. Robin was feminine in her own way, very beautiful. What? In the living room, without realizing when Olivia had entered, she had heard us. A fear invaded my body. Miss Olivia, Kaya said with the same fear I had. She looked at us seriously. She wasn't happy at all. What did you just say? She asked. She walked over to the desk. I stood up and felt her presence alone make it so I couldn't move or even breathe. I couldn't say anything. She just stared at me, criticizing me with her eyes only. My daughter wouldn't be with you, not even if her life depended on it. She'd have any interest but love. She has her own path and destiny, and you're not even part of that plan. It was like being in front of a tiger. There was no escape. I had no way or means to defend myself. I simply listened to the words coming out of her mouth. Hearing that made me think that Robin couldn't confront her mother alone. It would be impossible. Miss Olivia, I think I tried to say, she interrupted me. What? You think the smartest girl in this school would throw away a bright future filled with everything she wants just for someone with simple luck like you? She was so different from everything when she looked angry. Was this what Robin looked like? He didn't want to even imagine it. My voice broke off. Why can't I say anything? No, that's the answer. Don't feel special, son of a bitch. You haven't suffered what she and I have to pretend you understand us. Do you hear me? That I don't understand her. That I don't know what they've suffered. I knew what it was like to be without someone, maybe not abandonment or rejection, but I had managed to live better in my own way. But I was not going to abandon Robin just because she said I was not worthy. Yes, I understand you, I managed to say. I managed to regain my posture. I almost felt like everything was spinning around me. What did you say? She said with that cold look. What I do understand her, Robin is free to choose what to do with her life. You can't force her to do anything, even if you are her mother. I knew I was going to get into big trouble, but if there's one thing I know how to do, it's confront things head on. Olivia wouldn't change her mind, but I wouldn't let her judge me that way. I love Robin, whether he likes it or not. Chapter 32. Olivia. Olivia. I love Robin, whether he likes it or not. From the beginning, I found this boy interesting, not only because of the strength he had to stand in front of us the first time we met him, but also because of the confidence and strength of his own words. Without a doubt, he was the son of Dragon. My daughter and I were born with a gift or something like that. We had a presence that made insecure or weak people end up bending before us, call it mantra, hockey or something like that. After arguing with my daughter's alleged interest, I left school. I wasn't going to make a scene or anything in front of the students. I would ask her everything at home more calmly. After all, she wasn't going to seriously go out with that boy. Note. Olivia still doesn't know that Luffy isn't Makino's legitimate son. Olivia, good morning. How have you been? It was Makino who greeted me. Hi, nice to see you. We both met while I was on my way to a cafe not so far from school. You seemed a bit thoughtful, though, she commented. If only she knew I was thinking that he was her son. Yes, a couple of things have happened, I said bluntly. I see we both sat at a table and watched the least. But I won't start telling problems. The good news is that I managed to get them to accept a couple of projects, I said happily. My problem isn't with her, it's with my son. I shouldn't involve more people. I'm very glad, she said with a smile. By the way, Makino, I wanted to ask you something. When I saw and told her about the project, I thought I could use her skills a little more. Tell me, she said, looking at her menu. Do you have a job now? I asked. If she was a self-employed mother, she'd probably be interested in something else. Well, I wouldn't say a job as such, she said nervously. It's true, being a housewife takes a lot of time. I began my convincing therapy. I guess, by the way, I recently managed to move forward somewhat in my life, so I think that well after seeing how successful you were he started saying strange things. I didn't know what they meant. What are you saying? I asked, confused. Well, I wanted to be honest with you, I think you still think Luffy is my son. Isn't it? Apparently I was about to find out something very interesting. Chapter 33. Levels. No, I'm not even dating Dragon, she said, embarrassed. That left me perplexed. Had she only agreed to be with Dragon? No, if they're not dating he could just be her lover. Dragon is cheating on his real wife. Is Makino capable of that? Who is Luffy? You lied, that's all I said. I think you can see that there is a great level between you and me, not only social, physical or personal. That day when you spoke to me I was very depressed or rather sad, seeing you so well and full of luxuries made me feel even worse. His look became sad, he began to be sincere with me in some way, although I did not understand why. However, I stopped thinking about getting information. In front of me was not a rival or someone to use, right now I was sitting with an old school friend who was apparently being open with me without asking or expecting anything in return. So I said for him to continue. Well, when you took me home I thought, what can I say? I saw a dragon and thought I could just lie, then that led me to be with high society people. I don't dislike it at all, it's just that it wasn't really me. Makino was always a girl with more open ideals, egalitarian in any case. I see, I said, handing over my menu. I had ordered 2 coffees and a strawberry dessert. Yes, I apologize, but if you could be in my situation or in my shoes, I think you would see that, compared to you, I have nothing, she said, looking at her hands. That expression made me see a memory when you are so bad that it can't get any worse. So you live at Dragon's house, you share his son, and you raised him, but you don't date him. It sounded like the plot of a good novel. It sounds strange, right? But it's true. I started teaching after leaving the academy. Dragon wanted me to teach his son. I agreed because the school closed back then and my debts piled up. It was chaos. I could imagine. I'd been through that myself. I see, I said thoughtfully. I had also been through a tough time in my life. Yes, then I met Luffy. He was going through a difficult time that interested me, knowing about the boy who was with my daughter. What thing? I asked curiously. Well, him and Dragon's wife had recently died. If you knew what it's like for a child as happy as Luffy to accept that his mother is not there, he was a total mess. He lost almost 2 years of studies and refused to listen to me, she said, laughing at remembering that. Luffy had grown up without his mother. No, he grew up with one, but he lost her. Dragon's wife, she nodded. I never met her, Luffy said. She was very good. With time I only dedicated myself to thinking about what happened to her. I came to the conclusion that she had fallen ill, and well, she spent her last days in bed. That created a lump in my throat, a child watching how little by little his mother Moria. It must have been an indescribable kind of pain. What happened to Dragon during that time? Ask about my competition. What did they do then? He buried her and mourned while I took care of Luffy. When the time came he arrived and well, he found his son with a smile, saying that he surely thanked everything Makino did. Wow, said like that. It's strange that he didn't want to rebuild his life, I said, questioning his behavior. I try, but never with me. Our relationship is more of a friendship and it would be uncomfortable for me. Now I understand. I held back my smile. Makino, my partner, friend, ally and former rival, had finally managed to understand what was happening to her, why she didn't want to continue with something new. I see, so that's why he understands us, I said, remembering the boy's words. Would it be possible? How? She asked, confused. Makino, in high school I saw you as a rival. When I surpassed you my vision turned to an ally. When you left I thought I had gone too far with the pressure. Admit that I could have been very harsh. Yes, he said nervously. So I continued with my life. I graduated, got a job, and well, I ended up falling in love with a man. Things in life, I said, without giving importance to the last part. Yes, it's normal. He took a sip of his coffee. Yes, it should be. Time passed and I got pregnant. At first I was in denial about that fact, then I realized that love blinds a lot to logic. When Robin was born he refused to accept her. He never lived with her, neither when she was born nor when she grew up. Robin knows little about her father. I raised her my way. I thought of a safe future for her and if possible a safe life, I said. My plan with Robin was the plan of a life full of the necessary, a house, a job, some other luxuries. Even a good man. What I couldn't achieve I would capture in her. I didn't know about that, she said sympathetically. So I'm not as successful as you think, I admitted. If she was open with me as a favor I should be. I guess we all have to go wrong with something, she said, smiling. I'm glad to think everything is for the best. I took a sip of my coffee. It makes me laugh a little to think that well after everything we went through right now we are in a cafe talking like old friends. She laughed, that also made me laugh, the ironies of life were funny. Without the old lady, but from what I understand you never felt any kind of affection towards Dragon, I said. I wanted to check the point I was developing in my mind, would it be possible that I consider him a good friend, she said, taking a bit of her food. That's what I thought, a strange case, I said, looking at my coffee, putting together the puzzle that had formed in my mind. A woman in trouble saved by seeing the opportunity to help a child in trouble, a man who respected that and never did anything to be with her, however, she never left because she loved the child, did she? What thing? She asked, confused. Perhaps she didn't even know what was happening to herself. In movie and novel cliches, the maid or helper always stayed with the head of the house or the owner, since she becomes attached to the young son and well, you know the rest, I said, summarizing a cheap romantic comedy. That's why my case is strange, he said, smiling. Not quite, I finally caught her. What do you mean? She asked, confused. The reason why I see that you haven't continued with something new in your life. I stared at him, I was surprised by what I had discovered, life can be very complicated. Well, I like how I am right now, she said, drinking her coffee. That's not it, is it? She stopped, looking at me. Apparently, even she had noticed, perhaps barely, or perhaps she had always known. Huh? He put his cup on the table. You tell me you're happy with the way you live, but the reality is that it's not how, but with whom, I said with an evil look. I was nervous. Now I understand, just like me, you have that gift, not as developed, but it is there, I said, observing her. What do you mean? She asked, clearly nervous. We're on the same level, Makino, it just seems like you're still suffering. This conversation made everything clear to me. Suffering? She didn't know, not consciously, I'd even bet Luffy didn't know about it. The reason why you don't do anything with your life is because you like Dragon's son, as if it were news of an unwanted pregnancy. She opened her eyes with an expression of astonishment. She didn't know. Chapter 34. Unacceptable. The reason why you don't do anything with your life is because you like Dragon's son, as if it were news of an unwanted pregnancy. She opened her eyes with an expression of astonishment. She didn't know. Anything else you'd like to order? The waitress asked. That's fine, thank you, just the check please, Olivia said. How? Makino asked, looking at me in surprise. From the way you've described everything, it's obvious that's how things are, I said, smiling. No, I just like him, I'm many years older than him, she said, shaking her head. He seems interested in my daughter, I said, trying to see his reaction clearly. He didn't say anything. It's not my daughter who bothers you. How old? 10 years. Maybe a little more. You've taken care of that young man almost his entire life. It's normal to develop some affection for him. For anyone you've shared a lot of yourself with, you know him, and he knows you too, I said. It was normal to feel attraction toward someone you've known for a long time. It wasn't something to be ashamed of, it was normal. People are attracted to someone they like or listen to you. A small child is something innocent that is always a source of love and affection. But to feel something more than maternal affection, she seemed to deny that what I said was true. Is that it? Doesn't it bother you that Luffy can live his life without you, I said, being a little understanding. After all, I would also be a little sad if my daughter were to live her life abandoning everything I did for her. But he couldn't continue. Are you scared? What you're feeling is jealousy of whoever might come and take away the person you consider more than just a son or apprentice, I said, being more understanding. In the end, mothers are the most affected when a son or daughter leaves one side. No, you team, she said, regaining her strength. Should I do it? I asked doubtfully. When someone tells me that, they always end up succumbing to denial. However, Makino looked at me with determination. What does it feel like? I asked, seeing her with that serious look, the old Makino, that girl who challenged me despite knowing nothing about me. Makino said. Luffy is interested in Robin, how do you feel about it? Let me guess, do you think I won't accept it and that's why you don't want me to be with her? I said, assuming that Luffy was open with her. Maybe Luffy told him about her, so maybe he assumed I would do something about it. Anyway, how do you know? She said. Maybe I'm talking too much. Did you hear it? You're not a good liar, so you must have heard it from Luffy, so you already talked to him, therefore you already rejected it, she said in a victorious manner. Makino had also analyzed my words. She was definitely a woman with great potential. Incredible, I said simply. Even now you're still the same, but I've changed, Olivia. I was surprised, of course it's normal, but I think I can be mature enough to accept that he can live his life with whoever he wants. But you would do anything to separate them, she said. She was right, it was unacceptable for my daughter to go out with someone with so little suffering. I suppose you support this relationship, right? I said, lowering my tone a little. Yes, I won't do it to beat you or prove something to you, it's because Luffy wants to be with her. My daughter will reject it, I said quickly. So you don't know much about your daughter, those words left me with nothing to say. What? I asked confused. It was fun talking to Olivia, but now I think I have an advantage one you can't shorten, she said, leaving her part of the food. For the first time in my life had I been defeated? It's impossible. I always had the conversation under control. I was trying to get her to say more, but how could it be that suddenly everything turned against me? Now she wasn't just filling up the last word, but also holding back something. Wait, I could N''T let her go with that victory. What? Is this your first defeat? She said, looking at me, then started walking again. Wakino's pav. What did I just do? It was supposed to be a little chat to become friends, and we ended up being rivals. Damn, now I have to help Luffy continue dating Robin, otherwise I'll just end up as a crazy 31-year-old who likes a young man, I said to myself. Now all this had become complicated, I was overwhelmed, and I really didn't know what else to do. What's wrong? A girl spoke to me. Huh? You're not from the school near here. He was wearing the uniform of the school Luffy went to. Did he run away? Yes, but I felt overwhelmed, she said without giving it importance. I see, I said with some nervousness. You shouldn't get upset, I don't know what's happening to you, but I guess everything has a solution, so relax and try to help whoever you need to help, she said. It was like the advice I knew, but I needed someone to tell me. Thanks, and you should go back to school, she sighed. I know, I'm young to be stressed, she said with a lot of sarcasm worthy of a great talent. Maybe you're just a little lazy, even I used to get stressed at your age, you just need to get your priorities straight, that seemed to help. I see, thanks and good luck, she said, leaving. What are you planning to do now? Kaya asked me with a worried tone. If I'm honest, I have no idea, I said, somewhat nervous. I had just confronted Robin's mother, an event that had exhausted me. In the end it will all be Robin's decision, she said with some sadness. I'll just continue being me, I trust her, I said with a smile. After all, I trusted her, there was no other reason for her to do or try to do anything. I can see that you love her, Kaya said, placing her hand on my shoulder. I looked at the desk thoughtfully. What could her mother possibly say to her? She has a lot of control over almost everyone, but Robin will be able to decide whether to listen to her or not. Yes, she said with a blush on her cheeks. You're so cute, she said, laughing. Well, I'll go see her, I said, determined to spend as much time with her as I could. Good luck, Luffy, Kaya told me. Thank you, I left the office. Hello, my cell phone rang, it was a call. Hi Luffy, I'm Wendy. I don't know if you remember, you helped me at Dragneel Industries. Sure, the ice machine, it was the little genius girl who had helped with thermodynamic stuff. I heard there's a festival coming up and I was wondering if you could get me some tickets, he said with some regret. I see, of course. How many do you need? I didn't think it was bad. In fact, the more people, the better for the school. Chapter 35. Confrontation. Follow. Share. You've grown. I met the little genius Wendy, we had met at a cafe, one that wasn't far from the school. Yeah, sure, it must be funny for you, you're 17 years old. She said, trying to guess my age. Yes, 18 in a few months, I said, smiling. She was amazed, but at the same time she lowered her head in a sign of tiredness. That's too many birthdays, she said in an exhausted tone. Huh? It was a friend's birthday recently, congratulations anyway, I'm just saying this in case I can't wish you a happy birthday, she said, smiling nervously. Don't worry, in fact, I still can't get used to the fact that I'm talking to a little girl, I said mockingly. Wendy was a not-so-little girl speaking mentally. If everyone says that, I'm 12 years old and eager to make friends my age, she said smiling. Her personality was very kind, but at the same time somewhat serious. But nobody understands you, I know the feeling, I said, remembering my childhood. By the way, maybe it's just me, but are you feeling okay? She asked with some uncertainty in her tone. I was a little surprised by the fact that she noticed. I had tried to seem as normal as possible. I guess I can't hide it much, I said out loud. She tilted her head to the side as if she didn't understand anything. Adult business? She asked. Well, it's not that much, just some things in my life are getting a bit complicated, I said nervously. Maybe I shouldn't or didn't want to tell him. I see. The girl's mother thinks I'm not good enough for her, and the truth is, I don't doubt it, it's just that right now after going through a couple of things I think maybe I have before finishing. She threw a little of her drink at me, just a couple of drops, interrupting me. Don't say it, look, if I can say something is that, no one is better or superior to another just for saying it, it shows that you are good. Also, if the girl truly loves you, she will accept you no matter what or who. Those words helped me a lot. It's not that I didn't have the confidence, it's just that after Olivia left me so confused, I thought I was losing faith in myself. Well, I think that's the best I can say, she said smiling. Thank you, I said smiling. You're welcome, it's the least I can do as a thank you for the tickets, he said laughing. I hope you have fun. We both said goodbye with a hug. Robin's pav. Yes, Mom, I'm in the living room. In 10 minutes. My mother wanted to talk to me. Actually, I'm here, I wanted to talk to you about a couple of things. A few minutes passed until I arrived at the living room. Sure, I'll serve some tea. We both sat down on the armchairs. Thank you, daughter. So, what are you planning to discuss with me? I asked calmly. She looked at me with her analyzing gaze. It's about your love interest that gave me a bad feeling. Well, I think you'll be happy to know I don't have. She interrupted me. Daughter, don't try to lie to me. I know you're dating that Luffy. I know you don't want to be with him for the rest of your life, which is what is commonly known as a passing love. She said. That last thing bothered me a little. I didn't consider this love with Luffy something temporary. I wouldn't put it that way, he said calmly. Are you telling me that you're really attracted to him? She asked confused. I got a little nervous about it. He's different, that's obvious, but he understands me, I said. In my mind it was perhaps a silly excuse, but a reason why Luffy was different. Me too, and I know perfectly well that he is not the one, my mother said in a serious tone. It was clear that she was sure of what she was saying. Do you think so? That bothered me a little. Daughter, I am your mother. I know very well that that young man, no matter how similar he may seem, is not the right one. Again, her words bothered me. She didn't know him like I did, but even with that, my mother was good with her intuition, almost questioning my thoughts regarding Luffy. I think it's my right to choose, I said, trying to close the conversation. Daughter, I've worked so you can have a good life. Do you want what your father did to happen again? When I hear that word. Don't put him into this. A person who wasn't there, who never wanted to be there, using him and comparing him to Luffy was an insult. Why not? I see Luffy, I think history will repeat itself. I looked at my angry mother. Why do you think that? He's different and I love him for that. We both understand each other and complement each other in a way, I said, thinking about how Luffy had changed me. Maybe I'm still a bit stubborn about some things, but we're both similar. I know, that's how I started with your father and look at me, I'm alone, she said. Listen, it's just a matter of time, and then you'll realize I'm right. My mother stood up. He's not like that, trust me and I'll trust him too, I said, looking at my mother. My advice is that you do what you have to do with him and finish before he does with that last thing. She left. What am I going to do? No matter how hard I try, I'm afraid the same thing will happen to me. What will he think? Maybe even now he know, Luffy is cheerful, understanding, kind, he's not a man who plays with other people's feelings, he tries to help, he tries, he would never hurt anyone, and he's the one who would suffer the most in this. I'm sorry, Mom, but what I feel for Luffy isn't temporary. Classes ended and I hadn't stopped thinking about what I had talked about with my mother. A certain doubt had invaded my mind, perhaps it was because I hadn't trusted anyone in almost anything in my entire life. Hey Robin, would you like to go to the park? Luffy suggested. There were no more things to do, so we were leaving on time. Of course, I said automatically. I needed to spend time with him, to discover what I wanted or what attracted me to him. Are you feeling okay? I notice you're a bit distracted, Luffy asked me with some intrigue. It's not important, it's just exam week is coming up, I replied, evading the topic. That's true, well it will be our last outing, I don't want to distract you too much. The fact that he cared a lot about exams was what I liked about him, he wasn't trying to make me stay away from my studies. Thank you, I said with a smile. We arrived at the downtown park, a very beautiful place, with sakura trees, flowers, and a lovely central garden. The trees made the place look like something out of a movie. We saw a group of students from our school taking photos of the place. Do you want a picture? The boy asked. Luffy looked at me for my approval. I gladly accepted. We stood in front of the tree, the young man took a couple of photos and promised to give them to us as soon as he had them physically. Without a doubt that day was a very peaceful and beautiful one. When the time came to leave, we said goodbye with a kiss which felt magical to say the least. This could be one of the few things I will never forget. Chapter 36. Exam Day. Okay, pencils out. Exams had arrived again, many things had happened at school, everyone was talking about the trendy couple, the couple that was partly the target of various rumors and the occasional criticism. Aya and Yusuf both dated openly at school, many students also tried to confess their feelings to the council members, Vivienne Hancock, who was already considered the beauty of the school. Let's see the term used for. I was in my class, my classmates were with me, or well, at least a few of them. Frankie, who was a pillar in technology, managed to win recognition from the workshop, which caught the attention of Tom Galera Company, where he went to work and dropped out of school, or rather, he changed schools. Yusuf had a part-time job as an assistant, so he sometimes seemed tired. Chopper was the one who had something easy or a clear future, as he was a doctor's assistant. Nami had improved her grades and, along with Zoro, were now in charge of the new students. They were paid for their hours, and well, I suppose that was a good thing. Sanji apparently put everything aside, started cooking classes, and was now working at one of the most famous restaurants in the city. Brooke started a band representing the school, which gave him points, and his grades improved to the point where he was no longer in the special class. "You're great, Luffy." Kobe, my first friend I met when I got here, he was happy to have taken his exam. "Why?" I asked for the compliment. "You helped the whole group," he said excitedly. "But I lost to the council," I said somewhat sadly. I wished I could truly show them that one. "Luffy, does it even matter? Sanji has a great job, Frankie can become rich, Nami and Zoro have been in the normal class, really, do you really think you lost?" I reacted with his words. "No, now that you mention it, I won, I proved what I've been defending for so long." Kobe smiled and celebrated with me that day. "Exactly, now I'm in a club and I like it a lot. You really helped us, Luffy." Never forget that he told me, giving me a soda. I had made a change, there was really nothing that could stop me. "Thanks, Kobe." I said goodbye to my friend, I had to share that joy with someone special. Luffy Vivi was in the living room with a lot of papers on the table. "Hi, do you know where Robin is?" I asked quickly. "I'm taking an exam and I think he went out for a drink," she said, her mood seeming a bit low. "What are you doing?" I asked, taking a seat. "Well, I have to check some things," she said, taking the first paper of about 400 that were in front of her. "Do you need help?" I asked politely. "It would be great, really," she said in a broken tone. "What's wrong?" I asked, intrigued by Vivi's condition. "I guess I can't hide much," she said, almost in a sad and clipped tone. "Well, you're usually a little more cheerful and I notice you're a little down," I said, highlighting her expressions. "Yes, you're right, I feel very sad. I argued with a good friend and the truth is that I feel bad," she said, crying. "I see, so you like him?" I said directly. "Yes, we've been friends since we were little," she said, crying. She took refuge in me, I could only give her a shoulder to cry on. "Did you see him talking to someone else?" I thought she was probably in some kind of jealousy or misunderstanding. My God, do I have history written all over my face? I guess I have the beautiful gift of knowing the lives of others. "I just know when someone is sad for someone else," I said openly. It was true, I had the bad luck of knowing what happened to people, or at least to those who were close to me. "Well, yes, it seems he started dating someone, the president left me for you, and I feel so alone, I feel like I don't fit in anything I do." She looked at me with her teary eyes. "Listen, we all have difficult moments, but how we face them is what truly matters. You can't live in the past, you have to move forward, start over." Vivi stayed listening to my words. A moment of silence invaded the room. I thought I had done something good, I had given myself some advice. "Thanks, Luffy, could I ask you to keep a secret about me? I don't want the president to find out that I had mixed feelings for her." I just limited myself to smiling, everyone was free. Chapter 37. Results. "I can't believe it," the students said when they saw the exam results table. Another semester had concluded and the results of those with the highest averages were what amazed some the most. "This is possible," they said among themselves. "No wonder they are now considered two pillars," they said in amazement. "Incredible. Here they come. Results, all 100, can we go eat?" Luffy said, looking at the table. "Wait," Robin stopped him when he saw something peculiar in the results table. "What's wrong?" Luffy asked. "We are tied in position 1, both were with 100, being 2 in one place." "Yes," Luffy replied without giving it much importance. "It feels strange," Robin said with a slight smile. "Yes, that's what happens if you're hungry," Luffy said, insisting on going to eat. "Okay, let's go get something to eat." "You know, I've been thinking a bit," Luffy said with some nerves. "Same to me," Robin replied, smiling. "Yes, well, the truth is your mother scared me a little. It's the first time I felt insecure about myself." Luffy was a little upset, still shocked by everything Olivia had told him, but in his mind he had come up with an answer. "I know, she has that peculiarity," Robin said with some nerves, because she knew the reach of her mother when she said or did something. "Yes, the thing is, I love you, it's that simple, but we're still young, so I thought of a little plan," Luffy said. "Plan?" "Yes, a good one, I think it will work." That day they both agreed. Luffy's plan, with some modifications from Robin, would have been one of the greatest ideas. Would it work? Chapter 38. Separation and Promise, Part 1. Of Olivia. "What's up, daughter?" Robin had arranged for me to meet her at a coffee shop. We had ordered 2 cups of coffee and a dessert. "You were right," she commented. "I have it in almost everything, can you be more specific?" I asked doubtfully what she meant. "About Luffy, it was just a passing thing and I should focus on my studies. I managed to be in first place, all because of my distractions," she said with a serious tone. It really seemed like she had finally listened to my reasons. I'm surprised she made the decision. I really expected some resistance from both of them. "I know, daughter, but don't worry, let me take care of everything," I said, smiling. In the end, and as always, I had won over Makino. "Thank you," she said dryly. "Makino's Pav." "Wait, Makino." Luffy was in front of the door preventing me from leaving. No, I have to go and explain a couple of things to him, I said, running to the other door. Stop, I don't need you to do anything, he said, getting in my way again. But you love her, I said, annoyed, no matter what I said, or rather thought he had an effect on Robin. That's why I respect the decision, said the serious one. Okay, just this once we can order anything you want, I said, looking at him seriously. Maybe. What does it matter? I'll talk to Olivia when I have the chance. Pizza and ice cream? He said with a smile. Only if we see something, I said, sighing. That night we both watched movies until the ice cream and pizza ran out. Luffy must have felt bad. He wasn't going to let Olivia get away with it, no matter what was going to happen. He would do everything to see Luffy happy and joyful with the person he loves. Days later. How? Kaya asked, confused. That's how it is, I said, smiling slightly. But they looked happy, she added, almost incredulous at what she had heard. It is, I said, looking at the table. It was good while it lasted, I guess. Good morning, the president entered without looking at us. Good morning, we both said. Papers and organizational chart for this month, she ordered. At the table, comment immediately. The festival, I comment, taking the leaves. In a few days, everything will be ready, report automatically. Then you can leave, give the formulas to the underperforming students, and propose the special class, she said, handing me a couple of sheets. Kaya decided to help me. Okay, I said, walking away. Zoro? I watched my partner and friend sitting looking at his cell phone. Hey, he greeted without seeing me. What's wrong? Kaya stopped just to wait for me. Couple arguments, I'm looking for a way to apologize, he said, sighing. I see, why don't you give her a couple of books, or rather a tangerine bush? I remember her saying she loved them. I'll look them up online, he said, pointing at his cell phone. I watched and smiled. Great, how have you been? Ask about their current situation. Well, dealing with the new ones is complicated, but they are getting along better. I comment about the new students. In fact, there was a striking group. You're still punishing people, I said, laughing. After raising my grades, I'm just a supervisor. Thanks for that, he said, getting up from the floor. At least I did something good, I smiled happily, knowing that my ideals had helped the students. Not just for me, the whole group is thinking of going to the festival. Are you coming with us? I asked with a slight smile. Sure, I happily accepted. I was thinking of going with Robin before, but because of the breakup, I guess going out with friends will be best. Well, I have to go. By the way, I thought you might notice, he gave me an accessory. My keychain. He looked at the object. I found it a few days ago. It's shaped like a hat and says dreams, and it was by your locker. I even showed it to both of them when we arrived. Thank you, I thanked him for the gesture. Let's go, Kaya spoke to me. The days passed and the day of the festival had arrived. I still felt the same excitement despite what had happened. After all, I just had to wait. What are you doing now? I was with Zoro, getting the tickets and things for the big night. I'm going out to the festival with my friends, I said, smiling. I mean with Robin, he commented. He had told him everything, or at least what he needed to hear. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I said, going to help the others. Robin's pav. It's just a festival, I have to be there to make sure everything is in order, I said, getting ready. Okay, daughter, I'm going to travel today, so please take care of yourself, my mother told me. She and I got into our car. First we went to the airport terminal, and then I went to school. The night was just beginning, but the atmosphere was very happy. I must say that without Luffy, everything seemed very boring to me. President, a young woman I recognized instantly. Oh, you must be Azula, I saw your grades, the best among the first, I said, giving her my respects. I also heard about you, the number one in school, she said, smiling. It will be nice to have some good competition, I said calmly. Don't feel threatened, I have no intention of going to the council. Apparently he had another kind of vision. Well, anyway, you're just a few years away from college, I said happily. She laughed slightly. I already have in mind what I want, so I don't think I'll hoard more, she said, sighing. A young man came for her. Sister, our friends must be waiting for us, he said, taking her arm. See you, President, I said goodbye to her too. Apparently the school had incredible potential and great ideas. Chapter 39. Separation and Promise, Part 2. Of Luffy. Come on, one more point. I was playing against Sanji and Zoro. All three of us had good scores, but Sanji ended up winning. We went to an arm wrestling competition, where Zoro challenged me. Zoro, I put my hand on the table. Luffy, he squeezed my hand ready to win. I'll win, we both said as we tried to get the other to touch the table. In your dreams, idiot, Zoro said with difficulty. Our companions supported us while we struggled to see who was the best. Are they always like this? Kaya asked nervously. They get along well, the others said. So what are you going to do after we finish? Kobe asked me. He was my first friend. We were a little far from the others, waiting to see the fireworks. I already have plans, in fact, I think that, if everything goes well, I'll open cattle I said looking at the starry sky. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not very interested either Kobe said laughing. Thank you I sighed. Hey, can I ask you a favor? He said in a nervous tone. Of course he looked at me and spoke. Fight me I was surprised to hear his request. Huh? I said confused. I've trained a lot, really, I want to at least prove that I can defend myself. I laughed that night, but I gave Kobe the fight he wanted, without limitations, without interruptions. I never thought I would fight him, or that he would ask me for that, but it was determination that made me grant him that favor. 2 years later. The next to graduate, Monkey D Luffy time had passed, I got up to go and receive my paper, Makino was present, my father said that he would be a little late, but that he would not miss, I walked over and greeted everyone present, including Robin who simply looked at me with that cold expression, his mother shook my hand with a satisfied face. Luffy, I'm so happy Makino hugged me, she was happy, not only because of the graduation, but because she had come. Thanks Makino I said smiling. Your father has a surprise for you I followed him, all my other friends congratulated me, I said goodbye to them. Makino thank you for coming after all I thanked her who sighed. I wasn't going to miss this great event, it's important to you and me she said taking my folder of papers. It's not that, thanks for coming as my mother she sighed, she always brought up the subject. Come on, your father is waiting she said. Have you ever thought about you and him? I suggested, thinking that maybe she had once been interested in my father, which would never have bothered me, maybe a little childish. No, look, talking about the King of Rome I looked at my father who was in front of a vehicle. I looked at the car, he smiled and gave me a hug. Congratulations son he said happily. But for me? I said amazed, he showed me some keys. Of course, do you want to drive home? He said smiling, I took the keys excitedly. Sure, I said, getting into the car. Did I know how to drive? Well, actually, I did a little, but don't worry, I didn't have any accidents. Congratulations daughter my mother congratulated me. Thank you mother I said smiling. What do you want? She asked happily. Travel, I saw an opportunity to work in another city I said without seeing him. I see, something specific? She asked interested. Yes, a company I want to run I said seriously, after what happened, I didn't want to be in the city and surely she would be happy. Then I'll make calls, just to give you the push she said taking her cell phone, the future was uncertain, but when you have a long-term plan which has to do with how those around you will react. I want you to know, daughter, that I feel proud my mother was happy, but that really didn't matter to me, because all this was to see Luffy again. Chapter 40. Meeting. 2 years ago. You know, I've been thinking a bit Luffy said with some nerves. Same to me Robin replied smiling. Yes, well the truth is your mother scared me a little, it's the first time I felt insecure about myself Luffy was a little upset, still shocked by everything Olivia had told him, but in his mind he had come up with an answer. I know, she has that peculiarity Robin said with some nerves, because she knew the reach of her mother when she said or did something. Yes, the thing is, I love you, it's that simple, but we're still young, so I thought of a little plan Luffy said. Plan? Yes, a good one I think it will work. That day they both agreed, Luffy's plan with some modifications from Robin would have been one of the greatest ideas would it work. My mother won't investigate the reason why we broke up, that is if I tell her what she wants to hear Robin said, sure of what her mother would do. Makino won't do anything if I ask her to, she loves me enough to not take any action I assumed from my tutor, in fact, I was very sure of what they would do nothing. Then all that remains is to hide appearances Robin said. 2 or 3 will ask and I'll tell them, they'll look at you ugly I said worried knowing they would blame Robin for hurting me. I will endure anything to see you again she steeled herself and gave me a kiss. It's a torment having to see you like before we had spent a year pretending we were over. Still, everything seems to be working I said approaching her to kiss her. 2 brilliant minds just to be together she said laughing. We'll see each other soon that was a promise, an oath that we would keep even after we graduated, because when love is true, it overcomes any obstacle. Epilogue. 1 year after graduation. Robin's POV. After graduation, I selected a new city to move to. My mom worked her magic and made sure that as soon as she found me a place to live, she was in season. This part of the plan was the most complicated. Traveling and starting over I was a little scared, but it was a risk I was willing to take. Then you'll go far away my mother saw my plane ticket. That's right, mother I took my ticket, we were at the airport, it was our farewell. Perfect, you will have a new home in the city, unfortunately I will not be able to go with you, but I will talk to you she said smiling, I had waited many years just to finally free myself from the destiny that had been imposed on me. It's okay, mom. I hope you're taking care of yourself. I gave her a hug and walked toward the entrance, handed in my ticket and looked for my seat on the plane. You know driving is great, my seatmate said. Please, they only gave you a car, I sighed, having talked about it non-stop the whole trip. Your ticket to leave the city, he said with a smile. Luffy, whose plan was this? I looked at him with a slight smile. The idea was mine, he said laughing. I improved it, I claimed. So that was our plan. He approached me to give me a kiss. We both planned it, to go far away, live our way, get a job, and at some point in our future be a family. Luffy left, I said, looking at his room, which was in disarray. I escaped. Dragon was on the phone. I'm just leaving this note, I said, looking at the only thing he had left as an explanation. What does it say? Makino, please don't tell my father I'm not here. You'll probably be confused though. Tell him I'm fine. This was my decision. But I haven't forgotten you. I never will. Just give me time. I promise I won't let you down. He says he'll be back soon. A slight beat in my heart made me burst into tears. Now I just had to wait. After 4 months, Dragon contacted Luffy. They didn't give me any details, except that I never returned home. I moved. Now I lived in an apartment, working as a waitress. After so many years, Dragon gave me money for everything I had achieved with his son. However, after 2 years I ended up like when I arrived, a normal house, a normal job. In the end, maybe Olivia was right. Have a nice day, I said as I served an order at the table. Teacher? Is that you? A family called me. Hello, I greeted nervously. I can't believe it, I'm glad to see you back. How have you been? It was about a student she had. I guess so, now I have this job, I said happily. I heard you had a new job a couple of years ago, he commented. I could not help but sigh. It had been 3 years since that note. I had not lost faith, although little by little I was losing it. Well, sometimes you have to let go and move on, I said, and then continued with my work. Miss Makino, it was another day. The postman had knocked on my door. Yes, I said as I carefully opened my door. For you, a letter with a stamp, MD. The postman left. I didn't give it much importance, so I dedicated myself to cleaning the house, everything until it was clean. A day passed until I sat down and decided to read the letters I had. Hi Makino, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I know I've talked to you or said something to you. I never lost sight of you. I'm glad you're still you. You never give up, but this isn't the life you deserve. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. I hope you read this letter sometime in the future, please. Let me keep my promise. At the airport where you live you have a ticket reserved. Come whenever you want. That day I packed everything, left my home clean and my furniture covered, watered my flowers for the last time, and left for the airport. My name is Makino. I have a ticket, I said when I arrived. The woman looked at her computer. Yes, it's for Miss Makino. Your son will set it aside for you. Can you tell me his name? I paused a little. Monkey D Luffy, I said without hesitation. She printed a ticket, gave it to me, and I went back to the city. Welcome, my name is Kobe. It's a pleasure to meet Luffy's mother. I arrived just a few days before the big event, commented the young man with pink hair. What big event? I asked about what he had mentioned. The wedding. I was shocked. My Luffy was about to get married. Hello Makino. I didn't get to see Luffy until it was the day of the wedding, when he approached me a few moments before. Seeing him turned into a man with an elegant suit, and so few hours before he became one, I approached him with tears in my eyes and slapped him. She deserved that one, he said laughing. You deserve more, but I'm not going to ruin your day. I don't want the woman to ask, by the way, who is it? It's a surprise Makino. I really appreciate you waiting for me so long. This day had to be special. I spent 3 years without hearing from you. Do you know how I felt? I'm sorry, mother, I really wanted to tell you everything, but we had to be sure that no one would get in the way. Ladies and gentlemen, family and friends, today we gather to witness the union of two souls, of two people whose love has transcended the most complicated step of life and are now about to unite body and soul in the presence of our creator, Monkey D. Luffy. Do you accept Nico Robin? In sickness and in health, until death do you part. My surprise at seeing Luffy's future wife, the daughter of a friend who was my rival, both were about to get married. Did you make it? I said into the air. That's right, both of them have beaten us, Olivia said, arriving in a beautiful dress. They what? I said confused. They never finished, they just did what we had them do, but in secret they planned everything, before they graduated. After that, they stayed together, the ideal of superiority along with that of unity, both just to be able to be together, a plan that seemed simple, but at the same time complex. Did you know we were going to do something? I asked somewhat hesitantly. They anticipated everything, now all we can do is smile. We are part of a family, she said laughing. Are you planning to use this to your advantage? I asked, somewhat intrigued. It could be that she had done something. Even if I tried, all the shares were bought in Luffy's name, and Robin bought Dragon shares. They own half of each stake, and together I understand. Nothing she did would have made any difference to them. Right now, they had everything. They have everything, they sold their share and they gathered what they inherited in this way, I concluded precisely. They own half of each other's company, Dragon said as he joined us. Without a doubt, two brilliant minds. We saw how two young people, two adults who from a young age thought about a future together. Money could change people, but they were love. Thanks for reading. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.